3 days now. You still haven't made up your mind. No answer came back from the gray fog. I'd lost count of how many times I'd spoken. All around me was endless gray mist. No up, no down, no near, no far. Just me, and the other soul curled up in the corner. That soul looked exactly like me. To be precise, exactly like the original owner of this body. 4 days ago, I was still hauling cement at a construction site, working myself ragged to make my freshman tuition, racing a deadline, pulling back-to-back shifts. I just clocked out of the morning shift and bought a few pork buns at the gate. Took one bite. A truck horn. My coworkers shouting. A brutal impact. And then I was here. When I came to, there was a person lying not far off. He was also named Lin Yi. No, he was just Yi. Same name, different fate. One of us a working stiff from the 21st century, the other a savage from a primeval forest. I woke him. All he said was, "Get out of my body." And then we were at each other's throats. The most primal kind of biting, the most frenzied kind of devouring. You bite me, I tear into you. The pain was 10 times worse than a flesh wound, horrifyingly real. But through all that biting, we also saw into each other's memories. I saw Ye's world. A primeval forest so dense it blotted out the sky, tree trunks so thick a dozen men couldn't wring them with their arms, vines coiled like enormous snakes. Venomous insects crawled across the leaves, lurid and dazzling. In the distance, wild beasts roared, shaking leaves loose in a rustling rain. I saw his tribe, a dozen odd stone huts and thatched shelters, all on the verge of collapse, crammed into a river valley. Sharpened wooden stakes formed the fence, and on it hung sun-dried beast skulls and wind chimes made of human bone. I saw 3 days ago, too. Yi was 16. No totem mark had awakened in him. He was just an ordinary person. The tribe didn't feed idle mouths, so he had to scrape by hunting small game to put meat back on the bones of his little sister, who'd just barely survived a serious illness and was wasted down to skin and bone. That day, he and Shirtu had gone into the woods after rabbits, wandering deeper and deeper until they stumbled onto a kill in progress. 2 wolf-shaped beasts, 3 meters tall, ganging up on a 2-meter, golden, gleaming snake. Ye's eyes lit up, frighteningly bright. Because those 2 wolves were mixed blood, and that snake was pure blood. The wild beasts of the wilds came in 3 grades: common, mixed blood, and pure blood. Common were the most plentiful, ranging from weak to strong. Mixed blood were hybrids or throwbacks, stronger still. Pure bloods carried ancient bloodlines, evolved at breakneck speed, the chosen darlings of heaven and earth. Raise a single pure blood cub to maturity, and it became a tribe's mightiest fighting force. Forge a successful contract with one, and even your totem could evolve. The opportunity was right in front of him. The fight dragged on for half an hour. The golden snake won, snapping one wolf's throat clean through in a single bite. But its own body was half torn open, blood pouring across the ground. It reared up and let out a long hiss, triumphant and dying both, then slowly dragged itself into the dense brush. Yi and Shirtu held their breath and waited 10 minutes before creeping over. Once they confirmed the 2 wolves were good and dead, they hauled the carcasses up and ran for the tribe. They didn't make it 5 minutes. Yi only felt his body lift off the ground as agony exploded through him. Before he blacked out, he saw a dozen fully armed warriors, leather armor, bone blades, long spears. The hulking man at their head was bare-chested, a black python tattooed across his torso, gripping an enormous bone club. That one big foot, wrapped in a leather shoe, ground Ye's and Shida's faces into the rotting leaves. Huh. One trip out, and we find 2 wasters, handing us a pair of second-tier mixed-blood beasts. That was the last thing Yi heard before he passed out. The blood python tribe. They took the kill, broke his spine, spat on him, and swaggered off. In the gray fog, Yi finally spoke again. Your side. There really aren't any wild beasts? None. Everyone really has enough to eat. Most do. You really don't get trampled under someone's foot. I went still, because in his memories, I'd seen that foot. Big, in a leather shoe, grinding him and Shirtu into the muck before walking off without a backward glance. There are people who trample others on my side too. I was quiet for a moment. But it's different. You looked at me. On my side, you get trampled, you can get back up. Go somewhere new, live a different way. Maybe you end up standing on your own 2 feet. I asked, and your side? He said nothing, but I saw the answer. On your side, you get trampled. You're trampled to death for real. Nowhere to go, no other way to live. I stood up, walked over to him, and held out my hand. Yi, let me live for you. He froze. My name's Lin Yi. Yours is Yi. We've been tearing into each other this long. You've got me in your head. I've got you in mine. You want to be remembered. I want to live. You die, the body rots. I die, there's truly nothing left. But if the two of us merge, I stared into his eyes. I'll make something of your life for you. Your tribe, I'll guard for you. Your kill, I'll take back for you. The foot that trampled you, I'll trample it back for you. From now on, I'm Lin Yi, and I'm Yi. The day you're remembered is the day I'm remembered. Why should I trust you? You've got no choice, I said. Neither do I. Either we keep gnawing and rot away here together, or you trust me this once and roll the dice. He stared at me for a long, long time. Then the shadow on the verge of crumbling took one step forward. Remember what you said, he told me. Take care of my sister. Make the tribe strong. Make it so we never have to grovel to anyone again. The hands of two souls clasped together. No blazing light, no earth-shattering cataclysm. Two souls quietly merged, like two drops of water becoming one. Countless memories came flooding in. The hunger of childhood, kneeling before the totem stone pillar, my father's rough palms, my mother's songs, the brittle crack of a fist shattering a breastbone, and that primeval forest forever wreathed in mist. And then, boundless darkness. He's awake. Grandpa, he's awake. A young voice burst out right beside my ear. I forced my eyes open. The first thing I saw was a thin, dark little girl, her face flushed red with cold, her hair brittle and yellow, so skinny a gust of wind could knock her over, but her eyes were startlingly bright. Xiao Xiao, Ye's little sister. And now, my little sister too. I wanted to speak, but my throat felt scraped raw with sandpaper. All I could manage was a hoarse rasp of air. A withered hand pressed against my forehead, icy, yet sending a strange warmth into me. Don't move, an aged voice said. Your ribs just set. You've got the devil's own luck, boy. When Shirtu carried you back, I was already getting ready to dig a hole. I turned my eyes and saw an old man, nearly blind. White film clouded his eyes, his face a mass of wrinkles like sun-dried bark, his hide robe hung all over with herbs, beast bones, and polished bone fragments. This was the shaman, the strongest, smartest person in the tribe. And my grandfather. Where's Shirtu? I forced the words out. Standing guard outside. Hasn't shut his eyes in 3 days. Warmth spread through my chest. That was Ye's brother since childhood, catching rabbits together, going hungry together, getting bullied by the blood pythons people together. Brother. Xiao Xiao threw herself at me, tears splashing down onto my face. I thought you'd never wake up. I'll stop eating meat. I wanted to stroke her head, but my arm was heavy as lead. I took stock of this room, a few logs propping up a shelter of thatch and animal hide, withered wild vegetables hanging on the walls, less than half a pound of dried beast meat piled in the corner. So this was the wilds, the place he had lived for 16 years. Grandpa rose and headed for the doorway, but stopped at the threshold without turning around. Yi, when Shirtu carried you back, your soul was so weak I could barely feel it. But just now, you seem like a different person. My heart clenched. An ordinary person without a totem mark shouldn't have a soul this strong. He tilted his head slightly. Are you still Yi? Silence. Only the wind outside, and the faint roar of beasts in the distance. I was quiet for 3 seconds. Grandpa, I spoke, my voice hoarse but steady. I'm Yi. I just had a very, very long dream. In the dream there was another world, another me. No totems, no wild beasts, but people lived a whole lot easier than we do. In that dream, I learned other things. How to build warmer houses, how to set traps to catch game, how to store meat so it doesn't spoil. Put to use in the tribe, maybe fewer people die this winter. Grandpa turned around. Those clouded eyes looked straight at me, as if to see through my soul. After a long while, he smiled. Faint, weary, relieved. The totem watches over us. Everything has its appointed course. Rest and heal. He left. Xiao Xiao leaned in close. Brother, did you really learn other things in your dream? In my dreams, there's only good food. I dragged out a smile. I learned. From now on, there'll be plenty of good food. You little glutton. Little glutton. She blinked. What's that? Can you eat it too? Through the gaps in the thatch, a dim gray sky leaked in, and beyond it lay the dark, looming forest. Those trees were terrifyingly tall, tangled all over with vines and moss, like so many silent giants. In the woods, wild beasts called. I closed my eyes. He was just an ordinary person. No totem mark had ever awakened in him. But right now, I could clearly feel, deep in my chest, a faint point of light pulsing. It wasn't yes. It was something that had appeared out of nowhere after the merge. What was it? Before I could think it through, my consciousness sank away. In the evening, Xiao Xiao brought over a bowl of thin soup, a few slices of beast meat, a few sprigs of wild vegetables, steaming hot. In the dead of winter, this was already a rare delicacy. A head poked in at the door. Yi. Shirtu rushed in, eyes red-rimmed, and grabbed my hand. You're finally awake. I thought I'd gotten you killed. If I hadn't insisted on going to look, we never would have gone in that deep. I'm not dead, I said. You carried me back. You saved me. He scrubbed hard at his face. Don't talk nonsense. Who else would carry you if not me? We made a deal. Whoever dies, the other one looks after his siblings. If you died, what would happen to Xiao Xiao? I looked at him, my chest warming. In my past life, my parents died in a car crash when I was 10, and after that I never tasted a shred of family warmth again. From age 11, I did other people's homework, took their exams for them, earned my own tuition and living expenses. And now I had a sister. I had a brother who'd die for me. Sure too, I said. Once I can get up and around, let's go back into the woods. His face changed. Again? You tired of living? Not deep in. Just dig some traps nearby, catch rabbits. I've got a method. He looked half convinced, then finally nodded. All right, you call it. Your head works better than mine. That night, I tried to sense that point of light. It quivered faintly and sent back a single, extremely blurry image. A giant ape. But not the rampaging ape carved on the totem stone pillar. That one was violent, massive, built for defense. This giant ape was covered in pale gold fur, with fire burning in its eyes, both hands gripping a massive club, head thrown back in a roar, its aura sky-high. It looked exactly like the Monkey King from the legends of my past life, and yet was utterly different. I had a vague sense that this point of light was linked to the totem stone pillar deep in the tribe by a thread so faint it might not be there at all. 3 days later, I walked out of the thatched shelter for the first time. The broken ribs had basically knitted. Violent movement was still out of the question, but walking around was no problem. Outside, the sky was still a dull gray. Low stone huts and thatched shelters crowded the river valley. Women squatted skinning hides, bare-bottomed children rolled in the mud, and a few old men sat on rocks singing in a tune I couldn't understand. The song was desolate and drawn out, as if drifting from somewhere far away. The air was a mingled reek of hide, meat, people, and the fire pit. The ground was all mud, every step left a hole. So this was the rampaging ape tribe. 500-some people crammed into a river valley, getting by on hunting, gathering, and that pitiful scrap of food. Every winter, people died. Every spring, people got buried. I looked toward the heart of the tribe. There stood a stone pillar, 3 men around to ring it, 50 feet tall, carved all over with divine markings, a rampaging ape, beating its chest, head thrown back in a roar. A faint glow flickered in the grooves of the carvings, so dim it was nearly invisible. The totem stone pillar, the faith of the entire tribe. I stared at it, and the point of light in my chest suddenly jumped. In that instant, I seemed to hear a roar, distant and low. Yi, what are you doing out here? Shirtu ran over and looked me up and down. Grandpa said your ribs just healed. You can't be moving around. I've been lying down for days. Lie down any longer, and I'm finished. I worked my arms. Come on, to the place we found the long-haired rabbit last time. You're really going? His face changed again. It's right at the edge, we won't go in. The two of us passed through the fence gate and ducked into the woods. The light dropped sharply. The canopy blocked out the daylight, only a few flecks of light leaking onto the thick layer of fallen leaves. The air was damp and cold, mixed with the smell of rotting leaves. The ground was soft underfoot, without a sound. I took a deep breath. This was Ye's world. Rot and new life mingled together, danger and opportunity hidden behind every leaf. What's even around here? Long-haired rabbits are sharp, fast too. You can't catch up to them, Shirtu muttered up ahead. We don't chase them, I said. We dig pits. Dig pits. Rabbits aren't blind. You think they won't see a pit that big. That's why you cover it. I crouched down and sketched in the dirt with a twig. Dig a pit, plant sharpened stakes at the bottom. Lay thin branches over the top, spread leaves, then scatter a layer of dirt. The rabbit puts a foot down on empty air, falls in, gets impaled on the stakes. Shirtu stared at the drawing, saying nothing for a long while. It'll work. Try it and you'll know. We found a trail rabbits had worn into the ground. My ribs had only just healed, so I didn't dare put my back into it. All I could do was direct Shirtu. No shovel, we dug with branches. A bone blade? We weren't worthy of one yet. Shirtu was an ordinary person, but his strength was well beyond most men's. He gouged through the dirt like it was tofu. In a little over half an hour, 5 traps were dug, 1 meter deep, narrow at the mouth and wide at the base, 7 or 8 sharpened, polished stakes planted at the bottom. I laid thin branches over them, spread a thick layer of leaves, scattered a handful of dirt. You can't even tell. Shirtu squatted and studied it a long while. If I hadn't dug it with my own hands, I'd step right in. On the way back to the tribe, he kept muttering, building houses, storing meat, digging pits for rabbits. What else is in that dream of yours? Lots, I answered offhandedly. We'll try them one at a time. When we reached the tribe gate, he suddenly grabbed me and lowered his voice. Those 2 wolves the other day. Why'd the blood python tribe want to take them from us? 2 mixed blood beasts are nothing to them. We even pay them tribute before winter. I said nothing. Of course I knew why. The wolves weren't the point. The point was that golden snake, a pureblood cub. The blood python's people hadn't come for the wolves. They'd come for it. Yi and Shirtu were just unlucky enough to be standing there. Don't dwell on it. I clapped his shoulder, but my voice went cold. Those 2 wolves, just call them feed for the beasts. That debt, sooner or later I'll collect it, with interest. Ye's enemies were my enemies. From the moment the 2 of us became one. We went to check the traps first thing the next morning. We were still a dozen steps from the first one when Shirtu shouted. It caved in. A big hole had collapsed at the pit's mouth. Shirtu flattened himself down to look, then jerked his head back, shocked and delighted. Rabbits. 2 of them. Still alive. 2 gray-furred rabbits at the bottom, 5 or 6 pounds each, legs impaled on the stakes, squealing and thrashing. I found a long branch, reached it down, and drove it into their heads. The rabbits struggled a few times, then went still. For me, merged with Yi, a thing like this was about as simple as it gets. Yi, you're amazing. Shirtu hugged the rabbits, grinning ear to ear. We'll come every day, meet every day. I smiled too, but the smile faded as it went. I thought of the old people in Ye's memories who'd starved to death. 2 rabbits were enough to feed 2 people for a few days. But a tribe of 500? Nowhere near enough. We can't use this method every day, I said. Use one spot too many times and the rabbits stop coming. We have to switch locations and leave a few pits empty. Wait until they get used to them again, then set them. Shirtu paused, then nodded. I'll do what you say. The rest of the traps yielded 5 more, every one of them over 5 pounds. In a forest this untouched, even the rabbits were fat. By the rules, the 2 hunters got first pick of the haul. The rest went to the common store. That was what the tribe's old and weak counted on to survive. Carrying 7 rabbits the whole way back, we turned every head we passed. Caught him with pits. Yi taught me. Shirtu told it over and over, beaming. Carrying the rabbits, I went straight to Grandpa's stone hut. Before I'd even raised my hand, a voice came from inside. Come in. Good haul today. Grandpa smiled. I explained the trapping method. He was silent a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. This old man's lived through 70-some winters, and I never thought of that. Those clouded eyes faced me. Yi, how many more things like this are in that dream of yours? A lot, I said, but they have to be tried out slowly. Then try them. Put your heart into the tribe's affairs. He paused. With this method, this winter might be a little easier to get through. But there was a melancholy in his tone. The totem stone pillar, he asked suddenly. Do you sense anything from it? My heart stirred. The point of light in my chest, the golden giant ape I'd sensed that day. Yes, I decided to tell the truth. I feel like there's something inside it. Grandpa shot to his feet, an excitement he couldn't suppress on his face. 100 years. My rampaging ape tribe has finally produced another one. He went to the corner and took out a palm-sized piece of hide from under a stone. He unfolded it. Inside was a bone fragment, edges worn smooth, carved all over with dense rows of symbols. This is the only thing passed down through my rampaging ape tribe. They say it's a cultivation method, made specifically for ones like you, those with a powerful soul or with a totem bloodline mark that arises on its own. I can't decipher it, so I can't teach you. Hold on to it for now. Feel your own way. I took the bone fragment. This was hope, the inheritance that would set me on the path to the extraordinary. The saying handed down is to sink your mind completely into it, Grandpa said. I tried, it didn't work. You try. I did as he said, sinking my mind into the bone fragment. That step alone took me half an hour. But I succeeded. The bone fragment grew faintly warm. The point of light in my chest jumped hard, as if roused awake. A connection, faint as a thread, stretched out, passed through the hut, through the tribe, and linked to the totem stone pillar at the center. And then I saw. Inside the pillar was a realm of chaos. At the center of the chaos, an enormous rampaging ape with dull fur lay curled in slumber, its breathing long and slow. And within its body, there was, astonishingly, a golden war ape, asleep just the same. Smaller, but with an aura more ancient, more powerful, more savage. The moment I looked over, the golden war ape's ear twitched. The next second, it opened its eyes. A pair of eyes burning with golden flame. Cold, hungry, ancient, savage. It fixed its gaze on me. My soul felt nailed in place, unable to move. That gaze was too terrible, like a ferocious beast that had slept 10,000 years, sizing up an ant that had wandered into its den. It opened its mouth. A horrifying suction surged at me. The point of light inside me was nearly ripped clean away. I fought to steady my mind, contracting the mark the way the bone fragment described. The suction was too strong. Just as I was about to give out, it vanished all at once. The golden war ape closed its eyes and sank back into slumber. I gasped for air, cold sweat soaking my back. What happened? Grandpa's voice came. I told him what I'd encountered. The old man was silent a long while. It's testing you, he said, putting you to the test, to see whether you're worth waking for. Yi, do you know what a totem is? A wise forebear of the tribe, with great courage and great wisdom, sealed a contract with some powerful being. That's the standard saying handed down, Grandpa cut in. But there are other things only the great tribes and great cities know. He lowered his voice. Some totems are born of a tribe's will. They devour blood essence, souls, even other totems to grow stronger. Strong totems devour weak ones. Weak ones devour weaker. That's the true law of the world's top totems. Big fish eat little fish. My heart sank. So it was the same in every world. The strong prey on the weak. Grandpa, that golden giant ape, what's its name? He turned around, something flickering in his blind eyes. The you of right now isn't worthy of knowing yet. All I can tell you is, for a totem to awaken takes a vast amount of blood essence and souls. Kill all 500 of us, and it still wouldn't be enough. It has to devour other totems, or the blood essence of wild beasts in great quantity. He gave a bitter smile. I fell silent. For the totem to wake, it had to eat. But the rampaging ape tribe had only 2 totem warriors and was so poor it could barely keep its people alive. Where would we get anything to feed it? So, Grandpa said, those things in your dream are too important. Feed the tribe, keep people alive, by the totem time to catch its breath. Then we'll see. Go. Take 3 of the rabbits. Staying alive is worth more than anything. Carrying the rabbits, I walked to the doorway, then suddenly stopped without turning around. Grandpa, that golden snake the blood python tribe was after, what kind was it? I don't know, he said. But anything that gets the blood python to send out that many men is no ordinary thing. Python and snake are kindred from the start. I pushed aside the curtain and stepped out into the night. It was cold outside, the wind blowing from deep in the forest, carrying rot and the smell of blood. Far off, a beast's drawn-out roar. I gazed at that dark, looming forest and thought of Ye's last words. Take care of my sister, Make the tribe strong. Make it so we never have to grovel to anyone again. I clenched my fist. The kill, I would take back. If I couldn't take it back, I'd make them pay with their lives. The foot that trampled us, I would trample back. But not now. The me of right now could only catch rabbits 2 at a time. The tribe could be wiped out at any moment by a slightly stronger beast. 1 step at a time. I took a deep breath and headed for the thatched shelter. Xiao Xiao was crouched at the door poking at ants. The moment she saw the rabbits, her eyes lit up in a flash. Brother, there's meat to eat. I handed 2 of them to the ant who'd followed me. Could you clean these up? 1 for soup for Xiao Xiao, the other 2 roasted. Xiao Xiao hugged my leg and tilted her face up. Brother, will there be meat to eat every day from now on? I crouched down and stroked her head. There will be. In the evening, Grandpa sent someone to call for me. Same stone hut. Grandpa sat by the fire pit, flanked by the tribal chief, Haimu, and the head of the hunting party, Liu. Together with Grandpa, the 3 strongest people in the entire rampaging ape tribe. Grandpa, Chief, Uncle Hu, sit. Explain the method to them. They'll head out tomorrow and give it a try. Yi, I hear you and Shirtu hunted a full 7 rabbits. Liu smiled, but there was disbelief in his eyes. Uncle Hu, whether we can catch them, go take a look tomorrow morning and you'll know. I went over the trap again, and at the end I added, with a few tweaks, it can handle other things too. Tusked boar, leapers, all of them. Easy boy, Liu said, still half skeptical. Let's talk after we see tomorrow's haul. I think it's interesting. But in Chief Haimu's eyes, an eager fire kindled. There are plenty of tusked boar in our hunting grounds. If this method really works, I'll wager not 1 more person starves to death this winter. He believed me. At most he thought I was overstating it. But as long as it worked, it was an enormous thing for the tribe. In another 30 days, the heavy snows would bury everything. I've got another method, one that can keep everyone from freezing, I went on. Grandpa sat bolt upright in an instant. Tell me. I described how to build stone huts fitted with hearths, wood houses fitted with hearths, and how to make charcoal. It burned long, gave off high heat. No need to keep getting up to add wood at night. These were things I'd learned in my past life from scrolling through wilderness survival and cabin building videos when I couldn't sleep. At the time, it was just a way to pass the time. I never imagined that in another world, every bit of it would come in handy. Good. Tomorrow I'll send people to fell timber, build one first as a test, Haima said. Once you all get back from checking the traps, we'll fix whatever's wrong. That charcoal, isn't it already been burned? How can it still be used? Grandpa was puzzled. That one. I can't really explain it. Just experience it for yourself later. I smiled. In any case, paired with a hearth, with enough wood houses, I guarantee not 1 person freezes to death the whole winter. We start tomorrow, Grandpa said softly. Time waits for no one. I got back just as the roasted rabbit was finished. No salt, no seasoning, but we all ate till the grease ran down our chins. Before dawn, Shirtu was already pounding on my door. Yi, let's go check the traps. I didn't sleep a wink all night, kept thinking about those rabbits. Xiao Xiao was still curled up in the animal hide, sleeping like a kitten. I slipped out quietly, and the cold wind hit me, sending a shiver right through me. Go get the chief and Uncle Hu. We'll all go together. Haimu and Liahu came along soon enough. Let's go. Grandpa wants us to take a look. If it really works, we'll make arrangements after, Haimu said, without a moment's hesitation. The 4 of us ducked into the woods. The forest at dawn was even more sinister than by day. Fog everywhere, anything 3 or 5 steps off blurring into shadow, as if something lay hidden in it. The cries of unseen birds were shrill enough to frighten you. Shirtu gripped his wooden spear, his voice trembling. Yi, do you think there might be wild beasts? It's morning, there shouldn't be. That's what I said, but my palms were sweating. Nowhere in this forest was truly safe. Liahu brought up the rear, glancing left and right, muttering, "This place? Rabbits are crafty, fast too." I didn't answer. A little over half an hour later, we reached the first trap. Shirtu ran ahead, then stopped dead. Chief, Uncle Hu, look at this. The pit had caved in badly. The leaves all around churned into a mess, as if something had thrashed inside it. Shirtu had already poked his head down. The next second, his voice exploded. Tusked boar? Yi, it's a tusked boar. At the bottom lay a black, hulking thing, at least 70 or 80 pounds, covered in blood, motionless. Wooden spikes had pierced it in 4 or 5 places. The worst one had gone in through its lower jaw and straight up into its skull. Liahu strode over, shoved Shirtu aside, and looked down. Though the moment he'd caught the smell of blood, he'd been more than half convinced. He stared for 3 breaths, then snapped his head up, eyes wide as saucers. This is really a goddamn tusked boar? Haimu crouched at the edge of the pit, ran a hand over the stiff black bristles, then looked at the stakes and the collapse marks at the bottom. It fell in. Looks like it, I said. Chasing prey, running too hard, put a foot down on nothing and pitched in sideways. The mouth of the pit wasn't big, but it slammed down hard enough to collapse the whole thing. Liahu circled the pit twice, muttering to himself, 20 years I've hunted. Surrounding tusked boars killed 7 or 8 men. The thing's got a thick hide. It's fast, it's strong. When it goes wild, 3 or 5 men can't hold it down, and it just falls in a pit and dies. He crouched, stood, crouched again, over and over, then finally fixed his stare on me. Boy, you dug this pit. Shirtu and I dug it together. Just dig a pit, plant some stakes, cover it with leaves? That's right. Liahu opened his mouth, and after a long while squeezed out 2 words, holy shit. Beside him, Shirtu was fighting back a laugh, his face gone red. Haimu stood and brushed the mud off his hands. Get it up. We'll check the rest of the pits, then talk details back home. Without a word, Shirtu tore off some vines, twisted them into a rope in a few quick moves, and jumped into the pit. The bottom was all blood and rotting mud. He squelched around in it, but he was grinning ear to ear. Yee, this pig's fat, enough to eat for days. He lashed the boar's hind legs. Liahu gave one pull and hauled up pig and man together. My heartbeat quickened a notch. Shirtu plus that boar was at least 200 pounds, and Liahu lifted them like a handful of grass. I couldn't even tell he'd put any effort into it. This was a totem warrior. This was the extraordinary. Liahu ran a hand over those hard tusks and suddenly grinned. All right, it really works. He stood and looked at me, his eyes already completely different from last night. Come on, let's check the next one. Of the remaining 4 traps, 3 had a catch, 2 rabbits and a pheasant. The last one was intact, but there were fresh, large footprints by its edge, skirting around it. Fill this pit in for now. Liahu's expression went taut. From the prints, it's a tiger-type beast. I'll have men keep watch for a few days. Tally done. 1 tusked boar, for rabbits, 1 pheasant. Shitta's grin swallowed his whole face. We're rich. We're really rich this time. Liahu didn't say a word the whole way back. At the tribe gate, he suddenly stopped. Yi. I turned. He spoke slowly, 1 word at a time. I, Liahu, have hunted half my life. I've killed a tiger. I thought I was the best hunter for 100 miles around. Today I learned the truth. I'm not a goddamn thing. Uncle Hu, don't talk like that. It's the truth. He waved a hand. This method of yours beats our pack hunting 100 times over. He gazed at the forest, silent for a moment. Every harsh winter, the hunting party loses men. Either a beast gets them, or they chase prey and lose their way and never come back. This year, he turned to look at me. This year, maybe fewer of us die. I said nothing, but warmth welled up in my chest. Back in the tribe, we carried the boar through in plain sight, and before we'd even reached the gate, a crowd surrounded us. Shirtu laid it on thick about how he'd jumped in the pit and tied up the boar, but this time no one listened to him. Everyone was looking at me, their eyes full of surprise, admiration, and something I couldn't quite name. The stares made me uncomfortable. Carrying the rabbits, I went to Grandpa's stone hut. I told him what had happened. Grandpa smiled. That Liahu, he should be convinced now. I've already sent people to fell timber and gather stone. I crouched and sketched in the dirt with a twig. The houses now, stone piled any old way, would thrown together. They leak wind in winter, the smoke chokes you, and the moment the fire dies you're too cold to sleep. True. Same every year. Grandpa nodded. Does this have to do with that hearth of yours? It does. In my dream, there was a kind of house called a wood house. Wood framing, no vines to bind it, no stones to weigh it down. It uses mortise and tenon. Mortise and tenon? I drew 2 pieces of wood in the dirt, one with a bump, one with a notch. Wood bites wood. The bump fits into the notch, snug, no binding, no coming apart. Grandpa leaned in close and traced the marks in the dirt with his fingers. It really works? It does. Then we carve a hearth into the wall, build a stove from stone, light the fire inside, and the smoke goes out through a flue. No choking inside, and the heat stays in. Grandpa rose and paced a few steps. Wood houses, hearths, charcoal. If all of it comes together, this winter. He didn't finish. But I understood. If it all came together, this winter, no one would freeze to death. Do it. Tell Haimu. He gives you men if you need men. Supplies if you need supplies. I got busy that very morning. First, I went over it in detail with Haimu and Liehu. The night before, I'd only given the rough idea. Wood bites wood, doesn't touch, and it falls apart. Liehu looked utterly baffled. Instead of explaining, I grabbed a bone blade and carved a tenon and a mortise on the spot, fit them together, and handed it to him. Liehu yanked it left and right, not a budge. He put more strength into it, and the wood gave a sharp creak. Good. His eyes lit up. A scrap of wood like this, and it took 40% of my strength. No matter how deep the snow piles this winter, we won't be afraid of it. Haima stared at me. This method, who taught you? My dream. He was silent a moment, then handed the wood back. How many people do you need? 10 strong ones to cut and haul timber. For with steady hands, to learn tenon carving from me. Haima turned and went to round up people. The rampaging ape tribe now had only 511 people. Of those 16 and older, 127 were able-bodied. The rest were the old, the weak, the women, and the children. The hunting party's able-bodied had died the most. In under 5 minutes the people were assembled. I led them to a clearing at the edge of the tribe. First, cut trees. Straight ones, roughly the same thickness. Strip the bark, scorch the base, ends in fire. The whole group grabbed stone axes and ducked into the woods. I took 2 of the steady-handed tribesmen to carve the first batch of tenons and mortises. They were in their 40s, men who normally repaired huts and made tools with deft hands. At first they were all thumbs, tenons too thick or too thin, wobbling when fit together. I didn't rush. I taught them over and over. Too thick, shave it down. Too thin, swap in a thicker piece. It has to be just right. Fit it in, and you can't even pull it back out. By around noon, the 2 of them had it down cold, carving fast and clean. I fit several pieces together, slid the tenons into the mortises, and brought down one strike of a mallet. A square wooden frame stood up, steady and solid, not a wobble. AMU circled it twice, pushed it with his hand, then crouched to study the joints, his eyes full of wonder. This, really no rope? I hung both hands on the frame and let my whole body dangle from it. As long as the wood doesn't rot, this house won't come down. Shurjin squatted and studied it a good while. Yee, will this method work on stone too? It will. But wood houses first. They're fast, ready for winter. Stone houses can wait. By evening, the first wood house was finished. Over 5 meters long, 3 wide, 3 high. Wood walls set into the ground, a roof of wood and grass, a wood door bound to the frame with vines. The crucial part was the hearth, built of stone and clay, taller than a man, half a meter wide, the flue running straight outside. Flames kindled in the firebox bit by bit, warmth spreading bit by bit, smoke drifting out the flue and through the roof. There was no smoke inside, only warmth. I let out a long breath. It worked. Grandpa came in step by step, leaning on his wooden staff. He walked to the hearth and held out a hand to feel the heat. He stood there a long while, then turned around. 74 winters, he said. I've lived through 74 winters, and never once in winter have I felt warm. He patted my shoulder. Go. Call all the tribe to come see. Let them know that this winter, no one will freeze to death again. I stepped out of the wood house. It was cold outside, the wind blowing from deep in the forest, carrying rot and the smell of blood. Far off, a beast's drawn-out roar. But in the house behind me, there was fire, there was warmth, there were people laughing. I clenched my fist. Yee, what I promised you. I'm making it happen, one thing at a time. Back inside, Xiao Xiao was crouched by the hearth warming herself, her cheeks flushed red in the firelight. When she saw me, she looked up, eyes bright. Brother, it's so warm. I stroked her head. Will it be this warm from now on? From now on, this warm. She laughed until her eyes were two narrow slits. I laughed too. In that moment, even the sky over the wild seemed less gray. After nightfall, old and young gathered around the bonfire and threw up 5 more wood houses. Grandpa called the whole tribe to the new houses, the totem stone pillars standing not far behind him. He spoke, his voice low, yet every person heard him clearly. These houses were built by ye, with our people. Every gaze swung to me at once. Go in and have a look. Anyone who hasn't felt it, go feel it. The crowd poured into the wood houses. The first to go in was a white-haired old woman, her back bent like a shrimp. She stood by the hearth, stretched out a withered hand to feel the heat, and then she wept, tears running down through the wrinkles of her face, murmuring words no one could make out. The second, the third, every person who came out had red eyes. Those old ones, those frail ones, who in past winters could only huddle shivering in animal hides. The way they looked at me, it was the way you look at someone who saved your life. I was uncomfortable all over. I backed up and bumped into Liehu. He hooked an arm around my neck. Boy, you're not getting away today. Sure enough, people crowded in. Yi, my house leaks wind. Can you build me one too? Yi, my mother's frail. Can she be the first to move in? A clamor of voices, until my head was buzzing. Grandpa raised a hand, and the crowd fell quiet. What's the rush? The houses are right here. They're not running off. He said aloud. You said it. We can build lots of these. 1 isn't enough. Build 2. 2 isn't enough. Build 3. 3 isn't enough. Build 100. Before the first snow falls, I promise, every one of you will live in a new house. The crowd burst into cheers. Tomorrow, except for the hunting party, everyone follows Ye's lead. Yes, Grandpa. The next day, the whole tribe threw itself into the work. Women shaved wood planks. Children daubed clay on the walls. The able-bodied felled trees and made tenon joints. I had AMU spread the craft further, and the progress was astonishing. Working into the small hours, a full 30 wood houses stood in the river valley. And this was with everyone still green at it. Otherwise, 50 a day would have been easy. Meanwhile, the hunting party spent the whole day digging traps. I just thought to head back and rest when Liehu came looking for me. Yi, tomorrow you come with me, he said. Everybody's basically got the hang of the wood houses now. We need to store food. Once the heavy snow falls, the tribe will start starving again. I thought it over. With AMU and Shurjen up to speed on the houses, Mortis and Tenon now second nature to them. Whether I was there or not made no difference. Hunting really was the more urgent thing. A month at most until the snow fell, and then prey would be scarce and the traps buried. With food in the stores, there'd be no fear in our hearts. All right, I'll leave this to Uncle AMU to oversee. Good, Liehu beamed. I'll tell Grandpa later. Uncle Hu, let's sure to come along too. He's strong. Of course, by rights you two should have joined the hunting party long ago. It's just that this work gets so many killed and wounded, no one was willing to bring you in. He sighed. Come spring I'll bring you in officially, get you some real practice. The hunting party had 42 at the start of the year. Now only 24 were left. The rest were gone. No one could promise they wouldn't be the next. Early the next morning, after a bowl of meat broth, Shurtu and I followed Liehu into the woods. 15 of the hunting party's strongest men came along too, wrapped in animal hides, gripping bone blades, bone spears, and stone axes. Some were carrying injuries, some had scars on their faces, but their eyes were all the same, like starving wolves, fixed on the depths of the forest. Liehu shoved me forward. You all know him. A scar-faced man spoke up gruffly. Captain, a half-grown kid, teaching us to hunt? Liehu's eyes flared. If you're so capable, why don't you go bring back a tusked boar yourself? Scarface choked on that. These past days my name had spread through the whole tribe, catching rabbits, digging pits, building houses. Liehu snorted coldly. That pit yesterday, the chief saw it too. Something I never saw in 20 years of hunting, and he pulled it off by digging a pit. Can you do that? No one made a sound. I stepped forward and looked at the 15 of them. Uncles, brothers, I'm not here to teach you to hunt. I just had a dream, and there were some methods in it I want to try out. Whether they work or not, we try them together. The hostility in Scarface's eyes faded a little. What methods? I crouched and started drawing with a twig. First, find the beast trails. Beast trails. The paths wild animals walk. I said. Drinking water, foraging, going back to their dens, they have fixed routes. Set the traps on those paths, and you'll never want for prey. How do you find them? Look at footprints, droppings, tree bark. Tusked boar love to rub against trees. You'll find mud on the bark. Rabbits walk the small paths. There's fur along the edges. Roe deer love to drink. There are hoofprints by the streams. It's all signs. The men crowded around, rapt. Leahu folded his arms, the corners of his mouth tilting up. Come on, let's go look. The 15 of them followed me into the woods. I watched the whole way. The marks on the ground, the canopy overhead. In Ye's memories, the elders had recounted their forays into the mountains countless times. In my past life, I'd watched all those wilderness survival videos. Cross-referencing the two, I gradually got my bearings. We'd walked the better part of an hour when Leo stopped. This is it. This is where we usually hunt. Any deeper and you're in the depths. Lots of beasts in there. We don't usually go. A gentle slope, the trees sparse, dense with brush and wild grass. A few faint paths winding off into the deep woods. Those were the beast trails. I crouched and looked closely. On one path, footprints lay layered over each other. The fresh ones with crisp edges and dark, new-colored mud. The old ones mostly buried under fallen leaves. A few steps on, a clump of dry droppings, gone pale, undigested grass stems and bark inside, a deer's. I turned to another trail. This time the droppings were still steaming, black, mixed with dirt and insect shells. I crouched. The ground had been rooted up. A boar had nosed through the dirt looking for food, churning the leaves into a mess. The roots of a few shrubs snapped off, the white breaks showing. I read the terrain. A gentle slope, a dry creek at the bottom, dense woods above. The tusked boar had come out of the woods, headed down the slope, rooting for food as it went, moving toward the creek. Uncle Who, when do tusked boar usually come out to feed? Dawn and dusk. They hole up in the woods and sleep during the day. It rooted its way down to here. Is it headed toward the creek? Should be. There's a marsh on the far side. Tusked boar love to wallow there. I nodded, my plan taking shape. Come on, let's check the creek. The closer we got, the denser the trees, the dimmer the light, the ground wet and slick, a smell of rot in the air. Leahu gripped his bone spear and lowered his voice. Careful. There are a lot of beasts in this place. I softened my steps and watched the whole way. Before long, the view opened up. A creek lay across our path, clear to the bottom. The far bank was open ground, waist-high wild grass, and at the end of the grass, the dark mass of the marsh. I crouched in the mud at the creek's edge and searched. Sure enough, there were footprints, a big fresh patch of them. The large ones the length of an adult's hand, the small ones no bigger than a fist. A whole herd. I stood up. At least 7 or 8 big ones, and 5 or 6 small. Leahu's eyes lit up. A whole family. I followed the prints to the edge of the grassland. There the prints fanned out, the grass pressed into a faint channel, the blades along both sides freshly broken. They walked this path often, up from the creek, into the grass, off to wallow in the marsh, then back the same way. I looked around. The open ground wasn't large, woods on 3 sides, the creek on the 4th. Uncle Who, what are tusked boar afraid of? They run at the sight of people. They only turn fierce when cornered. Leahu thought a moment. They're also afraid of fire, of loud noises. So if I dig some pits in this grass path and cover them, will they still walk it? Once they're used to it, they should. Dig. No sooner said than done. Leahu split up the men. One group on lookout, one digging, one sharpening stakes. I chose the positions myself. 4 pits, dug in a staggered pattern, right in the middle of that boar path. Far deeper than last time. A full 3 meters, 3 or 4 meters wide. The bottoms densely planted with sharpened stakes. The covering was the tricky part. Tusked boar were far too heavy for the rabbits. Thin branches wouldn't hold. I had the men cut branches as thick as a baby's arm to lay across the mouth, more along the edges, fewer in the center, so even a step on the rim would still drop them in. Then thin branches, dry grass, a scatter of dirt, and finally a layer of wild grass leaves, identical to the surroundings. Leahu watched, alarmed. If he didn't know there were pits below, he'd fallen himself. There, I said, clapping my hands. Now all that's left is to wait. Wait how long? Depends on luck. Fast today. Slow. 2 or 3 days. Too slow. Liahu frowned. He was the captain. He couldn't afford to wait, and if they didn't come, the tribe went hungry. There's a fast way, but it's dangerous. What way? A few men close in from all sides, spook that herd, and drive them into the pits. I hesitated a little, but if it rouses their ferocity, they'll turn and charge at people. After all, there was a saying in my past life. First the pig, then the tiger, then the bear. A grown tusked boar weighed hundreds of pounds, with half-foot tusks. Getting rammed by one was no joke. Dangerous. Liahu smiled coolly. We come out to hunt. What day isn't dangerous? He quickly arranged the drive and placed Shirtu and me up in a large tree. We waited nearly an hour before the dense woods on the far bank finally stirred. A dozen-odd black shapes swayed into view and crossed the creek in a panicked rush. Tusked boar, 11 of them. 6 big, 5 small. The lead boar king was at least 300 pounds, the bristles on its back standing up like steel needles, 2 stark white tusks a good half-foot long. It stopped, its nose twitching as it sniffed. I held my breath. It sensed nothing amiss and lowered its head to drink. The next second, a huge rock slammed down beside it. The boar king bolted in alarm, the whole herd scattering. But more rocks came flying, in front, to the sides, forcibly herding them toward the pits. In their panic, the herd took the worst route, charging up the slope. The boar king out front churned its 4 legs and lunged straight for that flat patch of dead leaves. Thud! A muffled sound. Its front hooves stepped on nothing. Its whole body pitched forward, and it crashed into the pit. Then a second, a third, a fourth. The boar were running too fast to stop, plunging into the traps one after another. The screams from the bottoms shook leaves loose in a rustling fall. I sat in the tree, heart pounding. Shirtu clamped both hands over his mouth, trembling all over, terrified of crying out. The commotion gradually died down. Liahu approached the pit's edge with his bone spear, looked down, and abruptly stepped back. Holy shit! The others crowded over, looking down one after another, cursing one after another. Shirtu slid down the tree and ran over. I walked over slowly too. In the 4 pits, 11 tusked boar lay sprawled every which way. The sharpened stakes had run some through the belly, some through the neck. The worst had a stake driven from an eye socket straight up into the skull. Blood smeared the whole bottom. All that blood, what a waste, I sighed softly. But the men just stood there, unable to speak for the longest time. Scarface walked over and clapped my shoulder. Ye kid, I'm convinced. 11 of them. 6 big, 5 small. At least 2,000 pounds of meat. Enough to feed the whole tribe for days. Liahu snapped out of it. What are you all standing around for? Get them up. Uncle Lou, don't. I saw one piglet that was unhurt, and Uncle Lou raising his spear to strike. I rushed to stop him. Don't kill the young that aren't dead, tie them up with vines. Though Uncle Lou didn't understand, the haul on this trip was so big that whatever I said went, and he pulled back his spear at once. After working at it for over half an hour, all 11 boar were up. Only 2 of the young were whole and unharmed. I wanted to try raising them in captivity. Liahu finished the count, grinning ear to ear. 6 big, 5 small, not one got away. He looked at me. Boy, that dream of yours is goddamn miraculous. I smiled and said nothing. But I knew, in my heart, this was only the beginning. We carried the boar back to the tribe, and before we'd even reached the gate, a crowd surrounded us. Shirtu started up his performance again, but no one listened to him brag. Everyone was looking at me, their eyes full of surprise, admiration, gratitude, and a kind of awe. Grandpa came out, supported on someone's arm. He walked to the pile of boar, gave them a feel, and turned around. Yee, Grandpa. He was silent a moment, then suddenly smiled, and there seemed to be light in those clouded eyes. Decades. I've never seen the tribe bring back this much meat in a single day. He walked up to me and laid a hand on the crown of my head. That hand was withered and cold, yet it sent a warmth into me. The totem watches over us. You're the lucky star of my rampaging ape tribe. I lowered my head and said nothing. I was no lucky star. I was just someone who wanted to live and wanted everyone around me to live too. Nothing more. That night the bonfire blazed. 7 tusked boar were slaughtered and skinned, the meat roasted, the bones stewed into soup. Children ran circles around the fire, and the old folks sat by it, long missing smiles on their faces. Xiao Xiao cradled a sizzling, dripping piece of roast meat and nibbled at it, her eyes bright as stars. Shirtu held a brimming bowl of meat broth, drinking it down until sweat beaded on his brow. So good, so goddamn good. Liahu carried over a roasted pig leg and sat down beside me. Here. I took a bite, charred outside, tender inside, the fat melting in my mouth. How many more methods like this are in that dream of yours? A lot, but they have to be tried out slowly. Then try them. Liahu said grandly. Come spring, all you half-grown boys join the hunting party. And then, we'll hunt down every beast for 100 miles around. Right? Those two little ones you want to raise. How do you raise them? Just pen them up and raise them like normal. They're omnivores. Bark, roots, insects, they eat it all. In 2 winters they can breed, 4 to 12 to a litter. Raise the ones you can't eat, and before long meat won't be scarce. I thought a moment. Leapers, rabbits, pheasants, horned beasts, it's the same. Once the breeding's running, in 2 or 3 winters the tribe will never worry about food again. No problem. However you say to do it, that's how we'll do it. Liahu slapped his thigh, then turned serious. If you weren't still a half-grown kid, I'd honestly want to hand you this captain's seat. The burden's too heavy for me. Huh. Uncle Hu, you keep that seat for now. I smiled. When I've grown into it, I'll come ask you for it. After we'd talked a while, Liahu went off to tend to the 2 little boar. Firelight lit up every face, each one smiling. But as I gnawed at the pig leg, my mind was elsewhere. That point of light in my chest had been pulsing the whole time. Ever since the boar heads were offered up just now, it had been restless, like something scratching at me. I suddenly remembered the bone fragment tucked against my chest. The inheritance Grandpa gave me, the one thing the tribe had left. These past days I'd been run off my feet and never gotten the chance to study it closely. Right now it lay against my chest, faintly hot. I went over to Grandpa. Grandpa, I want to go back and look at that bone fragment. Go. He sat with his eyes closed, resting. We've got things here. With the whole tribe pitching in today, the wood houses had gone up far faster, 70 some in a single day. Together with the past 2 days, there were basically enough now. 2 more days, and we'd have plenty to spare. Back at the wood house, I lit a torch and took out the bone fragment. Palm-sized, carved all over with dense rows of symbols. I didn't recognize a single one, but the longer I stared, the more those lines seemed to move. I took a deep breath and, the way Grandpa taught me, sank my mind into it. At first there was no feeling at all, the fragment cold and hard. I didn't rush. I just stared, relaxing bit by bit. Gradually, the symbols moved. Not really moving. Moving in my mind, like little snakes following my gaze and burrowing into my head. And then I saw that realm of chaos, that slumbering rampaging ape, and the golden war ape within its body. It seemed to have woken. A pair of eyes burning with golden flame, fixed straight on me. This time, I wasn't afraid. I walked forward. 1 step, 2, 3. I didn't stop until I stood before it, man and ape, less than 3 feet apart. It looked down at me, its eyes free of the cold and the hunger from last time, carrying instead a trace of appraisal. You came again. The voice exploded in my mind, ancient, rusty. I came. It was silent a moment. Just now I felt blood. Decades, and for the first time this much blood essence. Weak, but enough to keep me clear-headed a while. You did well. It dawned on me. It was the heads of those tusked boar, the blood essence in them, drawn in by the totem. You have nerve, and you have heart. On you, I catch a very familiar scent, but I can't place it. It reached out an enormous, gold-furred hand and slowly extended it toward my head. I didn't dodge. The hand paused above my head, and one finger touched the center of my brow. Boom. My mind felt like it burst open. Countless images, movements, insights came flooding in like a deluge. A towering golden giant ape, standing atop a peak, head thrown back in a roar. One punch. Mountains crumbled, the earth split. One swing of its club, rivers ran dry. It battled countless powerful enemies, a winged giant snake, a 3-headed giant wolf, a monster with a human body and a serpent's tail, each fight earth-shaking. Then the images began to break down. Fist, palm, elbow, knee, blade, spear, club. Each movement was taken apart, slowed down, replayed over and over in my mind. I was like a parched sponge thrown into water, those insides boring frantically into my bones. How long it lasted I didn't know, an instant or several days, but at last the sensation faded. I gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat. The flame in the golden war ape's eyes had dimmed from before. Was that a combat technique? Rampaging ape, combat technique. It paused. But you're too weak. I can only give you a little. Quickly, become a shaman, become a totem warrior. The voice came in fits and starts. By the time I came around, it had closed its eyes and sunk into slumber, and my consciousness returned to the house. The combat techniques of the rampaging ape race. I murmured. Because I was too weak, it had only passed on a little. It's enough. Thank you. I rose and bowed deeply toward the totem in the distance. I looked down at my own two hands. My body wasn't the same as before. Not bigger, not stronger, but I knew how to use it now. How to make a fist, how to throw a punch, a blade strike, a club swing, how to wring all the strength in my body into one stream and drive it into my fist. Those things felt carved into my bones, into my soul. I stepped out of the wood house. The night was deep, the tribe silent, only the distant bonfires still burning. I took a deep breath and set myself in the stance for my mind. Feet apart, knees slightly bent, back straight, both fists drawn in at the waist. Then I threw a punch. Whoosh. The wind of the punch split the air. I froze. The speed and force of that punch were more than double any punch I'd ever thrown. And I hadn't even used my full strength. A second punch, a third, a fourth, each one stronger than the last. As I went on, I slipped into some kind of state. The movements were no longer my mind thinking them. My body was moving on its own. Punch after punch, palm after palm, elbow strikes, knee strikes, shoulder rams. How long I went I don't know, but I stopped abruptly, panting like an ox, yet more exhilarated than I'd ever been. It was as if these things had always been mine. So this was the power of a totem warrior? No, I wasn't one yet. I hadn't even awakened a totem mark. I was still an ordinary person. This was just a little of the combat technique the golden war ape had passed to me. Just a little. And that little alone had more than doubled my fighting strength. Then what if I awakened a totem mark, became a shaman, became a totem warrior? What if I learned more techniques? I took a deep breath and pressed down the heat surging in my chest. One step at a time. I told myself. One step at a time. Before dawn, sure to drag me up. Ye. Hurry up. Uncle who wants you. What for? Something about bow and arrows. What's that? I blinked, then remembered. Yesterday I'd mentioned to Liahu that there was a thing that could kill prey from way off. No need to fight it up close and risk your life. His eyes had lit right up. At the center of the tribe, Liahu was already waiting, with Scarface, AMU, and Shurjin standing beside him. Ye, this bow and arrows you mentioned, can we make it today? A simple one, yes. A good one. We'd have to find materials first. What materials? Tell me. I crouched and sketched out several kinds of wood from memory. Yew, elm, mulberry, anything with spring, plus beast sinew and feathers. Bamboo would be best of all. Liahu stared at the drawing and couldn't place them, so he just called in the hunting party and the gathering party to identify them. The gathering captain, Baihua, pointed at the bamboo I'd drawn. I've seen this. Where? Head that direction, from when the sun rises to when it's overhead. Lu, take 3 men and go with Baihua. Don't bother with anything else on the way. Just bring me back that bamboo. Liahu arranged it on the spot. I added a few words about how thick and which kind would suit. Lu grabbed some dried meat and led his men off. After breakfast, we went into the woods, a different direction today. Along the way, I taught everyone about beast trails and traps. This forest really was rich with resources. As we walked, I actually found wild shiitake mushrooms under a tree root. Ye, you can't eat that, can you? Liahu's face tightened. Years back, someone in the tribe got desperate with hunger, picked something like it, and boiled it up, and then the man was gone. Don't worry, Uncle Hu, this kind is edible. I gathered them as I spoke. Remember one rule. The brighter the color, the more likely it's poisonous. In my past life, I'd actually majored in agriculture. I didn't know mushrooms well, but I knew shiitake. A hide was soon filled. We've spotted leapers around here before. The goats you mentioned, Liahu said. Big herd, but too skittish. Often bolt before you can get close. Whether we get to eat goat meat, is all up to you. Goats? Small matter. I said mildly. If we can't manage it today, once the bows are made, it'll be done. I soon found grass that had been grazed. Liahu spread his men out to track. Half an hour later, someone came to report. Found them. We hurried over, and my heart skipped. These goats stood nearly 2 meters tall, with horns on their foreheads gleaming with a cold light. If they hadn't had a bit of a goat's look about them, I'd nearly have taken them for deer. Pits in a drive again. Liahu lowered his voice. We can, this time, take them all alive. However you say to do it, that's how we'll do it. I gave it a little thought and handed out the assignments. Diggers digging, flankers circling behind. A dozen odd pits this time, not a single stake planted at the bottoms, all to take them alive. And in the big trees at the pit edges, I had a net strung up with vines. I wanted to catch every last one. Over an hour later, a bird call rang out, and the operation began. Men from all directions drove the herd along the set route. They didn't dare go head-to-head with the boar, but goats were no big trouble. The goats plunged into the pits one after another, and the lucky ones that dodged ran straight into the vine net. A wild, chaotic goat-catching contest carried on for over an hour. 37 of them, 21 big, and 2 pregnant does. Around 100 pounds of meat each, nearly 4,000 pounds all told. These goats were built more than twice the size of any I'd seen in my past life. Just then, alarm bells went off in my mind. It was a feeling I couldn't put into words, like something screaming inside my head, like a string suddenly pulled taut. Uncle Who? Danger. Before the words were even out. Wish. Wish. 2 black shapes shot out of the brush and bore straight at the crowd. Snakes. 2 huge pythons. Each thicker than an adult's thigh, 30 or 40 feet long. Dark green scales, triangular heads, blood-red tongues flicking, vertical pupils locked on us, frighteningly fast. Green scale pythons. Liahu's pupils shrank. First tier mixed blood beasts. For ordinary people like us, already deadly. The one on the left lunged straight at Shirtu, its gaping maw open, a gust of reek hitting us. Shirtu. My eyes went red. In that split second, Shirtu moved. He shoved the goat he hadn't finished tying into the python's mouth and threw himself into a sloppy roll, just barely getting clear. Crunch. The goat was bitten in 2, the smell of blood spreading instantly. Liahu moved too. He stepped forward, gripped his bone spear in his right hand, his whole body like a drawn bow. Thunk. The bone spear split the air and drove precisely into the python's vital 7 inches. Blood spurted. The python shrieked, its tail sweeping across and flinging a man flying. Liahu gave it no chance. His left hand snatched up a bone axe and chopped down hard. Crunch. The python's head hit the ground. Front to back no more than 3 breaths, and a first-tier beast was dead. But the other one had already charged into the crowd. A man caught the python's tail across his chest and flew off like a torn sack. Liu raised his axe and hacked at the snake's body, the blade lodging in the gap between scales. The python whipped its head around and bit at him. Uncle Liu, without a thought, I grabbed the bone spear off the ground and hurled it. It was pure reflex, but the spear drove straight into the python's eye, sinking in half a foot. Hiss! The python recoiled in pain, lashed its tail, batting away the people and goats around it, and abandoning the rest, came at me on a gust of reek. I stood rooted in place, watching that gaping maw grow nearer and nearer, my mind a blank. And then, crack, a rock the size of a head slammed hard into the python's head. It was Shirtu. He stood a dozen odd steps off, still clutching another rock, his face deathly white, his legs shaking, but he gritted his teeth and screamed, "Come on, come at me." The python reeled, its head wobbling. That single wobble was all it took. Liahu arrived. Gripping the axe in both hands, he chopped down hard from the side, the blade biting into the python's neck, blood spraying across his face. The python thrashed wildly. He stamped a foot down on its body, wrenched the axe free, and chopped again and again. Then he seized the spear sticking out of its eye and drove it in hard, twisting. The python struggled a few times, then went limp on the ground. "Yi, you all right?" Liahu rushed up to me. My body was still trembling faintly, but strangely, I felt not a shred of fear. Instead, I felt a little excited, a little eager. Not the bloodthirsty kind. Another kind, like sinking the buzzer beater in the last few seconds on the court in my past life, like finishing the last big problem on an exam. Like I'd come alive, truly come alive. Not the Lin Yi hauling cement at the construction site, fretting over tuition, and not the Yi who'd been ground into the mud. The new Lin Yi, after the merge. Uncle Hu, I'm fine. Quick, check on the others. Boy, not bad. Liehu praised me, then turned and roared, "Tend the wounded." The tally came quickly. Bao had a big chunk bitten out of his thigh. 3 men had bones snapped by the python's tail. The rest had light injuries. Take the wounded and the goats, fall back. Wait, I stopped him. Carry them like that, and they won't make it to the tribe. I quickly explained how to make a stretcher. For stretchers were soon built, crude, but far better than hauling someone bodily. Liehu and Lu each dragged a python, and let everyone off at a fast clip. Half an hour later, without further mishap, we made it back to the tribe. Grandpa was helped over and laid a hand on Bao, the most badly hurt. I clearly felt a stream of energy pass from his hand, and the wound knitted at a speed visible to the eye. Then he produced a stalk of grass shimmering with spirit light, divided it into 4 portions, and fed it to them. Carry them inside. They'll be well in a few days. The rest of you, deal with the kill. Raise the live goats the way we raise the boar. Make the pen higher, Liehu ordered. Yi, Haimu, Liehu, come with me. We went in and shut the door and sat. Grandpa's tone went heavy. Tell me, what happened today? It was green-scale pythons. Liehu ground out the words. What do you mean? I didn't understand. Green-scale pythons are creatures the blood python tribe rears, Haimu said, holding down his anger. The same tribe that beat you that time. Grandpa, let's have it out with them. Liehu's eyes were red. A perfectly good hunting ground, and we pay them tribute every year, and they treat us like this? Have it out. Grandpa shook his head. With what? 30-some totem warriors, a second-tier shaman. How would you fight that? Liehu's face flushed crimson, and he fell silent. Then what do we do? Haimu asked. Do nothing. Act as if we don't know, and tell the people the same. Grandpa shook his head again, silent a moment. Tell me everything that happened today, in detail. When he'd heard it all, he came over to me and patted my shoulder. You boy, not bad at all, just as I thought. I don't really know what happened either. It might have to do with last night. I gave an honest smile and told him about the bone fragment passing on the technique. Run through a set for me. I went to the clearing and threw a few of the simplest punches. Each one came out with a whoosh of wind. Grandpa couldn't see, but he could hear. He listened to the wind of the punches, his expression growing more and more complicated. Rampaging ape combat techniques. He murmured. The techniques our tribe lost so long ago. He pressed a hand on my shoulder. Yi, the totem has chosen you, not because of that bone fragment, but because you are hope. The few boar heads we offered up, though not many, let the totem see hope. But I haven't awakened a totem mark yet. Soon, once your body's a little stronger, with the chi and blood of those 2 green-scale pythons, plus the strength of your soul, it should be soon. He paused. The materials for the bows have all been brought back. Get to work on them. The men, you organize them yourself. Grandpa turned and gazed at the night outside the window. Yi, do you know why I have you do all this? I shook my head. Because I don't have much longer to live. My heart lurched. Grandpa, let me finish. He waved a hand. 70-some winters, I've gotten my money's worth. It doesn't matter if I die. What matters is that the tribe doesn't fall. You're the one the totem chose. From today, you're the shaman designate. You're standing second only to mine. From now on, the tribe depends on you. I opened my mouth, but couldn't get a word out. Those clouded eyes looked at me. Live well, train well, lead them to survive. Survive to the day the totem truly awakens. My nose stung, and I nodded hard. I will, Grandpa. He smiled. Faint, but warm. Out of the wood house, I gazed at the dense woods in the distance. Chief, Uncle Hu, gather the able-bodied tonight. Those combat techniques, starting tonight, I'll teach everyone, move by move. This way, won't the totem take it amiss? Haima looked a little troubled. It won't. An inheritance is an inheritance precisely because it's meant to be passed down. I said slowly. We in the totem are like leaves and roots. We're the leaves, channeling energy to it. It's the roots. The stronger we are, the sturdier the roots. and in turn the better they can nourish us. Good. Haimu grew excited. The whole tribe comes tonight, and anyone who doesn't learn properly, I'll break his legs. Uncle Hu, come look at the bow materials with me. And along the way, tell me about totem warriors. On the way, Liahu laid it all out. Totem warriors range from 1st to 9th tier, and each tier was divided into 4 stages: early, mid, high, and peak. Haimu was early 2nd tier. Liahu himself was peak 1st tier. Those 2 greenscale pythons were only early 1st tier, which was why he'd killed them so cleanly. 1st tier, awaken a totem mark, a physique far beyond an ordinary person's, single arm strength around 300 pounds, up to 800 at peak, special constitutions aside. 2nd tier, skin and flesh like iron, able to kill mixed blood beasts barehanded. 3rd tier, forge the bones. 4th tier, refine the organs, and beyond that even Liahu couldn't say. As for shamans, they came in several kinds: diviners, beast tamers, healers, and more. What they cultivated was the power of the soul, able to commune with heaven and earth, totems, ghosts, and gods. Their methods were uncanny, killing a man without a trace. Shirtu came running over too. The 3 of them reached the hut where the materials were piled, and I sat right down to make a bow. I chose a length of bamboo, sized it up, about as tall as a man. I split it with a stone knife and slowly shaved it down, thick in the middle, thin at the ends. Then I shaped the limbs. They had to be thin and springy. Too thick and you can't draw it. Too thin and it snaps. I shaved bit by bit, testing the feel as I went. Shirtu crouched beside me, watching without blinking. Yee, this thing can really kill prey from way off. It can. What about when you meet a beast? My hand paused. Depends how big. Small ones, you can shoot. Big ones, depends on luck and its defenses. A full hour of shaving, and the limbs finally reached a form I was satisfied with. I picked up a strand of beast sinew. Liahu had dug it out of the stores, said to be the sinew of an iron-backed wolf from years ago. For the bowstring, it had to be taut, but not too taut. After several tries, I finally got it tied. A bow done. I held the bow in my left hand, drew the string with my right, and pulled it slowly open. The body of the bow bent, giving off a faint creak. At half draw, I let go. Twang. The string thrummed. Shit, his jaw dropped. Liahu stared at the bow, his eyes full of light. Let me try. He took it, mimicked my draw. Crack. Stop. My face changed. Uncle Hu, you're too strong. This is just a test piece, not tough enough yet. My face went a little red as I said it. Ah, that's it. No wonder it seemed so easy. Liahu smacked his lips. But like this, how do you actually use it? One moment. I sat back down and worked the rest of the bamboo. In no time, I'd shaved out 10 arrows. The shafts had to be straight, the head sharp, a notch cut in the tail to catch the string, then feathers bound to the tail with fine vine. I knocked an arrow, drew full, took aim at a tree 50 paces off. I let go. Whoosh. The arrow struck the trunk dead on, the tail buzzing. Shirtu jumped up, hit it. But my face went red again. I'd actually been aiming at a different tree. Luckily, neither of them could tell. Liahu charged over, yanked out the arrow, stared at the half-inch deep hole, and said nothing for a long while. Then came back and looked at me. This thing, how far can it shoot? Within 50 paces, it'll pierce a hide. Farther than that, the force isn't enough. 50 paces, he murmured. Kill prey from 50 paces off. No closing in, no risking your life. He suddenly burst out laughing. Good. 3 goods in a row, slapping my shoulder so hard it cracked. Boy, this dream of yours is a goddamn treasure. The bow and arrows were made after all. Crude, the most primitive of simple bows. But in these wilds, for now, they were enough. Make a few more, shave more arrows, train up the hunting party, and from now on, hunting wouldn't have to cost lives every time. Uncle Hu, an arrow has to kill in one shot. It takes practice, I said. The really gifted can even hit dead center every time. Say they'll take the eye, and never anywhere else. Is there a weapon that'd suit me? Liahu's eyes were full of hope. There is. A composite bow, horn plates glued inside the limbs, sinew fibers laid outside, bonded fast with fish bladder glue, and the body of the bow has to be completely dried out. Harder to make. I'll work it up for you slowly. I paused. If you want arrowheads with real penetration, you need metal. And your long spears, you can actually use them like this too. I fetched a wooden spear, took aim at a big tree, and hurled it with all my strength. Whump! The spear hit the tree, blasting off a big chunk of bark, the tip vanishing right into it. You can use it like that too, right? I spread my hands. Switched to bamboo. Bamboo's hollow. And with your strength, a hit means a bleeding wound on the beast. Liahu's eyes lit up. Without a word, he snatched a wooden spear and hurled it the way I had. Boom! A deep crater blasted open on the big tree, the spear gone from sight too. He didn't know a thing about bleeding wounds or not. He only knew that with these, the people's safety and the hunting were basically solved. He shaved a bamboo spear on the spot and hurled it, far more powerful than the wooden one. Ye, you're the lucky star of our rampaging ape tribe. His eyes were full of shock and gratitude. These spears, if a few dozen men throw them all at once, you hardly even need to aim. Even up against the same tier beast, we might just be able to put up a fight. Uncle Hu, the rampaging ape tribe is your home, and mine too. I nodded earnestly. Huh, good, good. He clapped my shoulder hard, then remembered something. Right, you said arrowheads need metal. What's that? Would the bones of a graded beast do? Teeth would work. Bones probably too. I haven't tried. I thought a moment. Metal's a bit like stone, just a different color. Black, gray, yellow-brown, all kinds. Stone in different colors. Liahu smacked his forehead. I think I've seen it. Wait here. He dashed off in a whirl and came back cradling a grimy, yellow-brown ore, which he dropped on the ground. Is this it? I crouched down. The color was right. The iron tang was right too. That's it. That's the one. My face broke into a grin. With iron ore, there'd be a lot more I could do from now on. Anything below third tier, unless its defenses were freakish, couldn't stand up to iron weapons. Then hurry up and make some. Liahu urged. Can't make any right now. We have to burn charcoal first. I said helplessly. Don't rush, one step at a time. First get the bows out to everyone. Store up enough winter food. With firewood and food, we can tinker the whole winter. All right. Liahu was reluctant. And here I thought we could use it right away. Uncle Hu, go get Uncle Amu and the others first. The hunting party needs a bow for every man. Amu, Shurjen, and a couple more came quickly. These 4 old craftsmen in their 40s had made tenon joints with me for a few days and were already won over. The moment they heard there was something new, they dropped their work and ran over. Yi, what's the good thing this time? Amu rubbed his hands. I pointed at the bow on the ground. Amu picked it up carefully, turned it over and over, his fingers stroking the limbs, kneading the string. This string, iron-backed wolf sinew? Right. Sharp eye, Uncle Amu. I picked up a length of bamboo and demonstrated step by step, from selecting the material to shaving the limbs to stringing it. Amu mimicked the draw, stopping at half. This takes no small amount of strength. Right? So archers have to train their strength too. Can't draw it, can't shoot far. He studied the bow a while, then suddenly asked, can it be made bigger? If a strong man uses a big bow, does it shoot farther? My eyes lit up. Sharp, Uncle Amu. Exactly. The bigger the bow, the heavier the draw, the farther it shoots. It just demands better materials and is harder to make. We'll try slowly. We've got nothing but time, he smiled. I smiled too. The world might be savage, but the people weren't dull, only limited by what they'd been exposed to. Teach them the methods, and they'd figure out a pile of things on their own. While I taught the arrows, Mu asked again whether the heads could use bone or a beast's teeth. Shurjen quietly suggested cutting the tail notch deeper to seat the string better. Both good ideas. Shurtu watched, itching to try his hand, and I held him off. First help me collect the arrows and count them. I'll teach you separately later. He pouted, but went off obediently. By evening we'd made 10 bows and over 100 arrows. Amu and Shurjen had gotten the hang of it. What they shaved out was a match for mine, some even better. Uncle Amu, Uncle Shurjen, you've learned it. From tomorrow, take a few men and make bows and arrows full-time. We teach. Amu was surprised. Right? I can't make them all myself. You learn it, and then teach others. That's how it goes fast. The two exchanged a glance, and both smiled. All right. After dinner, I followed Liahu to the clearing at the center of the tribe. Several bonfires blazed, and under the firelight the ground was packed with people. The able-bodied, women, the old, even half-grown children had come, forming a great circle, waiting quietly. I walked to the center of the circle and stood. Liahu spoke in a deep voice. Tonight we've called everyone here for a great matter. Yi has won the Totem's recognition and obtained the combat techniques our rampaging ape tribe lost long ago. Whoa, the crowd erupted. Grandpa walked out from among them, and the moment he stood at my side, the clamor instantly died. Yi has indeed won the Totem's recognition. His voice was low, yet every word was crystal clear. From today, he is the shaman designate, his standing second only to mine. Tonight, he will teach you these combat techniques. Learn them well, and the tribe will lose fewer people, hunt more, live longer. He patted my shoulder and stepped aside. I looked at the pairs of eyes turned toward me, all of them full of a hunger to live. I took a deep breath. Uncles, brothers, aunties, sisters, what I'm teaching isn't anything mystical, just some ways of how to put out force, how to throw a punch, how to fight. But it can give you one more chance at life when you meet a beast, one more edge when you fight an enemy to the death. It can let you. I paused, looking at the thin, frail children in the crowd. It can let you hunt one more animal, live one more day, before you starve in the winter. The crowd was silent, but I saw, in those pairs of eyes, something burning. Begin. I set the stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, back straight, both fists drawn in at the waist. This is stance training to build your base. With a steady base, you've got the strength to hit. I did it in front, the crowd followed behind. Some stood all crooked, some couldn't even bend their knees right. I didn't rush. I went to each one and corrected them. Back at the front, I took a deep breath and threw a sudden punch. Whoosh! The wind of the punch split the air, making even the bonfires sway. The crowd let out a wave of gasps. This punch uses the strength of the whole body, not just the arm. The foot pushes off the ground, the leg drives, the waist twists, the shoulder sends it out, and only last comes the fist. I broke down each movement. First, practice empty strikes. When you can throw a punch that makes the air whistle, that's when you've gotten the basics. In no time, the whoosh of punches rose all across the clearing. Liahu was practicing too. He was already peak first tier. He understood at a hearing, mastered it at a try. As he went, he suddenly stopped. Yi, this pushing off with the foot, twisting the waist, sending with the shoulder you mentioned. Why does it feel different from how I usually fight? Before, I'd just hammer in with arm strength. But this set of yours, it feels like the strength all twists into one rope. Sharp, Uncle Hu. That's exactly it. I smiled. The whole body's strength twisted into one strand. That's what makes it one punch. Otherwise, it's scattered. He turned it over in his mind, then asked, can this method be used on a bone spear? Of course. Blade, spear, axe, all the same. Channel the whole body's strength into the weapon. The better you channel it, the greater the power. His eyes lit up. Teach us spear later. The bonfires burned all night, and the people trained all night. They didn't disperse until nearly dawn, every face weary but tinged with excitement. I slept till noon, was dragged up by Shirtu to eat, and after eating went over to amuse again. He was already making bows with 4 men. Seeing me, he grinned. Yi, take a look, did I do it right? I tried his bow and looked at the arrows. Uncle Amu, your craft beats mine. This bow's made better than the one I made. Practice makes perfect, he chuckled. Make a few dozen more, and I'll do even better. By evening, another dozen-odd bows and over 200 arrows were out. I knocked an arrow and took aim at a tree 50 paces off. I let go. Whoosh! The arrow sank half an inch into the wood. Amu pulled out the arrow, clicking his tongue in wonder. This thing can really kill a man. It can, but you have to practice your aim. After nightfall, we kept training the combat techniques. I sent off the children under 6 and the elders over 50 and kept the rest. We trained again until midnight. Back at the woodhouse, I was sore all over from exhaustion, but couldn't sleep. I took out the bone fragment from against my chest and, by the firelight of the hearth, stared at those dense rows of symbols. These past days I'd been too busy to study it closely. Grandpa said it was the one cultivation method the rampaging ape tribe had handed down, made specifically for those with a powerful soul or a self-arising totem bloodline. I was already the shaman designate, and the totem had chosen me. So this bone fragment, I should be able to cultivate it now, shouldn't I? I did as Grandpa taught, and sank my mind into it. At first my thoughts kept drifting to the totem. Once, twice, 3 times. After I'd lost count of how many times, the feeling finally changed. The symbols were no longer dead but alive, like glowing snakes burrowing into the depths of my consciousness. And then I saw something. Not words, but a kind of meaning I could understand directly. Rampaging ape body tempering method. A cultivation method. Not the shaman's path, but the totem warriors. It told of how to fuse totem power into flesh and blood, starting from an ordinary person, tempering the skin, flesh, bones, and organs, becoming step by step a true totem warrior. I devoured it ravenously. The method had 1 primer and 4 tiers of body tempering, reaching at most the organ refining realm. The primer was the foundation. How to convert the primal energy of heaven and earth and use that energy to temper the body, and how to refine the chi and blood within a beast's body. But you first had to develop a sense of chi, or all of it was for nothing. After the primer came the 4 tiers, tempering the skin, conditioning the flesh, forging the bones, refining the organs. Besides the method itself, there were 4 martial techniques: rampaging ape fist, rampaging ape blade, rampaging ape staff, rampaging ape spear. All were the rampaging ape race's masterworks of old, and all, sadly, incomplete. Rampaging ape fist, fierce and overbearing, 1 punch, and mountains crumble, the earth splits. Rampaging ape blade, swallowing all under heaven, 1 cut, and all directions are annihilated. Rampaging ape staff, sweeping away legions, 1 strike, and rivers run dry. Rampaging ape spear, a thrust like lightning, 1 stab, and ghosts and gods take fright. Looking at the moves, I suddenly thought of the images the golden war ape had passed to me. Those fists, palms, elbows, knees, blades, spears, staves. It turned out they were all just a corner of these techniques. What it passed to me was the introduction. I realized the real techniques are all in this bone fragment. I read on, growing more astonished the further I went. The true power of these techniques rested entirely on totem power. Before awakening, you drew on the force of chi and blood. Only after awakening came the primal force of heaven and earth. Without awakening, you could only practice the frame, 1/100th of the power at most. Last came the shaman's cultivation, more fragmentary still, just a single passage left. The shaman communes with heaven and earth, totems, ghosts, and gods. In cultivating the way of the soul, visualization comes first. Visualize the totem's form. Sense the energy of heaven and earth. Gather the power of the soul. A strong soul makes a strong shaman. A weak soul, a weak shaman. Remember this. And then nothing. I was a little disappointed, but I also understood. With the rampaging ape tribe in decline for so many years, having even this much left was no small thing. But what truly weighed on me was something else. This body tempering method would devour a colossal amount of food, traded for chi and blood, and as it stood, we'd thank heaven just to get through the winter without starving. Worse still were the standards. By the body tempering method, single arm strength of 800 pounds was only just touching the threshold of a totem warrior. To reach peak first tier, you needed single arm strength of 5,000 pounds, with an iron weapon leaving no wound when it struck your body, before you could push for second tier. 5,000 pounds. I looked down at my own arm. Right now, single arm, 100 pounds at most, 50 times short of 5,000. And Liahu, peak first tier, could manage 800-pound single arm at the very most. By this standard, he'd only just stepped through the door. It wasn't that he was weak. It was that the rampaging ape tribe's inheritance had been broken too badly. Without a complete method, totem warriors could only feel their way by instinct, piling on beast blood essence to brute force their way up, and reaching peak first tier that way was already the limit. That Haimu could reach second tier, and Liahu peak first, was proof in itself that both men were extraordinarily gifted. But the Blood Python tribe had 30-some totem warriors, plus a second-tier shaman. Even if they were all first-tier like Liahu, that was enough to grind the rampaging ape tribe to powder. I clenched my fist. That night, I dreamed of the golden war ape again. It stood atop a peak, golden fur ablaze with flame, a huge staff in hand, head thrown back in a roar. Mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry. Countless beasts trembled beneath its feet. The scene shifted. It lay in a pool of blood, black bone spears bristling all over its body, surrounded by dense, endless black shapes, some human-formed, some beast-formed. It struggled to rise but couldn't, no matter how it tried. It lifted its head and gazed into the distance. That direction was exactly where the rampaging ape tribe stood. I jolted awake, my back drenched in cold sweat. The dream was too real, real as if that memory had been carved into my soul all along. Day was already breaking. I shook my head and put it out of mind. There was real business today. I went to find Grandpa and laid out everything in the bone fragment, down to the last detail. This body tempering method is far stronger than what we practice now, I said. By the standards in it, single arm strength of 800 pounds is just the door. Peak first tier needs 5,000 pounds, with an iron weapon leaving no wound when it strikes you, before you can push for second tier. Uncle, who is peak first tier now, by this standard, he's only just stepped through the door. Grandpa's hand trembled faintly. The firewood in the pit crackled and popped. After a long while, he spoke hoarsely. Our inheritance has been broken too long. I know, I said. That's why I want to pass this method to Uncle Who, the chief, and sure too. Grandpa looked up at me. You're certain? You're the one who comprehended this method. By rights. Only you can practice it. I shook my head. Grandpa, this method belongs to the rampaging ape tribe, not to me. The totem chose me not to make one person strong, but to have me lead the whole tribe to grow strong. However strong I get on my own, how many can I take? The blood python tribe has 30-some totem warriors. Can I beat them alone? No. But if Uncle Who and the chief grow strong, if we have 10, 20 totem warriors, the totem and the tribe are like roots and leaves. Clutch the method in one man's hand, and it grows only a few leaves. Pass it to everyone, and it grows into a great tree. Grandpa was silent a long while, the firelight deepening the wrinkles on his face. Yi, do you know why I chose you as the shaman designate? I shook my head. He reached out and pressed a hand on my shoulder. Because you have nerve, you have heart, and you have the thing our rampaging ape tribe lost so long ago. What? Responsibility. His hand tightened slightly. Why has the tribe grown weaker year by year? Not because no one's born, not because no one dies, because no one can carry the weight. The fighting spirit's been ground away. The more we hunt, the fewer we are. Year after year, weaker and weaker. But you're different. Digging pits, it was to put more meat in your sister's mouth. Building wood houses, it was so no one would freeze to death in winter. Teaching combat techniques, it was so fewer people would die. And now you want to pass the method on too. He smiled, and there seemed to be light in those clouded eyes. Go. Pass it to them. You're the shaman designate. The tribe's affairs are yours to decide. And if anything goes wrong, there's still this old, undying wretch to fall back on. I nodded hard, and was about to leave when he called me back. That boy sure too. He's not quite ordinary. I started. You saw it too? Saw it when he was small. Far stronger than others his age. It's just that the tribe never had the means to make him a totem warrior. I'll see to him. I stepped out of the wood house into full daylight. The golden-red morning sun spilled across the rows of new wood houses, gilding them a warm color. I strode toward the clearing. At this hour, Liehu was sure to be there. Sure enough, he was leading a few of his men through punches, fierce and full of force, while a couple of half-grown children looked on, rapt. Uncle Who, bring the chief and sure to Grandpa's place. There's business. He read my face, knew it was no small thing, and went with a nod. The four of us went into Grandpa's wood house and shut the door. I looked at the three before me. Haimu, early second tier, in his 40s, his gaze as steady as stone. Liehu, peak first tier, scarred all over, his gaze sharp as a blade. Shurtu, a 16-year-old ordinary person, yet born with monstrous strength, his eyes both curious and tense. I took out the bone fragment. This is the one cultivation method of our rampaging ape tribe, the rampaging ape body tempering method. But it's different from what we practice now. By its standards, Uncle Who, your peak first tier is only just through the door. I told them the standard. 800 pounds single arm to enter, 5,000 at peak first tier, an iron weapon leaving no wound on the body. Liahu said nothing for a long while. 20 years I've trained, and single arm I've only reached 800 pounds. 5,000. How long would that take? It's not that we're weak. It's that the inheritance was broken, I said, looking at him. Practice this, and you can break through. His eyes lit up. You'd pass it to us? That's exactly why Grandpa called you here. I turned to Haimu. Chief, you've been stuck at early second tier for years now, haven't you? Practice this, and you might just push through. Haimu said nothing, but I saw his hands trembling faintly. Last, I looked at Shirtu. Shirtu, you're different. You were born with monstrous strength. Your constitution suits this method perfectly. How far you can take it, no one knows. Shirtu looked down at his calloused hands, his voice rough. I really can. Practice and you'll find out. Besides, you don't trust Grandpa. His head snapped up, his eyes rimmed red. Yee. No nonsense, I cut him off. If you want to thank me, train hard, kill more beasts, look after the tribe better. He nodded fiercely. I'll teach you this method, and once you've learned it, you pass it to people you trust. Our totem warriors have to grow in number, one at a time. But it eats too much blood food. For now only you three practice it, and everyone else, me included, goes to the back of the line. I paused, my voice going low. And the most important rule, this is the foundation of the rampaging ape tribe. Without Grandpa's nod and my agreement, no one passes it outside the tribe. I'll guard it with my life, Haimu said. Me too, said Liahu. If I, Shirtu, leak it, let me die a wretched death, said Shirtu. Then let's begin. I started from the top. How to draw the primal energy of heaven and earth into the body. How to convert the energy of blood food. How to coordinate it with specific movements and breathing. Then on to tempering the skin, conditioning the flesh, forging the bones, refining the organs. I broke down each step, explained it once, then again, then a third time. Haimu and Liahu listened, rapt, asking questions now and then. Shirtu was sweating buckets but gritted his teeth and committed it to memory. Over an hour later, I stopped. How much do you remember? 70%, said Haimu. 70%, said Liahu. Shirtu lowered his head. 30%. I patted his shoulder. It's fine, one step at a time. From now on, after we train each day, I'll go through it again. Explain it 100 times, and you're bound to remember. After that, I didn't go into the mountains with the party. I stayed in the tribe to oversee a few things. AMU's bow and arrow workshop now had 10 people, turning out 30 bows and over 600 arrows a day. The one tending the animals was a woman named Tung, formerly a gatherer, now in charge of the live creatures in the pens, piglets, leapers, feeding them wild greens, roots, dried fruit, fattening them up sleek and plump. Looking at the young beasts crowded together, I had a strange feeling. The breeding farms I'd only ever seen in videos in my past life were taking their first shape here in these wilds. In the evening, the hunting party came back with a great haul, 3 tusked boar, 8 leapers, plus a heap of rabbits and pheasants. Half of today's were shot with bows, Liahu said, waving his bow, beaming. From 40, 50 paces off, one arrow through a leaper's neck. The beast didn't make 2 steps before it dropped. That night was another offering. 3 boar heads set beneath the totem stone pillar, and I felt the point of light in my chest pulse more strongly than before. After nightfall, Haimu, Liahu, and Shirtu began cultivating the rampaging ape body tempering method. Liahu had the deepest foundation and took to it fastest. After a few circuits, a faint red glow surfaced over his arms, chi and blood driven to their peak. Haimu was the steadiest, already second tier. For him it wasn't a breakthrough, but a recasting and refining. Shirtu was still feeling his way, but the 3 had one thing in common. After practicing, all of them were starving, gut to backbone, their frames seemingly shrunk a size. Luckily, I'd had a first-tier greenscale python stewed. The 3 averaged 10 pounds of meat each before they recovered. Now I finally get why you said we couldn't afford it, Haimu said with a wry smile. At this appetite, however thick a fortune you've got, it gets emptied out. Just for now, I said mildly. Once we've stored enough winter food, you and Uncle who go hunt first-tier beasts. With beast chi and blood to draw on, the drain won't be this terrifying. Over the next half-month, The rampaging ape tribe seemed to change its very face. Bows. One for every person, even the children. The feel for it has to be trained from young. Breeding. The pens expanded 3 times, a dozen-odd compartments, over 40 animals big and small. Charcoal burning. Stockpiling fuel for future iron smelting and warming the houses besides. Cultivation. Every night the whole tribe trained combat techniques, and Jaime's 3 drilled the body tempering methods separately. After half a month, the results were astonishing. Eating greenscale python meat, Liahu's single-arm strength climbed to 1,800 pounds. Jaime, recasting his skin and flesh, advanced even faster, single-arm nearing 3,000 pounds, ordinary beast fangs no longer able to pierce his skin. The most shocking was Shirtu. Not only had he not put on weight, he'd wasted away to skin and bone. His intake of chi and blood couldn't keep up with the drain. And yet even so, his single-arm strength was already 1,500 pounds. Mind you, he hadn't even awakened a totem mark. As for me, I was still short of the shaman's threshold, but visualizing that giant ape day after day, I clearly felt my soul condensing, my hearing and sight growing ever keener. That night, we gathered in Grandpa's house again. "Chief, Uncle Who, it's time you went and hunted a few first-tier beasts," I said, looking at the 2 of them. "Otherwise shit is going to be sucked dry by this method." The 3 of them turned in unison to look at Shirtu, wasted past recognition, and they all frowned. "Half of those 2 first-tier greenscale pythons went into his belly," Jaime said, caught between laughing and crying. "I honestly don't know how that boy's stomach is built. 2 greenscale pythons, a full 3,000 pounds of meat, and half of it had gone into Shitta's belly. That stomach was a bottomless pit. However much he ate, he absorbed." Shirtu flushed. He couldn't explain it either. He was just hungry all the time. "This is a good thing. Shitta's constitution is awakening," Grandpa said. "If he awakens successfully, his talent will surely surpass you too. Yi and Shirtu are the 2 most crucial people in our tribe right now. Do as Yi says. Tomorrow you 2 go hunt a few first-tier beasts first. With your current strength, no first tier, however strong, is a match for you. If you can take a second tier, even better." "Yes, Grandpa," Jaime and Liahu said together. "Uncle Moo, how much food have we stored?" I asked. "By your way of counting pounds, the stores hold around 50,000 pounds of meat, plus 47 grown goats, and roughly 10,000 pounds of fruit and wild vegetables." "Not enough." I shook my head. 2 pounds of meat per person per day, 500-odd mouths, 70 days of winter. That's 1,000 pounds a day. We need at least 80,000 pounds stored to winter safely. Tomorrow I'll take the hunting party out and get more meat. That big lake, once it freezes over, we can surely pull a 10, 20,000 pounds of fish from it. That lake was where we drew our water, hundreds of acres at least, immensely rich, but also perilous. There were giant pythons in it, prehistoric crocodiles, and all sorts of things no one could name. But these savage winters were strangely cold, tens of degrees below zero, even over 100, and the surface would freeze solid. That was what gave me the confidence to fish. The words were barely out when Grandpa, Jaime, and Liahu said in one voice, "No, Yi, you can't go out anymore." Grandpa's expression turned grave. "You're the shaman designate. You have to start leading the whole tribe. I don't have many days left, and you're the rampaging ape tribe's only hope. If anything happens to you, the tribe can only sit and wait for ruin." "It really won't do," Liahu cut in urgently. "The chief and I hunt beasts at night and hunt game by day. You, right now, absolutely cannot leave the tribe." "Grandpa's right," Jaime said in a deep voice too. "If anything should happen to Grandpa, you'd be the only one left in our rampaging ape tribe who can commune with the totem. Without someone to commune with the totem, our tribe will never awaken another totem warrior. That's a price we can't bear. When Liahu first took you out, I warned him again and again. Your safety comes first. Even if he came back empty-handed, even if he lost his own life, he had to bring you back safe." Grandpa said it word by word. "So this matter, don't even think about it." I held back a breath of frustration. "I'm not asking you to take risks. I'm confident I can get that much meat before the snow falls. At the rate we're saving now, when will it ever be enough? Then save a few more days." Grandpa's tone was flat, as if speaking of something trivial. Whether the snow falls early or late, no one can say. But your life is right here. Grandpa, do you know how the last shaman designate died? I started. Grandpa leaned against the wall, the firelight stretching his shadow long. Those clouded eyes gazed into the void, as if looking somewhere far away. 32 years ago. I'd been a shaman only a few years. The tribe had a shaman designate too, named Lai. 2 years older than you, the best fighter among the ordinary folk, and the totem had chosen him as well. That year the snow came half a month early, the food shortfall worse than it is now. Lai insisted on taking men deep into the woods to try their luck. I said no. He said he was the shaman designate, the one the totem chose. He wouldn't die so easily. Grandpa paused. 7 days later, what came back was his corpse. His chest torn open, ribs all shattered, his heart gone. 5 went, 2 came back, both with broken arms. That winter, 43 of the tribe starved to death. The day Lai died, I knelt before the totem stone pillar 3 days and 3 nights, asking the totem why the one it chose could die. The totem didn't answer me. Later I understood. The one the totem chooses isn't someone who can't die, but someone who, more than anyone, ought to live. Because while he lives, the tribe has hope. He turned to look at me. You and Shirtu are the last hope. Shitta's constitution is about to awaken, and you have to awaken too. Both take graded blood food. Even the totem's lucidity takes blood food. Your awakenings can't wait another moment. So they have to go. As it happens, I was already planning to send them out these next 2 days. Haimu took up the thread. Yi, you're smarter than me. Building wood houses, digging traps, making bows and arrows. I couldn't have thought of a single one. But there's one thing I understand better than you. What this forest is really like. The firelight lit his face. I've lived in the woods 42 years. Went in at 7 to gather wild greens, joined the hunting party at 13, became chief at 35. The tribesmen who died before my eyes number 100 at least. The deaths took every form, with only one thing in common. All of them were for the tribe. The Windhowl Forest is dangerous. Liehu and I might not come back, I know. But the tribe's spine has only just straightened these past few days. I don't want it to bend again. When I see the smiles on the people's faces, I feel it's worth it. And most of all, it's time our tribe added a few more totem warriors. I want that spine to stand straighter still. I lowered my head and stared at the dancing flames, already regretting that I'd brought up storing extra food. Once you've made a decision, don't regret it, Haimu said. Have you thought about why we insisted on your nod? I was taken aback. I hadn't, in fact. By the rules, they could have decided this themselves. But they hadn't. They'd talked it over with me, explained again and again, persuaded again and again. Because you have to learn to make decisions, Liehu said. Grandpa's getting old. Sooner or later the tribe's affairs will be yours to decide. If you don't even dare send us into the Windhowl Forest, what'll you do when something bigger comes along? It's not a question of daring. Then it's a question of trust. Liehu stood, walked up to me, and crouched down. Yi, look at me. I lifted my head and met his eyes, lit bright by the firelight. I've lived 30-some years, been hunting captain almost 5. But only these past days have I felt like a real captain, like I've done the duty I was meant to do. You ache for us, we understand. But you can't keep waiting, can't rely on yourself for everything. The totem needs blood food to wake. The tribe needs new totem warriors. Tomorrow or disaster. No one knows which comes first. This winter is the best winter of my whole life. We can wait. But the totem, you, sure to, those children, they can't. I fell silent, looking at him, at Haimu, at Grandpa, who hadn't said a word. After a long while, Grandpa suddenly spoke. The year Lai died, it was a night like this too. He gazed into the void. What I regret most all these years isn't that I failed to stop him. It's that before he went, I never taught him properly how to survive in the woods. You have that dream. Yes, but you're too young. He turned his head. Haimu and Liehu aren't you? They're men who've hunted all their lives. What this forest is like, what that Windhowl Forest is like, they know it better than you. You're not letting them go is for their sake. But have you thought? They're not letting you go to the lake is for your sake too. I froze. You worry for them. They worry for you. Everyone thinks himself certain, and no one can convince the other. So what then? Grandpa paused. So each goes his own way. You go to your lake, they go to their woods. Each prepares fully, and neither stops the other. As long as the preparation's enough, surviving isn't too much to hope for. Grandpa looked at me and smiled faintly. You have nerve, you have heart, you have responsibility. But there's one thing you have to learn. Learn to trust others. He pointed at Haimu, then at Liahu. Trust that they can come back alive. Trust that they can look after themselves in the woods. Trust them, and they'll dare go with easy hearts. The less you trust them, the more uneasy they are about you, the more they want to shield you. In the end, no one accomplishes anything. I was silent a long while, looking at the expectation and resolve in their eyes. Suddenly, I stood up. Chief. I walked over and held out my hand. Come back alive. Haima started, then reached out and clasped it. I will. Uncle Hu. Liahu grinned and clapped my shoulder hard twice. Don't worry, boy. Even if I have to die, I'll see you become a real shaman first. I smiled too, and turned to look at Grandpa. He gave me a nod. I took a deep breath. Then it settled. The chief and Uncle Hu go to the Windhowl Forest, but no showing off. The moment things look wrong, run. It's only 30,000 pounds of meat. Once the lake freezes, that'll be a small matter. I said it lightly, but in truth I had no real certainty either. I'd only ever watched others break ice and fish. Before the day was fully bright, Haimu and Liahu set off with a few of the hunting party, who this time were going along to haul the kill. The morning fog was thick, the group's figures swallowed into a blur. Before leaving, Haimu walked up and stopped before me. This chief in his 40s, his face weathered, stared at me for 2 breaths, then pressed a hand on my shoulder. The tribe, I leave it to you. 5 words. Then he turned, hefted his bone spear, and strode into the fog. Liahu followed, walked a few steps, then looked back and grinned at me. 5 days, 5 at most, back, with or without a haul. I nodded. I wanted to say something. Be careful, don't push it, run if you meet a second tier, but the words came to my lips, and I swallowed them. They were too light. The two had lived in these wilds over 30 years. Every scar on their bodies was a teacher that had taught them how to stay alive. That grin soon blurred in the fog, the figures receding, until they vanished into the gray-white. They'll come back, won't they? Shirtu asked softly. They will. I turned and walked toward the tribe. Come on. There's a lot to do. They walked nearly an hour through the fog before light pierced the woods. Another 3 hours, and Haimu and Liahu reached the outermost layer of the Windhowl Forest. Having settled the others, the two walked in without a backward glance. The fog had cleared, and in its place was something more unsettling, sound. The wind. Not an ordinary wind, but a sound carried from far off, a sobbing, keening moan, like something weeping or laughing. Not loud, but once it bored into your ears it wouldn't leave, circling in your head, circling until it frayed your nerves. This was the Windhowl Forest. It wasn't that the forest howled, it was that the wind made this sound passing through the woods. Some said it was because too many people, too many beasts, had died deep in the forest, and those unwilling souls wept year after year, month after month. Whichever it was, this was no kind place. The outer reaches did have plenty of game. In under half an hour, Liahu found the trails of 3 groups of leapers and 2 of tusked boar, plus a line of unknown footprints, bigger than a man's head, pressed half a foot deep into the ground. What's that? Haimu stared at them a long while, his expression grave. Dreadscale beast. A chill ran down Liahu's back. The dreadscale beast, a 3rd-tier beast. A grown one stood 30 or 40 feet when reared up, palm-sized scales over its whole body. Blades couldn't cut in, spears couldn't pierce through, and in a frenzy it could ram a tree thick as a man's embrace clean in 2. Go around it. A little farther on, a 5-clawed scratch, deep enough to sink half a finger into, the claws set very wide apart. A bear-type beast, 3rd tier, most likely too. Liahu's face was grim. Barely into the Windhowl Forest, and they'd already crossed 2 3rd tiers. This place truly was no place for people. Haimu gazed into the depths of the forest. The wind howl still keened, like countless people weeping. Let's go. Carefully. The moment things look wrong, we pull back. In the end, he made up his mind. Over 2 days, the two came through without real mishap, hunting a herd of horned beasts and a herd of boar. 6 horned beasts, each over 3,000 pounds, 17 boar, about 8,000 pounds of meat. The winter food was basically enough. They carefully hauled it out of the woods and handed it to the others, sending part of it back, hiding the rest, then doubled back into the forest, hoping to take one more beast. A day later, the outer reaches of the Windhowl forest. Haimu and Liahu lay flat in the brush, not moving. 30 paces off, an enormous gray-blue wolf. Its shoulders stood a good 15 feet high, its fur bristling like steel needles, a pair of deep green eyes sweeping its surroundings warily. A mid-second-tier mixed-blood beast, an iron-backed gray wolf. Trouble, Liahu murmured, cold sweat beading on his brow. They'd meant to hunt a first tier. Chasing a herd of leapers, they'd blundered into this beast's territory. They could neither retreat nor advance, only lie there and wait for it to leave. But the wolf seemed to sense something. It turned in place a few times, then suddenly lifted its head and sniffed in their direction. Not good. Before Haimu's words were out, the wolf had become a streak of gray, charging straight at them. Up! The two sprang up at once, Liahu with his bone spear, Haimu with his stone axe, meeting it from left and right. The iron-backed gray wolf was frighteningly fast. One sweep of a foreclaw, and the wind shrieked. Liahu dodged sideways, his bone spear thrusting at the wolf's belly along the way, but the tip left only a white mark on its hide, not even breaking the skin. Damn it, the hide's too thick. Haimu chopped down from the side with his stone axe. Clang. Full strength, and it cut only a shallow notch in the wolf's back, a few drops of blood seeping out. The iron-backed gray wolf roared in fury and swept its tail across. Haimu couldn't dodge in time. It caught his shoulder, and his whole body flew back and slammed into a tree. Chief! Liahu's eyes went red, and rather than retreat he pressed in, stabbing for the wolf's eyes, its nose. The wolf gave ground again and again, but those wounds were no more than skin deep to it. It grew enraged and spat out a stream of gray-white vapor. Wherever the stream passed, grass and trees instantly withered and crusted with frost. Liahu couldn't dodge in time. His left arm was caught, the whole arm frozen purple, his bone spear slipping from his grip. Liahu, heedless of the searing pain in his shoulder, Haimu snatched up the stone axe and charged again. At that moment, an earth-shaking roar came from far off, like thunder rolling past, shaking leaves loose in a rustling fall. The iron-backed gray wolf went rigid all over, its ears pricking up, a flash of fear crossing its eyes. It hesitated an instant, then wheeled around and ran, vanishing into the dense woods in the blink of an eye. The two stood frozen in place. What kind of thing could frighten a second-tier iron-backed gray wolf like that? Right after, the ground began to shake. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps, drawing nearer from afar. With each one landing, the ground shuddered. The two went deathly pale. Anything that could tread out a din like this was at least third tier, maybe fourth. Run! The two broke into a desperate run, not daring to look back. The footsteps drew closer and closer behind them. They'd run for about the time it takes a stick of incense to burn when the sound suddenly stopped. They looked back, nothing there. That terrifying presence seemed only to have passed by, scaring off the wolf, not deigning to spare them a glance at all. The two didn't dare stop, running outward the whole way, until Liahu collapsed in a mountain hollow. You all right? Haimu steadied him. If this arm doesn't get treated, I'm afraid it's done for. Liahu gritted his teeth. The arm had swollen to twice its thickness, a sheet of purple-black. We've run this far, it shouldn't follow now. Let's find a place to treat the wounds first. After a while, Liahu suddenly pointed ahead. Chief, is that a cave? Deep in the hollow, a collapsed rock face, its mouth screened by brush, very well hidden. But along the edge of the mouth were clear marks of knife and axe. Not natural, but man-made. The two exchanged a glance, gripped their weapons, and approached. Haimu picked up a stone and threw it in. The sound of it landing wasn't far off, the echo small. The space inside wasn't large. In. Haimu glanced at Liahu's arm and gritted his teeth. They lit a torch and slipped in, one behind the other. The passage wasn't long. A dozen-odd steps and it opened up. A stone chamber 3 or 4 meters square, a stone bed at its center, and on the bed a skeleton long since weathered. The skeleton sat cross-legged, draped in a tattered hide robe, several clear claw marks across the ribs of its chest, nearly all of them snapped. Beside the skeleton's hand lay two things, a fist-sized, dull gray stone and a palm-sized pouch sewn from hide. The gray stone's surface had fine veins, utterly unremarkable, but picking it up and looking closely, you could faintly see energy moving within. "Is this a beast core?" Liahu said uncertainly. A beast core, from inside a beast's body, was the essence of its whole being. Usable for cultivation, usable as an offering. It was only that the rampaging ape tribe was too weak. They rarely hunted even a few, and those were all offered up or paid in tribute. "It is. But a lot of the energies leaked away. Look at these cracks." Haimu picked up the pouch again. The pouch was very light, soft yet tough, its mouth bound with beast sinew. He untied it and looked inside, and went rigid. "What is it?" Haimu said nothing. He reached in and drew out a beast core, then another, then another. That palm-sized pouch held a full 17 beast cores. Different sizes, different colors, every one with a pulse of energy, and every one cracked. "How does a pouch this small hold all that?" Liahu was dumbstruck. Haimu turned the pouch over and over, then suddenly remembered something. "Grandpa told us long ago. There's a kind of thing called a storage device, made by great powers from the hide of void beasts and shaman runes. It looks small, but the space inside is large. It can hold many things." "You're saying this is a storage device?" Liahu's eyes went round. The two exchanged a look and sucked in a cold breath at the same time. A storage device, a thing of legend, owned only by the great figures of powerful tribes and cities. In a small place like the Windhowl Forest was hiding a treasure like this? They looked again at the skeleton. Anyone who could own a storage device was no ordinary person. In life, a high-tier totem warrior at the least, perhaps even a shaman. Yet how could such a person die in the Windhowl Forest? Could there be something more terrifying still hidden deep in this forest? Never mind that for now. Treating your wounds matters more. Haimu handed Liahu the beast core from beside the skeleton's hand. "This one's energy is peak first tier at most, just right for you." While Liahu treated his wounds, Haimu searched the cave. A rusted bone blade, several bone fragments carved full of symbols, and a palm-sized token of some material he couldn't name. The token had several ancient characters carved on it that they didn't recognize. Turned over, the back showed a giant beast, like an ape, and like a bear, sitting cross-legged, hands on its knees, eyes shut tight. "What totem is this?" Haimu frowned. The symbols on those bone fragments resembled the one Grandpa had given ye, but were more complex, more numerous. "Take them back, let Grandpa see." He swept the beast cores, bone fragments, token, and bone blade all into the storage pouch and tied it at his waist. Weightless, no burden at all. That night, Haimu disguised the cave mouth, and each of them chose a beast core to cultivate. The next morning, Liahu opened his eyes. His arm had nearly healed, and absorbing the beast core had tempered his skin into the bargain. In a single night his strength had risen 30%, single arm nearing 2,300 pounds. Haimu, too, let out a breath of murky air, his brows alight with joy. A single beast core had made him 20% stronger overnight. The two didn't realize they'd never touched goods of this caliber, and their bodies were like sponges holding only a little water. The moment they met pure primal energy of heaven and earth, they soaked it up frantically, and with that rampaging ape body tempering method besides, they couldn't have slowed down if they'd tried. "Let's go." With these beast cores, this trip's a success even so. There was excitement pressed beneath Haimu's voice. The core he'd picked last night, he hadn't even absorbed a fifth of it. These cores were depleted, yes, but the weakest of them was worth the energy of 8 or 10 second-tier warriors. "Chief, we've received so much of his legacy." Liahu glanced at the skeleton. "Bury him. Let this cave be his resting place." The two dug a pit and buried him, came out of the cave, and rejoined the others. "Chief, try that device. Can it hold beast meat too?" Liahu had a sudden notion. Haimu perked up and first sent everyone away. These tribesmen weren't even totem warriors, and if any were captured, it was too risky. Once they'd gone far off, he tried putting in a single ox, and then there was no stopping it. 1, 3 oxen, 5 goats, all went into that little pouch, and the pouch stayed weightless as ever. Pity, though, live creatures couldn't go in. He pressed the pouch firmly against his chest before calling everyone back. When the others saw the kill was a few animals short, they looked at him in puzzlement. Haimu said only one thing. Move out, head home. That afternoon, the group returned to the tribe. I was teaching people archery when I saw them coming from afar. My heart clenched, and I quickened my steps to meet them. Chief, Uncle Hu. The two were weary, but both alive. I let out a breath. What they'd hauled back included 2 oxen, 7 goats, 2 deer. This winter was secure. Ye, have them deal with this, and you come with Liehu and me to Grandpa's. Haima's manner was urgent. Inside, Haima shut the door. What's got you so tense? Grandpa asked calmly. Grandpa, look at this. Haima drew out the storage device, reached in, and pulled out 1 beast core, another, a whole heap of them. I just stared. Wasn't this the savage wilds? How could there be a spatial pouch? What powerful primal energy of heaven and earth? Grandpa's eyes went round. He couldn't see, but he sensed it crystal clear. Haimu recounted the whole story of finding the cave, start to finish. I picked up a beast core and sensed it closely. The energy was indeed there, but very weak, and the crack showed more than half had leaked away. Then I picked up the storage pouch and turned it over. This thing, in my past life, I'd only seen in novels, and I never imagined these savage wilds would actually have one. That token, give it to me. Grandpa's voice trembled a little. His hand stroked the pattern on the token without stopping, and in those clouded eyes there was, faintly, the glint of tears. This is a relic of the ancestors. The old man's voice shook. Look at the totem on this token. This is the ancient totem of our rampaging ape tribe. I leaned in to look. The giant beast on the token did resemble the rampaging ape on the pillar now, somewhat, but it was older, more majestic, and more different. Our ancestor passed on not far from home. Only I don't know which generation of ancestor it was. Tears already wet Grandpa's face. The ancestor's belongings wandered far and wide, and still returned to the rampaging ape tribe. Truly it's the will of heaven, Haimu sighed. Thank the ancestor for the gift. With these beast cores, it's time our totem warriors grew in number. Heaven does not cut off our rampaging ape line. Grandpa slowly knelt, and, facing the direction of the windhowl forest, kowtowed 3 times with great reverence. Grandpa, besides the cores, there are bone fragments and a bone blade. Haima helped him up. Those bone fragments are covered with symbols. I get dizzy after looking a moment. Let me see. The instant Haimu drew out the fragment, joy leapt in my heart. I could feel it. This fragment shared the same origin as the one Grandpa had given me. It too was an inheritance. Grandpa felt at it a moment, then handed it to me. You hold on to this and feel it out. It should be much like that one. Only I don't know what it records. Yes. I took it respectfully. Now, the beast cores. Grandpa said. I just sensed one with extremely strong energy, surely above 4th tier. We can't absorb it now, so that one we offer to the totem. The rampaging ape ought to wake too. The rest, we start raising totem warriors. Our line can finally produce totem warriors again. Come. Grandpa said no more and led us straight to the totem. Beneath the pillar, Grandpa in front, the 3 of us behind. He murmured prayers for several minutes, then reverently set the strongest beast core on the altar, closed his eyes, and chanted under his breath. I distinctly felt a faint suction come from the pillar. In no more than 3 seconds, the suction abruptly surged. The beast core actually floated up, and a tornado of energy curled above it, like a man nearly dying of thirst gulping down clear water. Looks like the totem's well pleased. Liehu grinned broadly. The few of us looked at one another and burst out laughing together, the laughter sweeping away decades of gloom. The energy tornado lasted a full 10 minutes. The beast core gradually paled, cracked, and crumbled to powder on the ground. And the instant it became powder, the point of light in my chest jumped hard, as if something within me had stirred awake. Not fully awake, more like it had opened its eyes for an instant, then sunk back into deep sleep. In my sea of consciousness, a blurred golden holy ape seemed to surface. Only I couldn't make it out clearly. But that one glimpse, and my soul felt as if it had been struck hard, my consciousness blanking for a moment. In that moment, I could actually hear the faintest sounds all around, and in my mind a weak voice came faintly, Only 2 words. Curse kill. By the time I came around, Grandpa had already turned. Let's go. There was excitement he couldn't suppress in his voice. The totem has accepted it. Next, it's your turn. Back in the woodhouse, the door shut. Grandpa sat by the fire pit, was silent a moment, then suddenly smiled, and there was the glint of tears in his clouded eyes. Over 60 years. I've lived more than 60 winters, and this is the first time I've seen the totem react like that. Chief, Liahu, each of you take a beast core first, make up everything you've fallen short on, then push a little higher. Sure too, no limit for now. Let him absorb all he can. I want to see just how much he can take in, and what kind of constitution he awakens. Grandpa, I was getting a little anxious. Before, there'd been too little to go around. Now there was plenty, so surely my turn should come. This was cultivation, after all. Who in my past life hadn't longed for it? Don't rush. Grandpa was being mysterious. Look at that bone fragment again. This time, you should be able to read it. I took out the fragment and sank my mind into it. After only 2 tries, the symbols began to swim, becoming glowing snakes that burrowed into the depths of my consciousness. And then I saw Rampaging Ape Shaman Codex, Soul Chapter. The opening line, the shaman communes with heaven and earth, totems, ghosts, and gods. Yet heaven and earth are without mercy. Totems have spirit, ghosts and gods are unfathomable. To become a shaman, first cultivate the soul. A strong soul makes a strong shaman. A weak soul, a weak shaman. Below that was the specific method. Visualize the totem's form. Draw the primal energy of heaven and earth into the body. Temper the soul. Visualize day after day, and the soul's power accumulates and grows stronger. With a strong soul, you can wield shaman arts. You may also devour spirits to strengthen the soul, but this method is extremely dangerous. I read on ravenously. As I read, I suddenly froze, because I found that everything recorded in this fragment was about how to cultivate, strengthen, and wield the power of the soul, but on how to awaken into a shaman, there wasn't a single word. Grandpa, I opened my eyes. This fragment doesn't say how to awaken into a shaman. Of course it doesn't. Grandpa nodded. Because a shaman's awakening doesn't come through cultivation. I started. Then it's awakening is inborn and also bestowed by the totem. Grandpa said slowly. Some are born with a powerful soul, able from birth to commune with heaven and earth. Some, on the brink of death, have their souls transform and awaken shaman power. Some win the totem's recognition and are granted the qualification. But whichever it is, none awaken by cultivating a method. The method is for after the awakening, to strengthen the soul. He looked at me, and in those clouded eyes a strange light suddenly flickered. Have you considered that just now, you may already have awakened? My heart lurched. Just now. Yes. When that beast core was offered, the totem reacted, and you were standing right beneath the pillar. Grandpa said, "Do you feel that something is different?" I fell silent. I thought of that instant just before, the point of light in my chest jumping hard, my consciousness blurring, as if something had opened its eyes within my body. I said hesitantly, "I feel something woke up, right inside my body." Grandpa smiled, and in that smile was comfort and release. "That's it then. You've awakened. You're a shaman now." I was stunned, but I didn't do anything. A shaman's awakening requires doing nothing at all. The totem recognizes you, and you awaken. The totem doesn't recognize you, and you can cultivate a lifetime without becoming a shaman. He pressed a hand on my shoulder. "Do you know how I awakened back then?" I shook my head. At 17, the tribe was hit by a beast tide. My parents both died, and I hid trembling in a heap of corpses. A first-tier beast walked past me. I shut my eyes and waited for death, but it only gave me one look, then turned and left. In that moment, something seemed to burst open in my mind. I saw the rampaging ape inside the pillar. It looked at me and said nothing. From then on, I was a shaman. He looked at me. So a shaman's awakening never comes from cultivation. It's the will of heaven, the totem's gift. I looked down at my own 2 hands. So I was already a shaman. Just now, did you hear anything in your mind? I did. 2 words, curse kill. A curse kill shaman. Grandpa frowned, then said, "That's your path from here on." The kind I awakened was a water healer shaman, good at healing, middling in battle. But a curse kill shaman, like you, should be attack taken to its extreme. When your soul's power is stronger, you'll know how to use it. Grandpa, a shaman cultivates the soul. Does that mean the body is weak? Yes. Then, I want to cultivate both. Grandpa started. Both? Yes. I want to be a shaman and a totem warrior. A shaman cultivates the soul, a warrior the body. To reach the summit, you must cultivate both, the two complementing each other. This was a principle I'd understood back in my past life. Grandpa was silent a long while, the firelight deepening his wrinkles. Do you know what that means? One who cultivates both must put in several times, 10 times the effort, and of those who succeed, not 1 in 10,000. I know. I want to try. He looked at me a long time, then finally smiled, and in that smile was comfort and pride. Good. Then try. He turned to Haimu. Settle the kill in the device, then go fetch Shirtu. It's time we saw, too, how far Shirtu can go. Shirtu came quickly. Grandpa didn't explain. He picked a beast core and tossed it to him. Absorb it. Drain it dry if you've got it in you. Follow the body tempering method. I want to see just how strong you can get, with your constitution awakened and then awakened again into a totem warrior. Shirtu plopped down and gripped the beast core. Gradually his frame swelled like a balloon, then suddenly went lean again the moment it rose, over and over. From my initial worry, I slowly came to take it as a matter of course. Back in my room, I opened the rampaging ape shaman codex and began to visualize. The golden war ape grew clearer and clearer in my mind. Golden fur, fire eyes, a huge staff, head thrown back in a roar. As I visualized, I could feel that ball of soul fire at the center of my brow jumping, burning, growing stronger bit by bit. Night after night, the same. I sat cross-legged in meditation, sensing my surroundings, the roar of beasts far off, the faint rustle of the night wind brushing the wood house, shout sows even breathing next door. My soul was like countless invisible tendrils spreading outward. On the 8th morning, I suddenly saw something, not with my eyes, but with my soul. Grandpa sat at the doorway, murmuring to himself, energy in every color wrapped around him, as if dancing. In the clearing, Shirtu drilled punches, drenched in sweat, every punch sheathed in a violent gust of air. In the woods outside the tribe, a second-tier greenscale beast prowled, deep green eyes, dripping saliva, and on its body, astonishingly, a thread of red light, faint as if it weren't there. I tried to look closer, and a pain shot through my head, the image shattering. Brother? Xiao Xiao looked at me, worried. It's fine. But I knew clearly, it was no illusion. It was a shaman's ability, the soul's eye, to see what ordinary people cannot. Only at this step was I a true shaman. When Grandpa heard, he was silent a long while. You can see now? Good. The soul's eye is one of a shaman's foundations. What was that red light on the beast? If my guess is right, it's a method of the blood python tribe. Their shaman, Gutu, is a beast shaman. That red chi is most likely a mark he's branded on the beast, for control, for surveillance. My heart tightened. Then we do nothing, act as if we don't know. Grandpa said, "You've only just awakened. Your soul's power is still weak, no match for him. Cultivate well, and once you're strong enough, we'll talk. Remember, there's still this old man holding things up." I nodded, but I'd already remembered that beast's location, remembered that streak of red light. One day, I would find the blood python tribe and settle the account. Shitta's constitution. It's about to awaken. Grandpa's face changed abruptly into wild joy. These past days Shirtu had absorbed 3 beast cores in a row, the weakest of them peak second tier. Stepping outside, I saw torrents of primal energy already surging around Shitta's body, scouring his flesh. His body slowly swelled, and this time, it didn't shrink back. Shirtu roared, bean-sized drops of sweat rolling down, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, as if enduring extreme pain. I made to rush over and was stopped by Grandpa. I saw it crystal clear. His body was being ground to pieces, recast, ground again, recast again. His black eyes gradually took on a golden gleam, brighter and brighter. A violent, savage, primal aura erupted from him, like a beast out of antiquity, like a call from deep in his bloodline. The swollen body slowly subsided, settling into a youth over 2 meters tall, broad-backed and lean-waisted, an exploding sense of power all over him. Shirtu opened his eyes, a gleam of gold flashing and vanishing deep in his pupils. Shirtu, I called softly. Yi. He grinned, and was again that honest, simple youth. What constitution did you awaken, kicking up a fuss this big? Liehu, drawn over by the commotion, asked urgently. It's called the battle body, I think. Shirtu scratched his head. I'm not sure of the details, but anyway it's incredibly good at fighting. And I think there's a totem inside my belly, different from ours, golden, very, very small. A totem? Golden. My whole body shook. That golden giant ape. Only the shaman and I were supposed to know of it. Ha. Good. Grandpa was wild with joy. Shirtu, you've awakened. You're a totem warrior. And able to awaken on your own. Like Yi. This is the totem's blessing. I'm a totem warrior. Yes. Shirtu, how strong are you now? Haimo asked. I'm not sure either. Then hit me. Add force little by little. Haima channeled chi to guard his chest. These past days, on beast cores, he'd risen to 7,000 pounds. Liehu had finished recasting his first tier and stepped into second, single arm 5,500. Shirtu hesitated. After all, this was the chief. No nonsense, come on. Shirtu threw a featherlight punch. Thud. Haima didn't budge. You skip breakfast? Again. Shirtu hunched his neck and threw a heavy punch. Thud. And a figure flew straight back. Grandpa. I didn't mean to. Shirtu panicked. No harm. Grandpa beamed. How much force did you just use? About half. Half. Then that's 20,000 pounds of strength. Grandpa laughed. On raw power alone, even a peak second-tier totem warrior is no match for you. Good. Haimu came over rubbing his bruised chest. Luckily his skin and flesh were tempered enough, or that punch would have fractured a bone. Good lad, real power. A constitution really does make all the difference, Liehu said, full of envy. Since shit is awakened too, we should see whether we can awaken a few more. Grandpa's manner turned solemn. Any recommendations? Lin, Feng, Guang, Huya, Shuya, those 5 are good. Quick to pick up martial techniques, bodies up to standard, and most important, young. Haima said. Lin was the oldest, and even he was only 21. Good, those 5. Split a few beast cores among them too. Turn it into strength as fast as possible. The stronger the strength, the stronger they'll be after awakening. Over the next 5 days, the few of us, me included, trained like demons. With beast cores to draw on, strength soared. But Lin and Guang and the rest climbed to 999 pounds, and then could advance no further. Only I seemed not to have this barrier, charging all the way to 1,700 pounds and still rising. I didn't want to wait any longer. My soul was strong enough to awaken on its own, but this body, maybe not. Once awakened, I'd be able to draw in the primal energy of heaven and earth on my own, no longer relying wholly on beast cores. Grandpa didn't stop me. He probably wanted me to find out the hard way and back off. That night, Grandpa held a rite for the 6 of us, those 5, plus me, beneath the totem stone pillar. Everyone bared their upper bodies and sat cross-legged. With a bone blade, Grandpa drew a light cut across each one's chest, the blood dripping onto the pillar, and he began chanting an ancient, hoarse incantation. I sank my mind inward. The point of light in my chest jumped faster and faster. A vast power surged out of the pillar, boring in through the wound. Violent, scorching, overbearing, like countless rampaging apes roaring inside me, tearing at my meridians, tempering my flesh, recasting my bones. But the next instant, all of it abruptly vanished. The voice of the golden holy ape sounded in my mind. Awaken yourself. I started. It wanted me to awaken on my own. Before I could confirm, a pain scream beside me jolted me back. Grandpa was still channeling energy for the other 5, so I could only quietly withdraw. Yi, what's wrong? Haima was puzzled. I told him. He could only console me. Then listen to the totem. Wait a while longer. About 10 minutes later, the 5 figures steadied, an aura rising naturally from them. Grandpa opened his eyes, and the 5 rose together. Thank you, Totem, for your gift. Thank you, shaman, for your aid. We are willing to spill our last drop of blood for the tribe. The tribe erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Grandpa pressed a hand down. After 12 years, our line has at last gained 5 more totem warriors. That night the bonfire revelry raged. Grandpa caught my arm and said with a smile, "The totem wants you to awaken on your own, so awaken on your own. As for beast cores, absorb them as you should." In all these years, it was the first time he'd been this heartfelt glad. I didn't join the revelry. I went back to my room to train hard. The force of chi and blood is a bucket. The primal force of heaven and earth is water. The higher your chi and blood, the bigger the bucket, the more primal force it can hold, the greater your potential. These days, apart from eating, I absorbed cores. My body was like a sponge that could never be filled, soaking up however much came, my strength steadily rising. The second day of the revelry, dark clouds swept the mountain woods on a fierce wind, the temperature plunging, snow falling thick as goose down for 3 days, until the drifts outside stood waist-high on a man. In those 3 days, I absorbed a third-tier beast core, my strength reaching 12,000 pounds. But I still felt it wasn't enough, and took out another. Once I finished this one, it should be about enough. Xiao Xiao had people looking after her these days. Her body had mostly recovered, no longer the malnourished sight of before. 2 more days, and I finally hit a bottleneck. Not a bottleneck of strength, but something a layer deeper, as if an invisible membrane stood between me and some wider world. The night was deep, snow falling again, rustling like countless tiny things crawling on the roof. The hearth charcoal was down to a few points of dull red. I held the beast core, a third of it left, my brows knit tight. I couldn't absorb any more. Not that it wouldn't go in, I didn't dare absorb more. Force in any more and my body would fail. Like a vessel filled with water, pour more, and it either overflows or bursts. But I could clearly feel that I still hadn't awakened. That membrane was still there. I put the beast core away, shut my eyes, and visualized the golden war ape. It was all I could do. If I wanted answers, I'd have to go ask Grandpa in the morning. Just as I was about to wrap up my practice, I felt something. A faint yet utterly clear throb, coming from deep within my body. Not the heart, not the blood, not the bones, but somewhere deeper, a place I'd never perceived before. That throb was like a seed sprouting, like a door slowly opening. My mind sank into it of its own accord. Through flesh, through bone, through meridians, I saw it. It was my dantian. In the dantian hung a ball of golden light. Fist-sized, its glow incredibly pure, floating quietly, like a sleeping seed. I froze. Could it be? I've awakened on my own. The words were barely out when the ball of golden light suddenly moved. Not moving, pulsing. Once, twice, 3 times. With each pulse, the glow brightened a degree. On the 9th pulse, crack, the ball of golden light burst open, as if something had broken out of its shell. The golden light scattered, then gathered anew at the center of the dantian. This time, what it formed was a golden war ape shrunk countless times over. Only thumb-sized, but identical in form to the one in my sea of consciousness. Golden fur, fire eyes, a tiny, ultra-fine staff. It looked up at me, its gaze no different from the one inside the pillar. Cold, hungry, ancient, savage. But this time, there was a trace of something more, like acceptance. It became a streak of flowing light, rose up along my meridians, through the dantian, through my chest, through my throat, and finally rushed into the center of my brow, into my sea of consciousness. At the center of the sea of consciousness, another golden war ape stood, golden flames burning all over it. The 2 war apes looked at each other. Then, at the same time, they stepped forward. 1 step, 2, 3, nearer and nearer, and at last, they merged into one. In that instant, my consciousness went utterly blank, as if soul and body were being torn apart and reforged at once, as if 2 diverging rivers had finally joined into one. How long it lasted, I don't know. I slowly opened my eyes. I was still sitting on the bed, the charcoal down to its last shred of dull red, the snow still falling outside. Everything was as usual, and yet everything had changed. Because I saw myself, not with my eyes, nor with the soul's eye, but in an entirely new way. I could see every corner of my body, every blood vessel, every bone, every inch of flesh. I could even see the blood flowing, golden points of light coursing within it, dense, spread through my whole body. And at the very center of my chest, not the heart, not the dantian, but between the two, a ball of golden flame burned, and beneath the flame, astonishingly, countless tiny serpents of lightning slithered. At the center of the flame sat the golden war ape, cross-legged, eyes closed, as if asleep, as if cultivating. Golden threads stretched out from it, connecting to every part of my body, flesh, bone, meridians, and the ball of soul fire at my brow. Everything, through it, was linked into a single whole. I was stunned. I'd never heard that a totem mark would be at the very center of the chest. Never heard that it would link soul and body together. Never heard that anyone's awakening could be like this. Just then, a voice sounded in my mind. Ancient, rusty, but this time no longer in fits and starts. Whole. War curse body. 3 words. I shuddered all over. What? War is the body. Curse is the soul. War and curse is one. Body and soul. No division between them. Your blood, your hair, your nails, all can be a curse. To curse an enemy dead needs no medium, no preparation, a single thought. Your body, too, can wage war. Combat techniques in your hands, their power doubled. The war curse body, even in deepest antiquity, rarely seen. I listened, dumbstruck. So that hadn't been a bottleneck before awakening. It had been waiting for body and soul to reach the critical point at once, and then break through together. So, am I a totem warrior now, or a shaman? The voice was silent a moment. Both. And neither. A warrior cultivates the body, a shaman the soul. You cultivate both, are strong in both. Train the body, and the soul advances too. Cultivate the soul, and the body grows stronger too. So, I really am cultivating both. It didn't answer, but said something else. You're good. Better than any I've seen. Then the voice was gone. But I could feel that the golden war ape was still at the very center of my chest, burning quietly. I stood and pushed open the door. The snow had eased, heaven and earth a silvery white, the cold biting. Yet I didn't feel cold at all. I spread my palm. There was a shallow cut in it, nearly healed. My blood could be material for a curse kill? I stared at the cut, then froze. I saw a drop of blood seep from the wound, blood unlike any ordinary kind, with faint golden points of light inside it, identical to the ones within my body. A thought stirred. The drop of blood floated up, hanging above my palm. I thought, what if I shot it out? The bead of blood became a streak of red light and vanished into the night in an instant. And in my perception, that drop of blood landed on a big tree. In no time, the tree began to wither and crack, as if all its life had been drained away in a single moment, until at last it crumbled into a heap of powder. This strong. Suddenly, I understood the words curse kill. Curse kill needs no medium, no preparation, no closing in, only a thought. As long as my soul's power is strong enough, I can kill anyone, anywhere, with any single drop of blood. Of course, against someone too far above me, it wouldn't work. As for strength, when I'd hit the bottleneck, I'd already had nearly 20,000 pounds of force. Now, with body and soul merged, it had surged another notch. Not just greater strength. My whole self had changed, every inch of flesh, every bone, every meridian re-tempered by that golden power. Just how strong was I now? I didn't know, but I very much wanted to find out. I turned and ran toward the tribe. By the time I got back to the wood house, day still hadn't broken. I sat cross-legged on the bed and closed my eyes to look inward. At the very center of my chest, the ball of golden flame still burned, and at its center the golden war ape sat cross-legged, eyes closed, as if asleep. But I could feel it wasn't truly asleep. It too was cultivating. As it cultivated, the golden points of light within me flowed and grew stronger. I tried running the rampaging ape body tempering method. The moment I started, I froze. My body was frantically devouring the primal energy of heaven and earth, the speed astonishing, more than 10 times faster than absorbing a beast core. More astonishing still, my soul was strengthening in sync. A golden thread ran from the golden ape to the center of my brow, and as my body drew in the primal energy, Part of it flowed along the thread into my brow, tempering my soul fire. Then I tried cultivating the rampaging ape shaman codex. The same. As I visualized, the soul fire at my brow strengthened, and part of the soul's power flowed back along the golden thread to the golden ape in my chest, nourishing my body in return. The two complemented each other. I finally understood that line. Train the body, and the soul advances. Cultivate the soul, and the body grows stronger. I was now like a connected vessel, body and soul, linked together by that golden ape. Cultivate either side, and the other rose with it. It meant my cultivation speed was double anyone else's. It meant I didn't have to choose between body and soul, but could have both. It meant I would be very strong. I opened my eyes, let out a long breath, and couldn't help muttering. This thing's kind of like a nascent soul out of the cultivation novels. But whose nascent soul is a monkey? Outside the window, day was already breaking. The snow stopped. I pushed open the door and went out. The world was robed in silver, sunlight on the snow stabbing the eyes. In the distance, Shirtu was drilling punches in the clearing, fierce and full of force. He saw me and stopped to wipe his sweat. You're up. He looked me up and down. You seem different. Can't say how, just more like somebody now. I laughed out loud. Did you awaken? The war curse body. War curse body? What's that? I can't quite explain it either. But it's pretty impressive. Then let's spar. Shirtu looked at me eagerly. I drill combat techniques every day and I'm dying for it. The chief and uncle who won't fight me. Itching for it? All right, good time to test it out. I smiled. But let's see Grandpa first. Grandpa sat at the doorway sunning himself. The moment we arrived, he said, "You've awakened." Not a question. How does Grandpa know? I can't see, but I have the soul's eye. The aura on you is different from yesterday. I laid out the whole awakening, the war curse body and all, in full detail. Grandpa was silent a long while, his voice complicated. The war curse body. I've lived more than 70 winters and never heard of it. I don't know what to say, but I know you're Yi, the one the Totem chose, the hope of the rampaging ape tribe, and that's enough. He pressed a hand on my shoulder, withered and cold, but firm. Cultivate well, live well. Live too. The day when no one dares trample us again. I will, Grandpa. Haimu and Liahu came too, and saw at a glance that I'd awakened. Shirtu jumped in. War curse body. Ye's blood can kill people, just by thinking it. Don't listen to his nonsense. I hurried to explain. It only works against someone far weaker. Against someone close in strength, it can block or drive off. Any longer without explaining, and in a moment I'd be slaying gods. I gave a simple account of the curse-kill principle. Cast a curse with blood, kill at a distance in a single thought. When Liahu and Haimu had heard it out, they said nothing for a long time. Grandpa spoke. Yi, how strong are you now? I don't know. Haven't tested it. Then go test it. He pointed at the snow outside. There are tracks of a few first-tier beasts out there, starving, most likely, and ran here. The patrol found them yesterday. Go. Mainly you and Shirtu, the chief and Liahu covering. You two need to know how strong you are, and we need to see just how strong this war curse body and battle body really are. I didn't hesitate at all, rising to go, a glint of excitement in my eyes. Wait for me. Shirtu shouted. We followed the tracks for a dozen-odd minutes before I stopped. 300 paces to the left, there were beasts. A peak first-tier iron-backed gray wolf, with 3 high first-tier gray wolves beside it. 4 of them. I stood in the snow, very calm. No fear, no tension, even the excitement faded. I walked forward another 100-some paces. The 4 wolves were already stirring. I bit my fingertip, a drop of blood seeped out, hovering above my palm. I glanced at the 4 wolves, hidden so well. A thought stirred. 4 drops of blood became 4 streaks of red light and vanished into the air. 100-some paces off, the 4 wolves let out shrill screams at once. Before they could react, small holes appeared on their bodies, a flash of gold vanishing within. The 3 high first tiers dropped where they stood. But the peak first tier lead wolf, sensing something, keenly dodged, taking only a wound to its hind leg, and fled limping and yelping into the deep woods. Shirtu had long since lost patience. Like a gust of wild wind scattering the snow, he pounced after the lead wolf. Around 170 meters, My aim drops. I reckoned under my breath. Within 100 meters, no problem. For a peak first tier, I need to be within 50 paces to hit dead center every time. I'd aimed at the four wolves' foreheads, but the wounds had landed on necks and faces. Over there, Shirtu had already caught up to the lead wolf. The two tangled in a fight. At first I worried for Shirtu, great strength, but no real combat experience. Watching, I learned just how terrifying the battle body was. He seemed able to predict the lead wolf's every blow. His posture was awkward, but he always just barely dodged, and that monstrous strength of his beat the lead wolf into utter ruin. In under 2 minutes, he pummeled the lead wolf to death. Haha, yee, that was great. It just couldn't take a hit, that's all. Shirtu ran back carrying the corpse. Don't rush, you'll have plenty to fight from now on. I smiled. On the way back I kept thinking. Just now I'd used about 80% of my force, and on curse arts alone I could already handle a mixed blood beast around second tier. More important, I, alone, was nearly an army, especially against weaker creatures. However many came, I wouldn't fear them. I couldn't help thinking, from now on I should hide my totem warrior identity. When an enemy fought desperately through the line and lunged at this squishy shaman, what would greet him would be a totem warrior's iron fist. Yi, what are you saying? Shirtu asked, curious. Nothing, just thinking. Back at the tribe, Grandpa and several newly awakened warriors were waiting at the door. Grandpa, why'd you come out? It's fine. How did it go? No problem. You should have seen it. Yi barely seemed to lift a finger and killed 3 wolves from way off. Shirtu jumped in. Grandpa, I killed this lead wolf. Good. All good children. All the spine of the rampaging ape tribe. Grandpa patted both our shoulders, then looked at the wolves. 1 kill apiece. The aim's a bit off, though. You meant to hit the foreheads, didn't you? Yes. Past 100-some paces it's still shaky. Below second tier, within 100 paces, no problem at all. Practice slowly. There's plenty of time. The old man's finally seen hope. I'll hold things up for you a while longer, whatever it takes. He smiled. Come, extra rations today. Outside the tribe, I stood on the left, bare-chested, golden points of light flowing faintly beneath my skin. Shirtu stood on the right, a size bulkier than me, 2 meters tall, muscles knotted all over, broad-backed and narrow-waisted. Most striking were his eyes, a faint golden gleam in them, a violent, savage, primal aura coming off his whole body. The day was cold, but it couldn't cool the people's burning hearts. A standoff at 20 paces. Ready? Liahu stood at the edge. Long ready. Shirtu grinned. Then begin. The words were barely out when Shirtu moved. For all his size, he moved like a leopard pouncing on prey, crossing half the distance in a blink, his right fist driving at my face on a gust of wind. I twisted aside and barely dodged, the wind of the punch grazing my face, scraping it raw. But that was a feint. The fist had just passed when his left knee was already coming up, the knee strike of the rampaging ape fist, learned only 2 days ago, but used as if drilled 1,000 times. I pressed both arms down to block hard. Thud. My arms went numb, my whole body shoved back a step. Pressing his advantage, Shirtu hammered out punch after punch, every one a killing move of the rampaging ape fist, fierce and overbearing, the air whistling. I retreated and blocked. My strength was no less than his. From these days of absorbing cores, we were both around 20,000 pounds. But his fighting was too wild, giving no room to breathe, his rampaging ape fist flowing like clouds and water, nothing like something learned 2 days ago. Thud, thud, thud. Every punch found flesh. The onlookers watched dumbstruck. Each of those punches could kill a tusked boar. That boy Shirtu, Liahu murmured. He's practically a human-shaped beast. Haima nodded. We taught rampaging ape fist 2 days ago, and he's already using it 10 times better than us. In the ring, Shirtu hammered out 37 punches in one breath, every one lethal. Anyone else would have gone down long ago. But I was still standing, retreating the whole time, blocking the whole time, yet not a step out of order. Because I was watching his fist work. Over 37 punches, I'd figured out his pattern. Fierce, yes, but only those few moves, just drilled to perfection, every punch landing in the ideal spot, every move linking to the next seamlessly. So this was the battle body's gift? 1 pass, and it looks the part. 3 passes, and it has the spirit. 5 passes, and it's identical? A chill ran through me. But it wasn't enough yet. Shirtu suddenly stopped, retreating 5 paces, his golden gleam stronger. Yi. His voice was hoarse. You were watching my fist work. I started. I can feel it. He grinned. Every time you focus on watching me, I can feel it. That attention? Whatever it is, that feeling. A jolt went through me. This was another ability of the battle body, a premonition of threat. No, not just danger, but a premonition of all attention, all killing intent. Good lad. I nodded. Right on the money. Come, let me see what else you've got. This time I didn't retreat. I chose to meet him head on. Thud. The 2 fists collided, a violent shockwave bursting out between us, sending snow flurrying all around. The 2 of us each stepped back 3 paces, then charged again at once. Thud. 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 My fist work was purer than his, learned longer, and with the insights the golden ape passed me. Every punch carried the true meaning of the rampaging ape fist. But Shirtu paid none of that any mind. He went purely on instinct. I'd throw a punch, and his body reacted on its own. Block, dodge, trade blows. Every move pitch perfect, as if he'd been born to fight. And he was learning as he fought. I'd just used a move, rampaging ape stone splitter, and his next move was the same. Rough, but already taking shape. I used another, rampaging ape mountain cleaver, and after watching twice, on the third he threw it identically. 50 exchanges in, his rampaging ape fist was identical to mine. 100 exchanges in, his rampaging ape fist had developed its own style. Wilder, more overbearing, more lawless. On another exchange of punches, Shirtu suddenly went rigid all over and sprang back 30 feet, staring hard at my hand. Just now you wanted to use blood? I froze. A moment ago I had, in fact, had the thought, shoot out a drop of blood while throwing the punch. He'd most likely fail to block it. But I'd only thought it, never acted. And he'd sensed even that. I felt danger. Very dangerous, right in the instant you threw the punch. My body sprang back on its own. Though, it might not have killed me. Good lad, that sense. On a battlefield it's a peerless way to save your life. From outside the ring, Haimu couldn't help marveling. Come, keep going. I smiled and charged again. Only this time, I still didn't use curse arts. I meant to feed all my martial techniques to Shirtu. Over an hour later, the 2 of us stopped, gasping for breath. As long as I didn't use curse arts, neither of us could best the other. But by now, I was clearly being pressed back, simply because Shida's fighting was too fierce. Every fist, palm, and kick I knew, he'd already learned. Stop, I panted. Any more, and I'll lose. Shirtu was taken aback. You haven't lost, and I haven't won. I'm basically pinned. Any more, and I lose for sure. And I keep feeling like you're leading me around by the nose. I rubbed my nose. If he were an outsider, I'd never have let him live. A man like this is too great a threat to the tribe, and to me. But luckily, he was my brother to the death. No way, you've still got your blood and your soul's power unused. Shirtu scratched his head. Those are means to kill, not to spar. I went over and clapped his shoulder. Shirtu, do you know how strong you are? He shook his head. I pointed at the dumbstruck tribesmen at the edge. Look at them. In those eyes there was shock and awe. Right now, you're the strongest warrior in the rampaging ape tribe. Stronger than me. Shirtu was stunned, looking down at his bruised hands. Haimu and Liahu came over. Good lad, a real human-shaped beast, Liahu marveled, clicking his tongue. I looked at Shirtu and said, this of yours is called the battle body, born for war. A supernatural premonition of danger. Any martial technique mastered at a glance, perfected at a touch. The more you fight, the stronger you grow. The greater the danger, the stronger you grow. Shirtu struggled for a while. But I'm just Shirtu, the dumbest one in the tribe. Everyone laughed. Grandpa laughed too. Dumb or not isn't measured by how fast you learn things, but by the heart. You're honest, you value loyalty and feeling. That kind of dumb is rarer than the cleverness of clever people. He looked at the 2 of us, and in those blind eyes there seemed to be light flickering. You too, one a war curse body, one a battle body. This is the blessing the Totem gave the rampaging ape tribe. From today, you're the tribe's twin stars. One bright, one dark, One hard, one soft, one attack, one defense. With you two, the rampaging ape tribe will surely stand up. I will, Grandpa. I will too, Grandpa. Grandpa, from now on I'll move about outside only as a shaman. I said earnestly. A man has to hide some of his methods to live long. As you like. The only ones who know you're a totem warrior are us few. Grandpa smiled, full of comfort. Put your hide on. We've sparred this long. We're hungry. Last time you said this late meal's called a midnight snack? Come, let's have a midnight snack. In the days that followed, the tribe rested and recuperated. Meat to eat as you pleased, the houses warm as spring. Haimu, Lihu, and the few new warriors could brave the cold, going out to set traps when they'd nothing else to do, with a return every day. AMU's Bow workshop worked day and night, and could already arm the whole tribe. With the tribe on track, I put up a grass shed and built a fire pit. I wanted to try whether I could smelt out metal arrowheads. I found Liahu. Uncle Hu, that yellow-brown or from last time, is there more? There is, more than one piece. There's plenty in that area. His eyes lit up. You want to smelt metal for arrowheads? Yes. He turned to go. Wait here, I'll send men to haul it. In under 10 minutes, a dozen odd pieces of yellow-brown ore were piled before me. I had a simple iron furnace built, dig a pit in the ground, stack stones at the edges, leave an air vent and a slag outlet, and make a few bellows from hide and wood. The charcoal had long been burned, several sheds packed full. First firing. Crush the ore, layer it with charcoal into the furnace, light it, work the bellows. An hour later, the ore melted into a red-hot liquid and flowed out, but it had too many impurities. Cooled, it was a hard, brittle slag that shattered at a tap. I tried again, adjusting the charcoal ratio, lengthening the bellows work. Better, but still brittle. I tried for 7 days straight. Each time better than the last, but never up to standard, either too brittle or too soft, unable to take a single blow from me. On the 7th night, I stared blankly at the heap of scrap iron, Shirtu crouched beside me keeping me company. Yee, can this thing just not be smelted? It definitely can. I shook my head, then a thought stirred. Could it be I smelted iron long ago, and it's just that my strength is too great? Today's iron is fine in itself, but it can't cut a peak first tier's beast bone. These beasts have drawn in the primal energy of heaven and earth for years. Even their bones have been tempered. My eyes lit up. Then what if I grind the beast bone into powder and mix it into the molten iron? Sure too, go get me some first-tier beast bones. In no time he ran back with an armful of bones. I picked a rib, smashed it, ground it to powder, mixed it into the molten iron, and smelted again. Half an hour later, the molten iron flowed out. Cooled, a metal, black shot through with a faint blue-green light. I picked up that old piece of scrap iron and struck it. Clang, the iron bar snapped at the blow. But this piece, mixed with bone powder, was unharmed. Then I took it and cut at a first-tier beast's leg bone. Crack, the leg bone snapped, and the metal hadn't left so much as a mark. I smiled. So it wasn't that the method was wrong, it was that my vision was wrong. Ordinary iron in this world simply couldn't compare to beast bones that had drunk primal energy a whole lifetime. But mix in beast bone powder, let the residual energy fuse into the metal, and it was no longer ordinary metal. Uncle Hu, bring me all the beast bones you don't need. I hadn't watched iron smelting closely, but steel making I knew well. Blend pig iron and wrought iron by ratio, then mix in the right beast powder. In the dead of night, the first batch of molten steel came out, poured into the long blade mold I'd prepared. Forging, quenching, edging. By the next morning, a steel saber gleaming with cold light, shaped like a tang saber, was done. I cut it across the thigh bone of a second-tier beast. The bone snapped at the blow, and the edge was utterly unharmed. Ha! It worked. I couldn't hold back my excitement and roared aloud. Soon I handed the most perfect formula to Shurjin and the others to mass produce, and had Shurtu and Haimu fetch back 5 full pouches of, or with the storage pouch. 3 days later, I put the edge on my tang saber. Shida's weapon was easy, a pure steel staff. Haimu's was a long spear, Lihu's a long saber, both mixed with second-tier beast powder. I gave the saber in my hand a swing, then shook my head slightly. If only it could be heavier. That tang saber was 2 fingers wide, for feet 3 long, The blade dark blue-black, the edge snow-white, the cold light biting, a blood groove on each face. Only a dozen odd pounds, featherlight to our strength. But you can hardly go to war wielding a door plank. The bone powder arrows were made too. Even mixed with only first-tier bone powder, they pierced a second-tier beast's hide with ease. That very day Haimu and Liahu carried back a roughly 1,000-pound second-tier mixed blood bear. It grew colder and colder, the snow piling deeper and deeper, every trap buried. But I wasn't worried. Our stores were more than enough for the winter, and the breeding farm still held over 100 live animals. Grandpa said it was the best winter the rampaging ape tribe had had in decades. It was only that I'd truly had my fill of beast meat. I wanted to eat fish. That big lake lay over 20 kilometers east of the tribe. In winter, the surface froze, the perfect time to fish, the ice thick enough to walk on, cut a hole, and the fish crowd to it on their own. In the short videos of my past life, a single net of northeastern winter fishing pulled hundreds of pounds. This world had no pollution. The winters were colder. The fish could only be more plentiful. Maybe I could even net a graded one. I found Liahu. Uncle Hu, I want to go take a look at the lake. No, there are beasts in the lake. It's frozen now. Those things are either hibernating or under the ice. As long as we don't disturb them, it should be fine. He still shook his head. Uncle Hu, what day of ours isn't dangerous? I cut him off. We eat meat every day, all protein. We need some fat too, so the nutrition's balanced and the body's strong. Besides, the salt's nearly gone, isn't it? Drinking beast blood alone won't do. There might be saltwater fish in the lake. Liahu was stumped. Protein and fat he didn't understand, but the salt running out was real. Without salt, a man went listless all over, and over time things went wrong. In these wilds, salt was a rare thing, gotten only by trading hides and food with other tribes. After a while, he sighed. I'll go. You stay. I'm the only one who knows how to fish. Uncle Hu, I'll go with ye. Shirtu spoke up. You two are impossible. Go tell Grandpa. If he nods, then fine. Grandpa agreed at once, on one condition. Take Haimu along. Early the next morning, the three of us set off with the storage pouch. The snow was waist-deep, so I just carved 3 skis. Half an hour, and I had the hang of them. A trip that should have taken 2 or 3 hours took half an hour. I stood at the lake's edge and said nothing for a long while. Too big. Beyond the eye's reach, the ice stretching white to the horizon, frozen rock solid. Shirtu stamped on it, not a budge. Safe. Using my soul's perception, I chose a spot, and the three of us swung steel chisels and steel hammers. The ice was a full meter thick, but the moment we broke through, the fish leapt out, one after another, silver and gleaming, palm-sized, arm-long, even over a meter long, flopping and bounding out as if a floodgate had opened. Shida's eyes went glassy. That's way too many. I was stunned too, then snapped to and shouted, Don't just stand there, grab them. The two of us scrambled to stuff them into the storage pouch. It was a dozen odd minutes before the hole quieted, and this one spot alone was over 1,000 pounds. We moved and chiseled again. With soul's power to scout the fish, by the end of one morning the storage pouch was packed full, 10,000 pounds at the least. Shirtu cradled the biggest fish, grinning ear to ear. I smiled too, but as I smiled my brow knit. Because I felt that very, very deep beneath the ice, something was swimming toward us. The black shape was huge, bigger than all of us put together. It swam slowly, and with each movement the water around it surged. And on its body, there was light, a ghostly blue light with something uncanny to it. Chill. Nobody moved. Shirtu looked up, a flash of gold. Ye danger? There's something below very big. I lowered my voice. Grab the fish, walk slowly, don't run. The three of us lined up cradling fish and edged carefully toward shore. I walked last, fixing my soul's eye hard on that black shape. It swam slowly, seeming utterly indifferent, until we were on the bank. Only then did it sink slowly and vanish to the lake bed. I let out a long breath. Shida's back was drenched in cold sweat. What was that? I don't know, but at least 3rd tier, maybe 4th. Shirtu sucked in a cold breath. Against such a being, they were simply no match. Will we come back? I gazed at the wide expanse of the lake. Yes, it's deep in the lake's heart. We stay at the edge. As long as we don't go to the heart, it should be fine. I paused. And the more dangerous the place, the bigger the haul. You saw those fish. Shirtu nodded hard. All right, I'll follow you. 10,000 pounds of fish, enough to feed the whole tribe for over 10 days. This weather and these woods were a natural ice house. Most important, that the lake could grow something so big showed just how terrifyingly rich its resources were. As long as we were careful, this lake was an inexhaustible granary for the rampaging ape tribe. Back at the tribe, I parceled out the fish, taught everyone to scale them and clean the innards, and stewed a pot of fish soup myself. A bit fishy, but already a rare delicacy. Xiao Xiao all but swallowed her tongue drinking it. We went to the lake twice more after, each time working only where the ice was thick, pulling back the moment we saw that black shape. 2 trips, another 10,000 plus pounds of fish. Fish and beast meat traded off, and our stomachs were finally at ease. The old folks all said it was the best winter in decades. The snow kept falling, but every face wore a smile. The hearths in the wood houses burned strong, children chasing one another, old people dozing, women chatting idly as they sewed hides. Everything was turning for the better, but the outside world was bound to give them no peace. Inside the blood python tribe, a dispute was brewing. Shaman, we're low on food. This whole winter chasing that pure-blood gold-crowned pit viper, the hunting's fallen far behind. A middle-aged man reported. Low. The blood python shaman sneered. We're low. Aren't all the tribes around us swimming in it? For 200 miles around, my blood python is the strongest. 30-some tribes. We grab a little from each, and they wouldn't dare refuse. So the greenscale pythons are a bit weaker in winter. What of it? My blood python is still the strongest. Yes. The man bowed and withdrew. That night, the snow fell especially hard. I lay in the wood house listening to the wind outside, uneasy at heart, as if something far off were watching me. I tried to probe with my soul's eye, but the wind and snow were too heavy. I couldn't see far. Maybe I was overthinking it. I closed my eyes. How long passed I don't know, before a din jolted me awake. Shouting, screams, and the roar of beasts. I shot upright. Shirtu had already rushed in. Something's wrong. I threw on a hide and charged out. The wind and snow were heavy, the firelight brighter still. At the tribe gate, several new wood houses were ablaze, the flames reddening half the sky. Countless black shapes shifting in the snow. Leather armor, bone blades and spears, a blood-red python tattooed on their chests. The blood python tribe. My mind went boom. I saw Haimu locked in battle with a bare-chested Hulk wielding an enormous bone club, blow after blow. Haimu giving ground step by step, already several wounds on him. Liehu and the hunting party desperately holding off another wave. The enemy far more numerous, every one a totem warrior, several bleeding holes punched in him too. Grandpa stood beneath the totem stone pillar, chanting. Several blood python men sprawled at his feet, bleeding from all 7 orifices, but more rushed up, and his hide robe was long since dyed red. My eyes went red in an instant. Sure too, he'd already charged out, crashing into the crowd in a blink. One punch, and a totem warrior's chest caved in. Another punch, and a head burst outright. I didn't move. I stood where I was, staring hard at those men, the golden gleam in my eyes growing brighter and brighter. I held out my hand. There was a cut on my index finger from chiseling ice, not yet healed. A drop of blood floated up. 2, 3, 10, 100. The drops hung before me, golden light glinting in every one. A thought stirred. 100 streaks of red light shot out at once, too fast to see. Only the wish of split air. A dozen odd men fell at the same time, a tiny blood hole dead center in each forehead. I raised my hand again. Another 100 drops, 100 streaks of red light, another dozen odd toppling. It's a shaman. Kill him. A dozen odd totem warriors lunged at me. My face was expressionless. I raised my hand again. They didn't make 3 steps before they dropped in unison. But still more surged up. The blood python's men were too many. The blood before me grew less and less, my face whiter and whiter. Curse kill burns not blood, but soul's power. I'd awakened only recently. My soul wasn't strong enough yet. But I didn't retreat. Not one step. Another wave charged. I bit through the tip of my tongue, forced out a few dozen drops of blood, the red light flashed, and another dozen odd fell. But my head began to pound, my vision swimming. Just as I was about to give out, an earth-shaking roar exploded. Everyone stopped at once. Beneath the totem stone pillar, Grandpa stood, an eerie blue flame burning all over him, pouring from his 7 orifices, from his wounds, from every pore. Those clouded eyes of his had, astonishingly, opened. No pupils, only 2 balls of blue fire. "Grandpa!" I screamed hoarsely. Grandpa looked back, gave me one glance. In that glance there was tenderness, reluctance, and resolve. He raised his wooden staff and let out an aged, hoarse roar. The roar carried some uncanny power. The blood python men nearby died on the spot. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, the ones farther off clutched their heads and shrieked, writhing on the ground in agony. The Hulk wheeled around, his face changing utterly. "Not good. The old wretch is burning his soul. Pull back." The blood python tribe retreated like an ebbing tide, vanishing into the wind and snow. The blue flame over Grandpa gradually died, the wooden staff slipping from his grip. He swayed, then slowly fell. "Grandpa!" I rushed over and caught him. His body was very light, light as if only a handful of bones remained, his eyes shut, his wrinkles deeper, his whole self like a desiccated corpse. But his chest still rose and fell faintly. He was still hanging on by a thread. I sent out my soul's power to probe, and my heart sank halfway. Grandpa's soul had burned away more than 90%, and the remaining tenth was as faint as a guttering candle in the wind. To burn one's soul should mean certain death. Yet he was still alive. No time to wonder why. Still alive meant still savable. "Sure to. Bring all the beast cores." Sure to brought an armful. I pressed one into Grandpa's hand and channeled soul's power to send the energy in. No good. He was too weak. He couldn't absorb it. Another core, still no good. I tried all 17. Not one could be channeled in. My tears fell. Just then the ball of golden flame in my chest gave a pulse, and the golden war ape's voice sounded in my mind. "Use your blood." Right, my blood. It could curse kill, could wound. Could it save? I bit through my wrist and dripped blood into Grandpa's mouth. 1 drop, 2, 3. His throat moved, he swallowed. His breathing seemed to steady, just a little. I gritted my teeth and dripped more. His face actually took on a faint trace of color. Not enough. I bit through my other wrist. Sure to paced in circles, frantic. "Ye your blood." Never mind me. I don't know how much I dripped. I only knew Grandpa's breathing was strengthening, bit by bit. At last, his lips moved. "Ye." "Grandpa, I'm here." His eyes opened a crack, still veiled in white film, unseeing. But I knew he was looking at me. "Don't waste your blood, it's precious. Don't talk, just rest." Grandpa shook his head and dragged out the faintest smile. "Foolish child. I've lived 70-some winters. I've gotten my money's worth. Save your blood for later." "No." I held him tight. "You said you'd see me become a real shaman. See me lead the tribe to strength. You can't die." Grandpa was silent a moment, then smiled, warmer this time. "All right. I'll do my best." I held him, and the tears wouldn't stop. But I knew his life was saved, for now. I turned my head. Sure to carry Grandpa inside, build a fire, stew the richest meat broth. I stood and looked at the blood python corpses littering the ground. I crouched and tore the python-marked hide from a corpse's chest, gripping it tight. Then I looked up, toward the direction they'd fled. In the wind and snow nothing could be made out, but with the soul's eye, I could see. Their trail was still there, their aura still there. They were still alive. The golden flame in my eyes was brighter than ever. Sure to. From tomorrow, we drill the troops. Sure to nodded hard. I looked at the surviving tribesmen, one by one, committing each face to memory. "From today," I said, my voice terrifyingly calm, "I am the shaman of the rampaging ape tribe. From today, the rampaging ape tribe and the blood python tribe, to the death, no rest until one is gone." No one spoke, but in everyone's eyes, something was burning, longing for lost kin, hatred for the enemy, and the hunger to live. I walked into Grandpa's wood house. The hearth was burning strong. Grandpa lay on the bed, his face white as paper, his chest still rising and falling. Xiao Xiao crouched at the bedside, carefully feeding him soup, her eyes rimmed red. "Brother," Grandpa, "he'll be all right." I took Grandpa's hand, cold, but with the faintest pulse, one beat, then another, slow, but still beating. I closed my eyes and pressed my forehead to his hand. Grandpa, don't worry. I will bring you back, and I will make those who hurt you pay blood for blood. Haimu and Liahu came once they dealt with things outside. Shaman, how is Grandpa? Haimu's voice trembled. All right for now. The one who led them. He was from the blood python tribe. Yes, their hunting captain, Manching, first tier before, now somehow second tier. Liahu ground out the words. Without a word, they demanded we hand over half our stores. Grandpa refused, and then he stood up. Tell me the blood python tribe's particulars. By word at the trade fair, over 800 people, half able-bodied, 30-some totem warriors, the chief and shaman both second tier, and they rear who knows how many green-scale pythons. Haimu recalled, but that word may not be reliable. We don't even know exactly where they are. My brow knit tight. The word at the trade fair was plainly put out by the blood python themselves and was sure to conceal things. Grandpa was old. He could bring out only a fraction of his second-tier strength, and the one thing that could make the enemy wary, soul-burning, he'd already used. What came next would be a storm of retaliation. The trade fair. I remembered the place from Ye's memories. A trading ground that a dozen-odd tribes for hundreds of miles around had agreed upon, once a month, in a valley 3 days' travel away. Each tribe brought hides, meat, herbs, bone tools, even slaves and women, to exchange for what they lacked. Called a trade fair, but really it was another battlefield where the strong preyed on the weak. The strong tribes traded the least for the best. The weak could only scrape the leftovers. Every time the blood python goes to the trade fair, they're the most arrogant of the lot. Lots of men, a second tier backing them. No one dares cross them. Liahu ground his teeth. But I was thinking of something else. Was the blood python's raid this time really for food? No. If it were only for food, they wouldn't have picked the dead of winter. Heavy snow seals the mountains. Even what you seize is hard to haul. And they'd sent 40 or 50 men, a third of them totem warriors. For this little bit of stored food, far too wasteful. Unless, through my mind flashed that golden snake, the pureblood cub Yi and Shurtu had seen deep in the woods. That day the blood python had taken the 2 mixed blood wolves. Would they let go of that far more precious pureblood cub? They wouldn't. They must have gone chasing that snake. Chief, has the blood python been to the trade fair recently? Haimu started. The last fair was 2 months ago. They didn't come. They always came. That time they didn't, and I was puzzled. My eyes lit up. 2 months without going to the trade fair. In that time, they had something more pressing than trading goods. Chasing that pureblood cub. Most likely chasing the snake set their hunting back. Food ran short, and that's why they came to fleece us this once. But whichever it was, I couldn't fail to guard against it. We have to prepare too, I said. First, drill the troops. We now have 7 totem warriors. Me, Shurtu, the chief, Uncle Hu, and the 5, Lin, Foam, and the rest. Not many, but enough. I want them to drill the rampaging ape techniques into their bones, able to fight with their eyes shut. Second, not just them. All the able-bodied, everyone who can move, trains too, bows, traps, combat techniques, as much as they can learn. The blood python has numbers, but we're not prey for the slaughter either. Third, set traps. From the tribe gate outward, half a mile, a mile, a mile and a half, dig them all. Not to catch rabbits, but to kill men. Stakes at the bottom, poison on the stakes, beast poison, man-made poison, whatever we've got. The arrangements made, everyone dispersed. The wind and snow howled all night, easing only at first light. I kept watch at Grandpa's bedside all night. His breathing was still faint, but it had steadied. The blood I'd fed him, plus the rich broth, had finally held his life together. At daybreak, Haimu pushed the door open. Yi, those blood python corpses. Burn them, scatter the ashes outside the woods, feed the beasts. I didn't turn my head. Wait. I stood up. Casualties tallied. Haimu was silent a moment. 4 of the hunting party dead, 11 of the tribe dead. Over 20 wounded, and a few who may not make it through today. I said nothing. 15 lives, gone in a single night. And Grandpa, all but burned out. This debt, I'd noted it down. In the clearing at the center of the tribe, the snow was cleared away. The surviving tribesmen, even the women and the half-grown children, stood there, wrapped in hides, gripping bone spears, stone axes, or the bows I'd taught them to make. Pairs of eyes looked at me, full of grief, fear, and also expectation. Last night, 15 people died, I began. Grandpa burned his soul to save us, and now he hangs on by a single breath. Someone in the crowd cried out. What's there to cry about? My voice shot up. Can crying cry them back to life? Can it wake Grandpa? The crying stopped short. The blood python tribe has over 800 people, at least 30 totem warriors, and a second-tier shaman. And us. Old and young, 500 some. Totem warriors including the newly awakened, 8 in all. I paused. Fight head-on, and we're dead for certain. Then what do we do? Someone asked. Make it so they can't break in. I pointed at the newly built wood houses, at the wide expanse of forest in the distance. From today, the whole tribe moves. The able-bodied learn combat techniques from me. The women make bows, the children stand watch and run messages, the old who can move cook, those who can't stay indoors. The hunting party, no more hunting from now on. I looked at Liahu. He was wounded, but stood ramrod straight. Uncle Hu, the hunting party gets a new name, the war band. No more hunting, only fighting. He nodded hard. Good. Chief, you drill the able-bodied. Drill the techniques until they can fight with their eyes shut. Haima nodded. Last, I looked at Shirtu and the 5 newly awakened warriors, Lin, Feng, Guang, Huya, Xia. You 6, come with me. At the clearing on the tribe's edge, I stopped. Last night, I used Curse Kill, but it burns soul's power. It can't last. What truly holds off the enemy is you. I looked at Shirtu. You're a battle body, stronger the more you fight. From today, your job is to fight me, every day, until neither of us can stand. Shida's eyes lit up. Really? Really? I turned to the 5. You've just awakened. Drill techniques with the chief. Drill real combat with Uncle Hu. Apart from eating and sleeping, you train. The 5 answered as one. And I gazed at the distant forest, my voice terrifyingly calm. The blood python tribe will come again. If not today, then tomorrow, then next year. But whenever they come, we make it so they come and never return. The blood python tribe. In a huge stone hut, the bonfire blazed. Manching knelt on the ground, wounded all over. Before him, a gaunt old man sat in a hide chair, holding a wooden staff coiled with a venomous snake, blood-red python markings over his body, a cold light flashing now and then in his murky eyes. The blood python shaman. 50 went to seize food, 7 came back. His voice was like sandpaper grinding stone. 43 dead. Manching pressed his forehead to the ground. Shaman, that rampaging ape tribe. There's something strange about it. They have a shaman. A young shaman, using curse kill arts, killing men from far off. And that old shaman, he burned his soul. We couldn't hold him. The blood python shaman was silent a moment. A young shaman? I'd thought that old wretch of the rampaging apes had long since died, and here another's cropped up. He lifted Manching's chin with the staff. You're saying the rampaging ape tribe is a threat now? Yes, yes. Just then the stone hut's door was pushed open, and a man rushed in and dropped to one knee. Shaman, the gold-crowned pit viper, we've found it. The blood python shaman's eyes lit up at once. Where? The cold pool to the east. The beast holed up at the bottom. The scouts found its trail at the pool's edge. He gripped the staff, the corner of his mouth slowly spreading into a smile that chilled the blood. Hunted it 2 whole months, and found it at last. He turned to Manching. The rampaging ape tribe can wait. Shaman, but a single pureblood cub is worth more than 10 rampaging ape tribes. His voice went cold. Catch that snake, and dealing with them afterward will be child's play. Besides, that old wretch burned his soul. He won't live long. The young shaman just awakened. He'll never amount to anything. Let them live a few more days. What of it? Manching lowered his head. Yes. The stone hut held only the blood python shaman now. He gazed at the night outside the window and murmured, catch it, tame it, and my blood python tribe can take one more step forward. That smile was colder than the wind and snow outside. I didn't know that the blood python tribe had, for the moment, no time to spare for us. In these days, the tribe was like a machine wound tight. By day, Haimu led the able-bodied in combat drills. Mu took the women and children making bows, 50 bows, and over 1,000 arrows a day, arrows piling up to fill 3 wood houses. The old cooked, carried water, tended the wounded. By night, I drilled with Shirtu and the 5 in the snow. Every blow found flesh. Shirtu fought the wildest, his battle body seemingly tireless, fiercer the more he fought. After 3 days, the bruises on my body never had a chance to fade. The 5, too, improved visibly. The first day, they couldn't last 10 moves against Shirtu. By the third, they could trade dozens of blows with him. On the 4th night, I called Haimu and Liehu over too. From tomorrow, you 5 go with the chief and uncle who deep into the woods. Real combat. However much you drill in the snow, it can't match real blades and spears. First tier, second tier, all fine. Fight what you can beat, run from what you can't. Coming back alive is worth more than anything. And Shirtu? Guang asked. Shirtu stays. He's got other business with me. Haimu frowned. You alone in the tribe? I'm not alone. I cut him off. Hundreds of tribesmen are here, and I have curse kill. I kill at a distance. They can't get near me. And don't go too far. Stay close enough to come back as reinforcement. Early the next morning, Haimu set off with the 5 storage pouches at their waists for the kill. Liehu took the warband on patrol and to set traps. I drilled with Shirtu. Before they left, I kept Liehu back. Uncle who? Why hasn't the blood python come back to kill us right away? That's exactly the strange thing. He frowned. By their nature, they should have been at our door the very next day. Something's holding them up, I said. Which is good for us. The longer it drags on, the more practiced the tribe's techniques, the truer their aim. I lowered my voice. And there's something I have to do myself. Find where the blood python tribe is. You want to raid them? Not now. I shook my head. But one day, I'll make them pay blood for blood. Liehu looked at me, then suddenly smiled. And in that smile there was comfort and pride. I'd thought of moving the tribe, but the heavy snow had sealed the woods. Move now, and the tribesmen would freeze, frostbitten or dead. For now, the drilling ground was a new storehouse, with a dozen-odd hearths built inside. After nightfall, Haimu came back with the 5, carrying 3 first-tier beasts, wounded, with light in their eyes. We killed a mid-first-tier iron-backed gray wolf, Lin said excitedly, and a high first-tier giant tusked boar. Guang jumped in. All right, no showing off. Liehu cut in. Get them inside, treat the wounds that need treating. I looked at the kill and their wounds. Not bad. 3 first tiers in a day, your combat abilities coming up. The 5 grinned. But this is only the start. I turned the subject. The blood python has at least 30 totem warriors, plus a second-tier shaman. You 5 plus the chief and uncle who can handle 7 or 8 at most. Shirtu and I can handle 10 between us. Still not enough. Keep drilling. Drill until one of you can kill a peak first tier, 5 of you can kill a second tier in coordination, until you can kill with your eyes shut. The 5 answered as one and went off to drill more. I walked into Grandpa's house. Xiao Xiao kept watch at the bedside. Brother, Grandpa moved just now. I checked his pulse, a little stronger than last night, still very weak. I sat at the bedside a long time, until Xiao Xiao fell asleep against my leg. Then I carried her to the straw bed and tucked her in. Outside, the snow was much lighter than days before. I gazed at the silver-robed forest and suddenly thought of a line of poetry I'd learned in my past life. If winter comes, can spring be far behind? But in this world, spring wasn't hope. It was the start of another war. When the snow melted, the beasts would wake starving, fiercer than ever. The tribes would stir, the trade fair would reopen, and the blood python tribe. 3 more days passed. Grandpa still hadn't woken, but his breathing was far steadier, his color no longer ashen, his lips moving now and then. Each day I sat at his bedside a while, fed him a few mouthfuls of broth, dripped in a few drops of my own blood. I didn't know how long I'd have to wait, but I was willing to wait. In those 3 days, Haimu took the 5 into the woods daily, going farther and farther, the kill stronger and stronger. The first day, 5 first tiers. The second, they coordinated to kill an early second-tier iron spine bear. The third, they tracked a pack of mixed blood beasts, found a third tier among them, and had to give up. On the 4th day, they set out before dawn, and by now still hadn't returned. I stood at the tribe gate, brow faintly knit. Shirtu said, "Should I go meet them?" Wait a bit longer. Another hour, the sky darkening, and at last there was movement in the woods. A few figures stumbled out. It was Lin, covered in blood, a wound on his left arm deep enough to show bone. Behind him, Feng dragged a man whose chest was torn open, drenched in blood. I strode to meet them. What happened? Lin dropped to his knees. Shaman, we ran into the blood python tribe's men. My heart sank. Where's the chief? Behind. He had us come back first to report. We captured one of theirs. Feng set the man down off his back. A young man, blood python leather armor, python mark on his chest, unconscious, his several wounds, none of them fatal. I checked his pulse, alive. Carry him in and bind him. Call me when he wakes. Sure to. Come with me to meet the chief. Just as I made to go, more rushed out of the woods. Haimu, Liahu, and Guang. Huya, Shuya, all wounded, but able to walk. They're back, none dead. Haimu let out a breath. I looked them over. Haimu's left shoulder bitten through, still seeping blood. Liahu's several ribs broken, unable to straighten. Tell me inside. In Grandpa's house, the few of them sat around the fire pit, cradling hot soup. Haimu caught his breath and began. We went far today, meaning to hunt a mid-second tier. Walked 2 hours, reached a place we'd never been, a mountain, and at its foot a river not yet thawed. We found beast trails by the river, tracked them a short way, and saw people. Blood python men. 7 or 8. All totem warriors, led by Manching. Liahu took up the thread. They didn't notice us, but they were moving in a hurry, talking as they went, and we heard them. They said the gold-crowned pit viper had been found. My heart jolted. That golden snake. Where? The cold pool to the east. The snake holed up at the pool's bottom. They found its trail at the edge but couldn't get it out, and the shamans working out a way to force it up. They were going back for herbs. I fell silent. The gold-crowned pit viper, the pure-blood cub. No wonder the blood python hadn't come these days. All their energy was thrown at that snake. And then, we wanted to pull back and stepped into the territory of a mid-second-tier iron-backed gray wolf. Haimu smiled wryly. The fight kicked up too much noise and alerted those men. We fought and retreated to a mountain hollow, and ran right into this lad's group. 3 of them, hauling supplies. Killed 2, took 1 alive. I went over and crouched to study the captive closely. Early 20s, his face still boyish, his clothes clean, no calluses on his hands. Like someone who handled odd jobs, not a battle-hardened warrior. How much does he know? Haven't questioned him. He's been out the whole time. Call me when he wakes. Rest your wounds first. I turned to go, then stopped. Which way is that cold pool? Haimu thought a moment. East. About a day and a half east. On skis, a morning. I nodded and pushed the door open. The snow had stopped, a line of gray-white showing at the horizon. I stood in the snow, gazing east, not moving for a long while. Early the next morning, the captive woke. When I hurried over, he was bound to a wooden post, his lips cracked, his eyes terrified. The moment he saw me, he shrank back. What's your name? He didn't speak, only shook. I sighed and stood. Shirtu, he's yours. Shirtu grinned, flexed his wrists, and stepped up. The man stared at his 2-meter frame, his gold-gleaming eyes, and finally spoke. My name's Mang Chi. I crouched again. Surname Mang. Only core clansmen are surnamed Mang. Then you know plenty. I said. Answer honestly, and I'll let you go. He started. Really? I looked at him and said nothing. The look unnerved him, and he nodded quickly. Ask. First, where is your blood python tribe? He hesitated. Shirtu took a step forward, and he said at once. At the foot of Python Mountain to the east. There's a Python river running past it. Follow the river upstream. 3 days, and you're there. I could feel he wasn't lying. That was the confidence of a man certain of his tribe's strength. Second, how many of you? How many totem warriors? He went quiet. The tribe's location was no great matter, but its strength couldn't be leaked lightly. Seems you don't mean to be honest. I sighed, and had them prop up his legs and press stones onto them, one by one. He gritted his teeth and screamed, but wouldn't talk, even threatening. Do you know who I am? Of the blood python tribe. Shuya added another stone. and the words were choked right back. A tough one, I praised mockingly. But this is just the appetizer. Lin, fetch some bone needles. The bone needles came quickly. I crouched and said, word by word, these needles go in under your fingernails. The fingers are tied closest to the heart. His body shuddered, but he still clenched his teeth. Uncle, who you do it? Scream after scream, but his blind loyalty to the totem, to the tribe, made him sooner die than talk. All 5 fingers done, and he still hadn't loosened his lips. I gave a few claps, a real tough one. Since that's so, no need to go on, let him die. But death shouldn't be too simple, either. I fetched a wooden bucket and a bone blade, circled behind him, and with the back of the blade drew a line across his wrist, then used the storage pouch to drip, drop by drop, warm water mixed with beast blood onto the wound. You've got a good constitution. A bleed out at this rate will last you an hour. I said, smiling. Want to talk? Call me anytime. I gave a gesture and let everyone out. Shaman. Shoo. I cut Haimu off. Just wait quietly. At the post, Mangchi listened to the warm liquid dripping drop by drop into the bucket behind him, smelled the blood, and felt his fingers and arms slowly going cold and numb, his chest tight, his vision swimming, his consciousness scattering. A few minutes later, he broke. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Save me. I pushed the door open. His eyes lit up. I'll tell you everything. Just save me. All right, I'll save you. I smiled, circled behind him, took back the storage pouch, and bound the wound with a piece of hide. If you're going to put on a show, put on the whole show. Talk. Numbers, strength. Over 1,100 people, with slaves, 1,372. 79 totem warriors, a dozen odd dead. He grounded out. 79. Half again more than we'd known. The chief, the shaman, what strength? The chief is peak 2nd tier, the hunting captain high 2nd tier. The shaman, I don't know exactly, only that he's stronger than the chief. And the greenscale pythons. 30-some. 2 peak 2nd tier, the rest all 1st tier. That gold-crowned pit viper, caught yet? No. It's at the bottom of the cold pool, deep and cold, no one can get down. But there's an herb that can lure it up, and the shaman's already gone for it. When does the shaman come back? Any day now, 10 days at the most. Last one. I fixed my eyes on him. When do you plan to take revenge on the rampaging ape tribe? Mangchi shuddered all over and lowered his head, not daring to meet my eyes. Talk. My tone was very calm. The shaman said, once we catch that snake, we'll... He didn't finish, but I'd already understood. Catch the snake, then wipe out the rampaging ape tribe. I turned my back on him, silent a long while, then suddenly smiled. Thank you for the information. Sure to. Untie him. Let him go. Sure to was stunned. Let him go. Let him go. Mangchi was dumbfounded too, until the ropes came off. Then he scrambled and crawled his way out in a panic. Shaman this. Haima didn't understand. I promised to let him go. Whether you promised, I don't know. I said. Anyway, what I promised, I delivered. Haimu and Liehu exchanged a glance, a cold light flashing in their eyes, and Liehu went out after him. At noon, while I was sparring with Shirtu, Xiao Chao came running. Brother, Grandpa's awake. I dropped Shirtu and rushed into the woodhouse. Grandpa leaned against the head of the bed, a woman feeding him soup. His color was still pale, his eyes still veiled in white film, but his whole being was no longer lifeless. I stood at the door, my nose stinging. Yi? Is that you? The voice was hoarse and faint, but it was Grandpa's, no question. I crouched at the bedside and took his hand, withered, cold, but with warmth. Grandpa. He patted the back of my hand and dragged out a smile. Foolish child. What's there to cry about? Only then did I find my face was wet. I scrubbed it hard. Not crying. The wind got in my eyes. Xiao Chao told me everything. These days, you kept watch over me, fed me with your blood, held my life together. It's what I should do. He was silent a moment. The blood python's men, have they come back since? No. They've gone to catch that gold-crowned pit viper. I laid out everything from these days. Haimu taking men to hunt beasts, the able-bodied drilling day and night, the hundreds of traps set around the tribe, and that captive. Grandpa listened quietly, then smiled. Good. Yi, you've grown up. He patted my hand. Go, do what needs doing. This old life of mine won't be dying just yet. I I reached the door, then looked back. Grandpa, rest and heal. When I've wiped out the blood python line, I'll come back and throw you a victory feast. He paused, then smiled, and in that smile there was comfort and pride. Good. I'll be waiting. 5 more days. The snow had stopped, the weather still cold. In the evening, Haimu came back with the 5, a good haul. But there was no smile on his face. He pulled me aside and lowered his voice. Yi. I scouted the cold pool. It looks like they've already found the herb to lure the gold-crowned pit viper out. Did they spot you? No, we hid far off. My mind raced, and a light gradually kindled in my eyes. This is an opportunity. What opportunity? We go steal that snake. Haima's face changed. Too risky. They've got 40-some totem warriors, a peak second-tier chief, and a shaman of unknown depth. Which is why we don't fight head-on. I cut him off. We wait until they and the snake have worn each other down, then we strike. It's a pure-blood cub. Even not full-grown, it's no weakling. For the blood python to take it alive, they'll pay a price. We hide in the dark, wait until they've nearly finished fighting, and then… I didn't finish. Haimu had understood, but still hesitated. And if we're discovered? Keep our distance, and they won't discover us. Besides, even if we can't beat them now, we can always run. These past days, Shurtu and I had kept devouring beast chi and blood, and were already high first tier. With metal weapons, and the dual identity of shaman and totem warrior, even a peak second tier, I was confident I could trade blows with. Chief, this is the only chance. Let them catch the snake and the blood python grows stronger, and we have even less hope of living. Haimu was silent a long while, then looked up. You've decided? I've decided. Then I'll make arrangements. We don't need many. I said. Me, Shurtu, you, Uncle Hu, plus Lin, Foam, Guang, Huya, Shuya. 9 totem warriors, enough. We set off at first light. Rest well tonight. The night deepened. I went to look in on Grandpa one last time. He was asleep, breathing steady, Xiao Chow curled at his feet, sleeping like a kitten. I tucked the hide over them both and stepped out. Outside, the starry sky was brilliant. The stars of this world were bigger and brighter than in my past life, arranged in strange shapes. I suddenly thought of those nights in my past life, lying alone in the worksite shack, scrolling through wilderness survival videos, fantasizing that one day I might survive out in the wild. I never imagined I'd not only survive, but come to live like this. I drew a deep breath. Tomorrow would be a very long day. This time, I'd let the blood python tribe learn what it meant to be blindsided. Before dawn, the 9 of us set out. Hides, bows and arrows, steel sabers, steel spears, steel staves at our waists. Weapons smelted with beast bone powder, every one 10 times better than ordinary bone tools. I led on skis, scouting the way with my soul's eye. Shurtu beside me, his golden gleam fiercer than usual, the battle body's premonition of danger. Behind us Haimu, Lihu, and the 5 young ones. 9 figures slipped into the woods without a sound. About 2 hours in, I suddenly stopped and raised a hand. Everyone instantly dropped into the brush. A soul probe, 300 paces ahead, 7 men, all blood python warriors, sitting around a mountain hollow, a fire going, roasting meat, some on watch, some dozing. 7 ahead, resting. Go around, Shurtu asked. Can't. They're guarding the only way through. I said, wait. Wait for them to move. About half an hour, and they moved, not a changing of watch, but someone arriving. A man ran out of the woods, said a few breathless words, and the 7's faces changed. They put out the fire, snatched up their weapons, and hurried off east after him. Go. Follow. The 9 of us trailed at a distance. After 20-some minutes, the commotion ahead grew louder. The roar of a beast, the shouts of men, the clash of weapons. I signaled a halt and crept alone behind a big tree to peer out. An open ground. In the middle a small pool, the cold pool. At its edge, a savage slaughter. A golden giant snake was tangled in battle with dozens of men. About 30 feet long, thick as an arm, its golden scales glinting in the sun, a golden flesh crest atop its triangular head, hissing in fury. It was the very snake Shurtu and I had seen that day. Back then we were still ordinary people. We couldn't even make out the blur of it fighting. But now, it was frighteningly fast, biting down on a totem warrior. The man's scream never came before he was flung away, smashing into a tree, his chest caving in. But it too was covered in wounds. Its golden scales dyed red with blood. The worst gash near the vital 7 inches. A bone spear still lodged there, blood pouring without cease. Yee, this snake's a lot stronger than last time, Shirtu murmured. I thought so too, but it wasn't the time to dwell on it. No talking. Wait for my command. The ones besieging it numbered at least 30. Not far off lay 2 greenscale pythons, 50 or 60 feet long, but both listless. At their head, a gaunt old man, blood-red python markings over his body, holding the snake-coiled wooden staff, stood at a distance chanting, jabbing a finger at the snake now and then, and each jab made the snake writhe in pain, as if its soul were under attack. The blood python shaman. Beside him, a bare-chested hulk hefting an enormous bone club directed the siege while watching for a chance to step in and land a blow. The blood python chief. Manching was in the crowd too, hacking away with a bone blade. I reckoned fast. The blood python had about 35 men. The snake was nearly finished. Another 20 minutes of fighting and it would be captured. What do we do now? Shirtu asked. I was silent 3 seconds. Wait. Still wait. Wait until they've worn each other down. I stared ahead, my golden gleam brighter and brighter. Wait until the snake kills a few more, until those men take more wounds, until they're all too tired to move, and then we strike. Everyone gripped their weapons and waited, holding their breath. The slaughter went on. The gold-crowned pit viper truly was ferocious, a pure-blood cub, far surpassing its own tier even unmatured, killing with every bite, sweeping aside a swath with every flick of its tail. But the blood python had too many men, 2 replacing every one that died. The snake's wounds grew more and more, its movements slower and slower. After biting 3 more men to death, it finally collapsed to the ground, twitching all over, only its eyes still glaring fiercely at its attackers. The blood python shaman raised his staff with a single thought, and a beam of black light bored into the center of the snake's brow. The snake shuddered, closed its eyes, and went still. The crowd erupted in cheers. Caught it. A pureblood cub. The blood python shaman stepped up, crouched, stroked the snake's head, and smiled with boundless smugness. With this, my blood python tribe can take one more step forward. Just then, whish, an arrow split the air. The blood python shaman twisted aside hard. The arrow grazed his cheek and nailed into the tree behind him, the tail buzzing. He froze. Everyone froze. And then they saw 9 men walking out of the woods. At their head, a young man of 17 or 18, lean, not strong, but with golden flame burning in his eyes. The 8 behind him each held a steel saber or spear, a violent aura coming off them all. The blood python shaman stared at the young man, his eyes slowly narrowing. You're that little shaman from the rampaging ape tribe? The blood python shaman smiled, smugger than before, crueler. Good, good, good. I was just planning to catch the snake and then go deal with you. And you've come and delivered yourselves to my door. He waved a hand, and the blood python warriors, just out of a brutal fight, every one wounded, quickly closed in, trapping the 9 of us in their midst. 17 left. 17 against 9. You think you've got a chance? I smiled too, faint and cold. 17. I said. You're still counting. The blood python shaman started. Just then, everyone in the crowd but Manching and the chief fell at once, clutching their heads, bleeding from all 7 orifices, writhing on the ground in agony, slowly going still. To curse kill every first-tier totem warrior in one breath was no small strain on me either. My face had gone a little pale. Now, are there still 17? The blood python shaman's face went iron gray. He'd brought out 30-some warriors. Catching the snake had cost nearly 20, and I'd curse-killed a dozen-odd more. Now only he, the chief, Manching, and 2 greenscale pythons drained of their blood essence were left. And he himself had only half his soul's power. What a little shaman. He ground his teeth. If I'm not mistaken, you're a cursed shaman. I underestimated you. The words were barely out when he abruptly slammed the wooden staff into the ground. A cold, sinister aura surged straight at my sea of consciousness, like countless venomous snakes coming to tear at my soul. A curse. He could curse too. I grunted and stepped back half a pace. But deep in my sea of consciousness, the golden war ape's eyes snapped open, and with one roar it shattered the invading aura to powder. The blood python shaman's face changed utterly. You actually blocked it. I didn't answer. I raised a hand, forced out 10 drops of blood, 10 streaks of red light shooting out, and roared. Lin, Guang, kill the greenscale pythons. Chief, Uncle Hu, sure to, surround and kill their chief and Manching. The venomous snake on the blood python shaman's staff opened its mouth and spat black mist. The red light shot in, hissed, corroded, and vanished. Boy, your curse arts are still raw. I was playing with curses before you were born. The black mist condensed into countless small black snakes that lunged at me. Is that so? I closed my eyes and channeled the soul fire in my sea of consciousness with all I had. That ball of golden flame flared up violently, lighting the whole sea of consciousness. A totem warrior is stronger than the ordinary. A shaman, naturally, is stronger than the ordinary too. This was my trump card, and the reason I'd been waiting all along. I opened my eyes, golden flame dancing in them. Break! A formless force burst outward in all directions, and those black snakes crumbled at a touch, dissolving into nothing. The blood python shaman was aghast. Your soul's power. How can it possibly be this strong? He didn't know I was a war-cursed body, soul and body complementing each other. These past days, my soul was already far beyond what it had been at awakening. Over there, Shurtu whirled a long staff with earth-shattering force, single-handedly pinning the blood python chief. Haimu faced Manching, lower in cultivation but faintly gaining the upper hand. Liahu had already cut down a greenscale python. A snake drained of its blood essence, able to bring out peak first-tier strength, was doing well. But unluckily what they'd run into were rampaging ape warriors trained in the rampaging ape body tempering method and its techniques. The blood python shaman raised his staff again and chanted another incantation, uncanny and sinister, like countless snakes hissing. The primal energy of heaven and earth churned violently, a terrifying power gathering. Myriad serpents devour the soul. Countless black lights blanketed the sky toward me, faster, denser, more vicious than before. I gritted my teeth, the soul fire condensing into a golden barrier before me. Boom! My head felt struck by a heavy hammer. I flew back and crashed to the ground, blood at the corner of my mouth, darkness swimming over my eyes. The golden barrier shattered, but those black lights scattered too. The blood python shaman couldn't believe it. You, a little shaman freshly awakened. How could you block my myriad serpents devour the soul? I wiped the blood from my mouth, slowly stood, and smiled colder than he had. You done? I said. Now it's my turn. I stamped out a step, the ground shuddered, snow flying. In a blink I crossed 50 paces and rushed up before the blood python shaman. His pupils shrank sharply. A shaman's body is frail, most afraid of close combat. Normally there were always totem warriors guarding him. But now, those men were all dead. My saber was already there. No flourish, a simple downward cut, but it held 50,000 pounds of force. He raised his staff to block. Crack! The staff broke, and the cut landed square on his chest. He flew back like a torn sack, hit a tree and dropped, struggling to prop up half his body, and vomited a great mouthful of blood with chunks of organ in it. You're a totem warrior too. Who told you a shaman can't be a totem warrior? He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. His chest was caved in, his ribs all broken. But he was, after all, a peak second-tier shaman on the verge of third. Gritting his teeth, he fished a blood-red bead from his waist and crushed it. I cursed inwardly and rushed in. Too late. A thick blood mist exploded, wrapping him entirely. The mist cleared, the man gone. Only a pool of blood and the broken staff left. He got away. I extended my soul to its limit, but all around was empty. His aura had vanished completely. Damn. The old wretch had used a life-saving means. But there was no time to give chase. I turned to the other side. The 2 greenscale pythons were already corpses. Manching was pinned by Haimu, with only the strength to parry. As for the blood python chief, peak second tier, renowned for years, nearly 20,000 pounds of strength, his bone club whirling with force. But Shirtu was fiercer still. The battle body fully erupted, golden gleams stabbing the eye, the steel staff sweeping and smashing, every blow over 50,000 pounds of force. The two weapons met, and the bone club snapped at the blow. What? The second strike was already there, smashing into the chief's chest. He flew back, spitting blood. Shirtu charged in and brought the steel staff down hard on his head. White and red scattered across the ground. On Haimu's side, 3 or 5 more moves, and the long spear ran manching through the chest. The battle was over. The 9 of us, covered in blood, stood in the wreckage. 30-some corpses sprawled every which way. The blood python tribe's totem warriors, wiped out. Only one shaman had fled. I walked over to the gold-crowned pit viper. It lay collapsed and still, but alive. Take everything usable, weapons, hides, storage devices, whatever there is. Yee, that guy got away. Shirtu frowned. He got away. That was my carelessness. There was killing intent all through my voice. But he can flee for the moment, not the blood python tribe forever. That cut had surely crippled him. A shaman's body was frail to begin with. He wouldn't recover his strength for months. Shaman. Good stuff. Haimu excitedly brought over a storage pouch. Only a third the size of the earlier one, but a great find all the same. I put the things away. Come on, let's head back. The return took most of a day, not because the way was far, but because everyone was wounded. Shirtu had a broken rib. Haimu had a fresh wound on his shoulder. Liahu's saber edge was chipped, and Lin, foam, and the rest were covered in blood, their own and the greenscale pythons. Fighting above one's tier means wounds. Luckily, none were fatal. The 9 of us, propping one another up, shuffled back on skis, and only at dusk did we glimpse the tribe's fence. Xiao Xiao was the first to rush over, throwing herself into my arms and bawling. Brother, I thought you weren't coming back. I held her and patted her back. It's all right. I'm back. Grandpa stood at the doorway, supported by someone, unseeing but hearing. All back alive. I took his hand, all alive, and we took 2 prisoners. Note, he means the snake and the hall, rendering Grandpa's expectant tone. Grandpa was silent a moment, then smiled, warmer than ever. Good, good. That night, the bonfire blazed. I sat in Grandpa's house and recounted the battle in full. When he'd heard it out, he was silent a long while. That blood python shaman, he really got away? He got away, used a life-saving means. Peak 2nd tier, plenty of tricks, no shortage of life-saving means. To cripple him is already very good. Grandpa paused. But while he's not dead, the blood python tribe still stands. Heal up, and they're sure to come for revenge. I know. Then what do you mean to do? That cut, he won't recover for months. I said, we heal up first, and once we're healed, we go slaughter the blood python tribe. Grandpa smiled, and in that smile there was comfort and pride. He'd feared I'd be soft-hearted. Now he feared it no longer. And the gold-crowned pit viper? I asked. Keep it for now, see if we can tame it. If we can, another fighting force. If not, kill it for the core and blood, offer them to the totem. That night, the snake woke. Caged in thick logs, its golden scales caked with dried blood, the flesh crest on its head gone dull gray, like an ordinary stone. But it was alive, and it was looking at me. No fear in those vertical pupils, no pleading, only a cold, haughty contempt, as if regarding an ant. I tried feeding it blood, tried soothing it with soul's power, tried all manner of kindness. It looked at me, always, with only that one gaze. Yee, why's this snake so stubborn? We saved it, and it's not even grateful. Shirtu muttered. I understood why. Pureblood beasts are born with spiritual intelligence, with their own pride and dignity. Besieged, it would sooner die than yield. Saved, it wouldn't bow its head for so small a kindness. It was pureblood, the king blood of these wilds. Making it lower its head was harder than killing it. Kill it, offer it to the totem. I stared into its pupils and said helplessly, You got it. Shirtu crushed the gravely wounded, dying snake in one grip. We dragged the snake to the totem stone pillar. I cut it open, took out the now dimmed beast core, and set it, along with the whole corpse, on the altar. Great totem. I knelt. This is the flesh and blood, and the core, of a pureblood beast. I offer them to you. Please awaken. Grandpa stood to the side, leaning on his staff, and chanted the ancient offering incantation. That incantation had been handed down generation to generation in the rampaging ape tribe, yet had never truly been used. Before, they'd never had an offering worthy of it. But now they had. A pure-blood beast. A whole corpse, a whole core. The incantation finished. Everyone knelt, holding their breath, staring at the pillar. 1 second. 2. 3. The divine markings on the pillar suddenly lit, brighter and brighter, until the whole pillar was wreathed in golden light. Warm, vast, ancient, like a beast slumbering 10,000 years finally opening its eyes. A voice sounded in my mind. It was the golden war ape. You did well. Your offering was good. Enough for me to wake a little while. The divine markings on the pillar flowed and gathered into a vast phantom. Not the stone-carved rampaging ape, but the golden war ape. It sat cross-legged in the void, golden flame burning all over it, gazing down at everyone. Everyone dropped to their knees, foreheads to the ground, trembling all over. That was the totem, the true totem, alive. The golden ape's gaze fell on me. You offered a pure-blood beast. Good. I grant you 2 secret arts. It raised an enormous hand covered in golden fur, fire at the fingertips, and pointed at me. A beam of golden light bored into the center of my brow, countless pieces of information flooding in. Beast essence and core body refining art. Beast essence purification art. Using the blood essence of beasts and the power of beast cores to temper an ordinary tribesman's body. The higher the grade of the essence and core, the purer the bloodline, the better the effect. The younger the one refined, the greater the potential and the higher the chance of awakening a totem, but the minimum is age 6. This art is extremely painful. The essence entering the body is like 10,000 ants gnawing the bones, like raging fire burning the flesh. You must bear it on willpower alone. Bear it, and you are remade. Fail, and at best your meridians are severed. At worst you die on the spot. Use the blood essence and core of a high-grade pure-blood beast, and you can even forge out a peerless genius, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of comprehending a beast's divine power. The purification art can purify mixed blood essence of the same source, still not equal to pure blood, but far surpassing ordinary mixed blood. Only 50 mixed blood beasts cannot be purified into the equivalent of 1 pure blood's essence. The golden ape's voice turned grave. This art must be used with care. The pain is beyond what ordinary people can bear. The minimum is age 6, the maximum no older than 18. 3 times per person at most. Beyond that, no effect. The higher the essence's quality, the better the result. For one who already has a constitution, low-grade essence will likely be of little use. Remember this. Remember. The golden ape's figure gradually faded, becoming points of golden light that dispersed into the night sky. The light of the pillar dimmed too, returning to normal. But everyone knew, what had just happened was no dream. The totem had truly awakened, even if only for a little while. I worked it out quickly. Shirtu and I already had constitutions, so it was no use to us. No older than 18, so Haimu, Lihu, Guang, Shuya, and the rest couldn't use it either. 3 times per person, minimum age 6. That is, once each at 6, 12, and 18. But my burden, instead, grew heavier. Pure-blood beasts were so hard to come by. 50 mixed blood equaled 1 pure blood. This was laying the road for the next generation, but it could only be done slowly. Still, at last there was a road. The matter of the secret arts could wait. If we were to use them, we'd use the best materials. I called everyone to Grandpa's house and laid out the 2 secret arts the totem had granted in full. When the old man had heard it out, he was silent a long while, those clouded eyes gazing at the fire pit, his wrinkles especially deep in the firelight. The beast essence body refining art. Age 6 and up, 18 and down, 3 times per person at most. He suddenly smiled, his eyes rimming red. My rampaging ape tribe waited centuries, and at last this day has come. He propped himself on his staff, walked to the window, and pushed open the hide curtain. Outside, the night was deep. Do you know why I'm called Grandpa? I started. Aren't you? Just Grandpa to begin with. When I was young, I wasn't called Grandpa. I was called Lieshan. Lai is the rampaging ape tribe's surname. Sean is my name. He leaned against the window. After I became a shaman, I could no longer use my old name. They call me Grandpa because I'm everyone's grandpa. There was a trace of bitterness in his voice. But all these years, this grandpa gave them nothing. They went hungry. I had no way. They froze to death. I had no way. They were bullied. I had no way either. I could only watch, year after year, watch them be born, watch them die. I walked to his side. Grandpa, it's different now. Yes, it's different now. He turned around. Yi, do you know what it means that the totem granted you these two secret arts? We can raise more totem warriors. And raise geniuses too. He sat back down by the fire pit. Beast blood essence comes in grades. The ordinary kind makes a person a bit stronger. The mixed blood kind gives a chance to awaken a totem mark. And the pure blood kind, used on the right person, can forge out a peerless genius. But Grandpa, I cut in, that gold-crowned pit viper has already been offered to the totem. Without it, we wouldn't have gotten these two arts. And right now, we have no pure blood essence at all. Grandpa's expression went stiff. Only after a long while did he nod. Yes, yes, I'm getting muddled in my old age. It wasn't really old age muddle. It was an after effect of burning his soul. Grandpa, leave everything to me. I took his hand, withered his tree bark. Yes, there's still you for everything. He clasped back, tightening his grip. He suddenly rose and dug a dust-covered clay jar out of the junk in the corner, its body carved full of ancient rune marks. This is a thing handed down generation to generation in the rampaging ape tribe, called the spirit communion rite. He lifted the lid. Through it, the shaman communes with the totem and has the totem examine those who wish to become warriors. If the totem approves, it grants a seed of the mark, and only then can they awaken. Geniuses like you and Shirtu don't need it, but the other tribesmen do. From the jar, he took 3 things. A fist-sized transparent stone, the communion stone, carrying the totem's power, a beast bone carved full of shaman runes, the oracle bone, the incantation for communing with the totem, and a small pouch of strangely fragrant herbs, the spirit-rousing herb, to help the shaman enter the communion state. These things, handed down who knew how many generations, were finally to be put to use. When is a good time to awaken new warriors? I asked. When you've wiped out the blood python tribe and come back. Grandpa said earnestly. You'll meet danger going to destroy the blood python. But whatever happens, come back alive. Come back, and we'll hold the right, and make more people into totem warriors. I nodded hard. Living was a must. The family warmth I'd never had in my past life, I had now. The brothers, the bonds I'd never had, I had now too. That being so, I ought to live well. 3 days later, at dawn, 4 totem warriors stood ready to march, Lin, Shuya, and the others guarding home. The best hides, the sharpest steel sabers, storage pouches at our waists packed with dried meat and herbs. By the standard of ordinary totem warriors, for men attacking a tribe of 1,000 was pure suicide. A peak first tier had only 3,000 pounds of strength and would exhaust himself sooner or later. But these few were no longer to be spoken of in the same breath. Even the weakest, Liahu, now had over 5,000 pounds single arm. As we left, Grandpa charged us once more. Remember, whatever you meet, come back alive. Python Mountain lay to the east, 3 days' travel, with skis, a day and a half. Python Mountain was actually a continuous range, its main peaks soaring into the clouds, the summit snow-capped year-round. The blood python tribe sat in the river valley at the foot of the main peak. I led everyone up to a cliff at the valley's edge, and we lay flat and looked down. In the valley were packed over 100 stone huts, the largest in the center, 3 or 4 times bigger than the rest, a black flag embroidered with a blood python hanging from a tall pole on its roof. Sharpened stakes formed the fence, hung with dried human bone and beast heads. Cold as it was, there were people moving about the tribe, women working, children scuffling, men gathered in talk. I counted. Just the totem warriors in sight numbered over 20, and in the center 2 green-scale pythons 50 or 60 feet long basked in the sun, with a dozen-odd more around the edges, all below peak first tier. This blood python tribe was indeed far stronger than the rampaging ape. 23 totem warriors, 2 peak first-tier greenscale pythons, at least 1,000 people total, Liahu said in a low voice. But we had only 4. Sure too, the snakes are yours, I said, then looked at Haimu and Liahu. Those totem warriors, kill as many as you can. And you? Sure too asked. The corner of my mouth lifted. I'll go find that old wretch. Last time I let him get away. This time, whatever happens, he stays. In the largest stone hut at the center, the blood python shaman lay on a hide bed, his face deathly pale, a thick blood-seeping bandage wrapped around his chest. Beside the bed stood a burly young man in a gray-blue hide robe, an azure wolf head embroidered on his chest, his eyes narrow and sharp, a suffocating pressure coming off his whole body. A man of the azure wolf tribe, a third-tier totem warrior, Longley. The blood python shaman forced a smile. Lord Longley gracing us in person. Your presence honors my humble blood python tribe. That gold-crowned pit viper was stolen by the rampaging ape tribe. They have a little shaman with uncanny methods. The rampaging ape tribe? How strong? Longley's voice was deep. A small tribe couldn't even feed itself before. But somehow, a few totem warriors suddenly cropped up, and that little shaman especially is freakish. I let my guard down for a moment. That snake, still in their hands. Should be. Stolen only a few days ago. Longley turned to go. I'll go see the rampaging ape tribe. If the snake's still there, I'll bring it back. The blood python shaman struggled to get out of bed. My lord, let me go with you. Longley looked back, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if regarding an ant. You? Planning to crawl over? He reached the door, then stopped. Right, the tribute is due. Not a fraction short, or you know the consequences. The blood python shaman lay collapsed on the bed. The consequences he knew, of course. The tribe that had collected tribute for the azure wolf before them had been wiped out for coming up short, which was the only reason the blood python had risen to take their place. It was also why, however short of food they were, they never dared touch that batch of resources. He leaned against the bed, the corner of his mouth twisting up. Little whelp, you killed my blood python chief, killed Manching, and now you want to kill me too? Wait till Lord Longley finds you. Then we'll see how you die. Before he finished, a din rose outside. Shouts, screams, and the roar of a beast. His face changed. He stumbled to the door and shoved it open. Outside was chaos. One peak first-tier greenscale python lay in a pool of blood, its head smashed in. Another was tangled with a 2-meter youth wielding a steel staff, bellowing in pain under the blows. The totem warriors were being cut down in a rout by 2 middle-aged men. And one young man stood not far off, golden flame burning in his eyes. The blood python shaman was dumbstruck. Old wretch, I said. I told you I'd come for you. The words were barely out when the crowd of able-bodied men around me fell silently, like wheat under the scythe. The blood python shaman shook all over, but the next second he suddenly burst into mad laughter, vicious and frenzied. Little whelp, you've come at just the right time. Lord Longley, that pure-blood gold-crowned pit viper is in their hands. Please, my lord, strike them down. My blood python will add another 20% to the tribute. He shrieked toward the man at his side. Boy, didn't you want to kill me? Come on, let's see how you kill me. Longley stood to one side, arms folded, watching with interest, making no move. He wanted to see what else this little shaman could do. I looked at the blood python shaman's twisted, smug face and smiled, faint and cold. Old wretch, are you done? I took a step forward, and another dozen or 20 men dropped soundlessly. The uncanny sight frightened the blood python's able-bodied men out of their wits. They fell back, no longer daring to come near. Third tier? Impressive, I'll grant. I looked at Longley, my tone calm. But I fixed my eyes on the blood python shaman, golden flame dancing in them. Today, no one who comes can save you. I moved, frighteningly fast. Longley kept watching the show. The dozens of meters vanished in an instant. One cut, a plain, simple cut shattered the protective shield the blood python shaman hastily threw up. Lord Longley save. The words unfinished, I used a move. Rampaging ape heaven lift, and his head shot skyward, carrying a deep bewilderment, spun twice in the air, and rolled to Longley's feet, the eyes still open, full of disbelief. To his death, he never understood why Longley hadn't saved him. Longley glanced down at the head, then looked at me, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Interesting. I'd never have thought to find one who cultivates both in this little backwater. He sized me up. You and that lad both have special constitutions, strength, even spirit power, far beyond ordinary men. My face was calm, but alarm bells rang inside me. I couldn't see through him. But whether or not he made a move, I had to kill the blood python shaman as fast as possible. And for exactly that reason, I deliberately exposed my dual cultivation. If he made a move, the secret couldn't have been kept anyway. We came here only to wipe out the blood python tribe. If we've given offense, I beg your lordship's tolerance. I cupped my hands. Huh, you're an interesting one. Boy, you even talk like the city folk I saw when I was small. Longley laughed aloud, but a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. He caught, off this young man, an indescribable danger, not of strength, but something deeper. Still, he had confidence in his own power. Shirtu had finished off the greenscale python and came over carrying his staff. Haimu and Liahu had cleared out the totem warriors too, and stood behind me, covered in blood. For men, facing Longley. Longley smiled. For men, and you killed over 20 totem warriors, 1 second tier, 3 first tier. Good. Very good. Is my lord here to back the blood python? I said, I think not. If you were, you wouldn't have watched the blood python shaman die without lifting a finger. The blood python is nothing to me, Longley said mildly. He merely collected tribute for my Azure Wolf tribe. With my Azure Wolf behind it, even a tribe without a single totem warrior could collect tribute for me. The tribute we'll discuss later. I'm more interested in you. Let me introduce myself. Captain of the 5th Squad of the Azure Wolf Tribe's Reserve Hunting Party, Longley. My Azure Wolf tribe controls 2,000 miles of this ancient wildwood, with 3 Savage Body Realm experts, over 10,000 people, and more than 2,000 totem warriors. He paused, tempering the skin, conditioning the flesh, forging the bones, refining the organs. These are the 4 foundation realms, called first tier on the outside. Above them are the Savage Blood Realm, the Savage Bone Realm, the Savage Body Realm, the Savage Soul Realm. Now, I invite you to join the Azure Wolf tribe. What do you say? Hearing those realms, my heart tightened. I'd already guessed the 4 realms were just a foundation, but I'd never imagined that on the outside, they were merely first tier. And the Azure Wolf tribe had 3 Savage Body Realm experts. I was silent a moment. My lord's goodwill we gratefully accept. But our bodies are frail, and our cultivation shallow. We dare not presume so high. Longley's eyes narrowed, a thread of killing intent there. You're refusing me? My lord's goodwill I understand. But we truly dare not presume. My expression didn't change, though I'd secretly readied myself to act. The air froze. After a moment, Longley suddenly smiled again. Good, very good. It's people like you I admire. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes, and a flicker of admiration too, as if he'd seen his younger self. He changed tack. That pure-blood gold-crowned pit viper. You've surely already used it. And you've wiped out the blood python tribe that collected tribute for me, so that duty now falls to your rampaging ape tribe. Before the end of each winter, deliver 1,000 first-tier herbs and 300 second-tier, 500 first-tier beast cores, and 100 second-tier. Given that you used that pure-blood snake, for the next 3 years deliver an extra 5th each year. The old blood python territory is ceded to you. Rob it or hunt it, however you like, but the goods must not be a fraction short. Otherwise the one who comes next won't be me, but the real members of the hunting party, and they're not as easy to deal with as I am. I was silent a long while, as if weighing it, then finally spoke. How is it delivered? When the time comes, most likely I'll come collect it. Longley said slowly. Since you wiped out the blood python today, the blood python's tribute is yours to deliver too. Shirtu made to speak. I yanked him back. Acceptable. But, since we wiped out the blood python tribe, by the rules, everything of the blood pythons is ours now, correct? A clever one. Admiration flickered in Longley's eyes again. Rules are rules. Everything of the blood pythons is yours now. I went to the blood python shaman's corpse and felt around, soon turning up a storage pouch, a soul probe, and my brow knit slightly. The tribute inside was exact, not a fraction more or less, and there were also several bone fragments and weapons. I transferred the fragments and weapons into my own pouch and was about to hand the tribute to Longley when a thought struck me. My lord, must the tribute be the specific things you named? Anything of value will do. Longley shook his head. A single pureblood beast can cover a year's tribute. Then, I said aloud, since the blood python is mine now, I'd like to use the rest of the blood python's people as slaves to cover part of the tribute. How much can these people cover? Longley started, then caught on. People, in the great wilds, were a kind of resource too. It was only the first time anyone had offered people in lieu of tribute. You're sure? The totem warriors and greenscale pythons are all dead by your hand. These ordinary folk aren't worth much. And hauling this many back was more trouble than it was worth. I'm sure. I took out the bone fragments again. And the blood python's beast-taming inheritance. Surely that can cover part of it too? It can, but I can't judge the worth of these inheritances. Longley said helplessly. He drew out a bone fragment, spoke a few words to it, made a hand sign, and the fragment glowed azure and vanished. Wait a moment, someone from above will be here shortly. I turned. Sure too. Chief, Uncle Who, round up all the blood python's remaining people. These are all our resources now. With the blood python shaman dead, the ordinary folk had scattered and fled, but the heavy snow had sealed the woods. They couldn't run far. Longley and I went inside, talking while we waited. Since he admired me, he grew talkative, and I seized the chance to draw him out, gradually gaining a new understanding of this world. A tribe of under 10,000 with one savage blood realm cultivator was a lower-grade tribe. Under 50,000 with one savage bone realm was a middle-grade tribe. Under 100,000 with one savage body realm was an upper-grade tribe. Above that were the cities. The Azure Wolf tribe, though not large in number, had ample high-end strength. It was an upper-grade tribe, with 3 lower-grade tribes under it. This ancient wildwood spanned nearly 100,000 miles around, with 3 cities: Savage Bone City, Deerwood City, Wild Fiend City. The Azure Wolf tribe belonged to Savage Bone City, and had to pay tribute up to the city as well. As for the ranks of totem warriors, first tier, the 4 realms, tempering the skin, conditioning the flesh, forging the bones, refining the organs. Second tier, savage blood. Third tier, savage bone. Fourth tier, savage body. Fifth tier, savage soul. Sixth tier, savage general. Seventh tier, savage king. Above that, even Longley didn't know. And where we were was no more than a corner of the ancient wildwood's outermost edge. Just as I was chewing on all this ravenously, the person Longley had summoned arrived, and the man came down from the sky. A savage blood realm cultivator could briefly fly. My heart sank. Third uncle, Longley called respectfully. What is it that you had to call me? If the tribute's short, just wipe them out. The middle-aged man was impatient. He wants to use some inheritances to cover the tribute. I don't understand shaman inheritances. Please take a look. Third uncle sat down carelessly and held out a hand, not deigning to spare us a glance. I tactfully presented the fragments. He flipped through them idly, then said after a moment, "There's a snake-taming technique in here that's passable. Altered, it might work on other beasts. This, call it 80% of the tribute." My heart leapt. This beast-taming technique, and everything it produced, would all be mine. He also wants to use those ordinary folk outside to cover the tribute, Longley said. Third uncle frowned, closed his eyes a moment. Fine. These, plus the people outside, count as this year's tribute paid. If there's nothing else, I'm going. The words were barely out before the man had vanished. Longley let out a long breath. This year's tribute counts as cleared. I'll take them and withdraw too. As he left, he tossed out a word of advice. Around here, you're the weakest. When resources run short, others will come to take them. In the ancient wildwood, or anywhere in this world, the strong are honored. Look after yourselves. A little over half an hour later, Longley left with the remnants of the blood python. As they went, he handed each of us a small, warm, jade-like object. The blood python tribe. Only the 4 of us were left. No wonder the blood python never grew. All the good things went up in tribute, I murmured. But this year's lot is a windfall for my rampaging apes. I cast out my perception, sweeping the blood python's grounds inch by inch, finding nothing new. Of course, if they'd had anything truly good, they'd have used it to strengthen themselves long ago. As we left, something occurred to me. I doubled back and swept the blood python tribe's totem, too, into the storage pouch. The return took a day and a half. Several storage pouches packed full of beast meat and bone tools, plus a full 1,000 first-tier herbs and 500 second-tier herbs, 500 first-tier beast cores, and 100 second-tier, enough to make every able-bodied person in the tribe a totem warrior. For men went out, for men came back. All alive. Grandpa stood at the very front, supported on someone's arm. All back, Grandpa. That night, a great bonfire blazed. I sat beside Grandpa and recounted the whole trip in full. The blood python's destruction, Longley, the azure wolf tribe, the tribute, the inheritances, and that third uncle who fell from the sky. When Grandpa had heard it out, he was silent a long while. That Longley, he really said we're the weakest around? Having taken on the blood python's territory, we may indeed be the weakest around. Then what do? Grow stronger. I looked at the tribesmen around the fire, the children's smiling faces, the light in the old people's eyes. Make everyone in the tribe a totem warrior. Where would we get that many resources? We have them. I pointed at the 4 storage pouches. These are enough. Plus the 2 secret arts the totem granted. Temper the body with beast blood essence. Bear it and you're remade. The odds of awakening a totem greatly raised. I paused. Start with the able-bodied, then everyone 6 and up, 18 and down, all refined. Those who bear it. We hold the spirit communion rite and beg the totem for a seed of the mark. Those who can't bear it, we do all we can to save. We have resources enough, stock plenty of herbs and food, and we can keep them alive. Grandpa, you're a healer shaman. With herbs in good supply now, your own injury should stabilize too. I will, Grandpa nodded. If I can live, I don't want to die either. I was silent a moment. Grandpa, I want to make an offering now. Use some second-tier beast cores and see if I can trade for a stronger method. So many of the tribe's able-bodied are to awaken. If there's a complete method granted by the totem, they won't have to take the long way around. Grandpa nodded. Go. Last time the totem woke because you offered that pure-blood snake. This time, perhaps there'll be something even better. I went to the totem stone pillar and knelt, took out 50 second-tier beast cores, and stacked them on the altar. Great totem, I offer beast cores. Grant a stronger method, that the rampaging apes people may truly grow strong. The cores lit, brighter and brighter, gathering into a column of golden light that shot straight to the clouds, the whole pillar aglow. The golden war ape's voice sounded. You did well. These offerings are enough for me to pass you 3 things. My mind went boom. Countless pieces of information flooding in. Rampaging Ape Shaman Codex, the complete method, from first tier all the way to the Savage King realm. How to visualize the totem, temper the soul, wield shaman arts, commune with heaven and earth. Written out clearly, step by step. Rampaging Ape Soul Needles, needles condensed from soul's power, silent and unseen, striking the sea of consciousness alone. At the lightest, agony and dizziness. At the worst, the sea of consciousness shattered, death on the spot. Cultivated to depth, a single thought condenses 1,000, 10,000 needles, like a downpour of pear blossoms. Most terrifying of all, formless and shapeless, unseeable, untouchable. By the time the enemy senses them, the soul needles are already in the brain. The third thing was for all the tribesmen. Rampaging Ape Basic Body Forging Method. No need to awaken a totem. No need to become a warrior. Cultivate by this, and you can strengthen the body and build strength bit by bit. Not the equal of the secret arts, but it costs no beast cores or blood essence, and over time can far surpass the ordinary. Paired with it were 3 basic martial techniques. Rampaging Ape Fist, Basics. Rampaging Ape Spear, Basics. Rampaging Ape Blade, Basics. All simplified versions that ordinary people could practice, with power all the same. I opened my eyes and let out a long breath. A shaman's inheritance, a shaman's soul secret art, and a method and martial techniques for all the ordinary tribesmen. This time, the totem was truly generous. I bowed deeply toward the pillar. Early the next morning, I called everyone to the clearing. The able-bodied, the women, the children, the old, A dense black mass of people filled the ground. From today, I began. Everyone 18 to 40 will temper their bodies with beast blood essence. Those who bear it, and whose bodies meet the standard, can awaken into totem warriors. The crowd stirred. Really? We can become totem warriors too. I raised a hand to press them down. Really? But the refining is extremely painful, worse than any pain you've known. Bear it, and you're remade. Can't bear it. We'll do all we can to save you, but whether you live is down to your own fate. Those willing, stay. Those unwilling, go. No one left. Everyone stood there, light flaring in their eyes. Good. The hunting party goes first, to show everyone how it's done. A huge stone trough was set up in the clearing. The powder of 21st tier beast cores dissolved in hot water. I cut my wrist and dripped a few drops of blood in. My blood seemed to hold something. Adding it could only help. The able-bodied stepped into the trough one after another. The first was named Qing Shui, 27. I guided the energy, watching his body closely. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging, trembling all over, but never made a sound. A dozen odd minutes later, he bore it through, muscles swelling, a wild air coming off his whole body. How does it feel? So much stronger. And hungry. I could eat a whole tusked boar. I laughed aloud. Small matter. These days we lack everything but food. Go to the storehouse and take it yourself. Next, by nightfall, every able-bodied person aged 18 to 40 had borne it through. Not one failed. I roughly understood why. These people had grown up in the wilds from childhood, had gone hungry, frozen, seen beasts, seen the dead. They hungered to grow strong, hungered for good days. Any pain, set against the hunger to live, the hunger for a better life, was nothing at all. Their wills were far stronger than ordinary people's. The next day, the spirit communion rite. Beneath the totem stone pillar, Grandpa cradled the ancient clay jar and chanted, over 100 able-bodied kneeling with eyes closed. I held the communion stone, and when the chant finished, set it beneath the pillar. Golden light flared, wrapping the kneeling people, countless tiny points of light drifting into their bodies. Some guttered out, some took root. The light scattered. I counted. 97 had successfully awakened. Together with the earlier ones, the rampaging ape tribe now had 106 totem warriors. It worked. I clenched my fists hard. Without the secret arts, without the blood python's batch of resources, even with me, it would never have been possible to have this many warriors in less than several years. In the midst of my excitement, a voice suddenly rose from the crowd. Shaman. It was Tung, just past 30, her face weathered, the woman who ran the breeding farm. She stepped out, light in her eyes. Shaman, I want to ask one thing. Are we, or are we not, people of the rampaging ape tribe? Of course you are. I didn't hesitate. She pointed at the newly awakened warriors, everyone a man. Then why is it only men who awaken? We want to grow strong too, want to protect the tribe, want to go hunting. We don't want to wait around in the tribe for good news or bad news to come back. We don't want to be a burden. We want our lives in our own hands. A few more women stepped out. That's right. We can hunt too, can kill beasts too. Shaman, we want to be totem warriors too. For a moment I was at a loss. This question, in truth, I'd never considered. In my past life, or this one, women always seemed to be the ones overlooked, taken for granted as the weaker. But in this world, Tung took 2 steps forward, standing before me. Shaman, do you know? The day the blood python came, my man died right in front of me, cut down with one blow. I was right beside him. I wanted to rush in, but all I had in my hand was a fire poker. I couldn't beat them. Her voice trembled, but her eyes were startlingly bright. Then you came, killed those men, saved the tribe. But there's been a breath stuck in my chest ever since. I want to be like you, to pick up a blade and kill those who'd harm us. So what if I'm a woman? Can't women fight? She said it word by word. Shaman, I will be a totem warrior. I will avenge my man. I fell silent, looking into Ting's eyes, looking at the light burning in those women's eyes.